part, starting to stream a few minutes afterwards, but when you're dressed as snazzy as I am, you can afford to be fashionably late. Let's see if we're getting anyone hearing us. Hopefully we'll get some feedback soon enough. We are, as far as I can see, transmitting. As for the quality of our audio, do let me know. Everything looks good so far. Let me take a look at the studio, and says we have an excellent connection, so I'll be waiting for those of you who can provide myself some feedback, and definitely want to welcome anybody who is with us, who supports us. And we're starting to get some feedback in here. Anthony Michael LaRose gives us the green check. God bless him. Thank you so much for being there, sir. And Marky Milk says, loud and clear. My blessings unto you as well. Very definitely appreciative of all of you being here. And of course, the numbers increase as the time goes on. Everybody knows better than to check in too early, especially these days since I've changed to producing for myself. And Chris Collins says, looking almost David Bowie-ish. Yes, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Been compared to him before in terms of androgyny, and so that's always appreciated. Of course, there was times when for the I can't even remember which movie that was, Labyrinth or something like that. It was just taken to absurd extremes. And Chris Collins says, in a good way. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes. Didn't like the part where he put his head on the dog's body. He did do that. In a few, at least it was on his album cover. So let's see if we can bring other people in who will help relieve me of the burden of carrying the transmission alone. I want to thank Crystal River to start off with, and I have to ride this call on somebody. And I figure we may as well ride it on the man we're most familiar with, Mr. Jameson Reese. So let's get this party started, so to speak. And originally, who sang that song? It wasn't Pink. It was someone else. Oh, shit. Have to get my earbuds on. That would help, wouldn't it? So, see, this is what producing for yourself does. You no longer even think about others. Okay, Mr. Jameson Reese, I should be able to hear you now, and I'm sure I can, so give it a shot. Say something.
Hello.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, let's see who else we can bring on. Then we're going to try a few other people, and one of them will be Pac-1 Morales. I'm going to see if we can add some other people later. And let's see now, Selena Khan, of course, always give her a try just in case, so that she can jump in anytime she wants, in case she needs to spank me or something. And Brendan Zogit, just going to try, and that will probably be, a failed shot. But okay, who else is it that I often bring on? Oh, Amanda Yu, of course, how could I forget? Let's try her. Even though it says away right now, and she just skipped out on me in terms of that little symbol. So Pac-1 Morales is with us. Let's test your audio.
Brother.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How about you, Jameson? Can you hear him?
Yes.
Wonderful.
What's going on, bro?
What's up, man?
Yeah, so good to have the both of you. Deeply appreciate it. And the other people are simply on call. They can jump on when they wish. And what we're going to do is maybe bring Salman and Peter Moon on at 9-ish. Let me see if I can contact them in the private messages. So just kind of sitting down for those of you who are unfamiliar with the promotional banners. Again, I recommend that everybody at least forge yourself a false Facebook timeline if you're not into Facebook, which I would not blame you. There's plenty of reasons not to be into Facebook. But if, just for the sake of the promotional banners, because they do add clarity to the situation as it stands with the transmission itself, they always give a preview essentially of what's going on one way or another. Even when they don't intend to, there's usually a synchronicity that's always almost magical. Of course, it really is magical, considering our background. When you consider the background of both of the gentlemen with me, they are steeped in the magical, whether they want to be or not. Okay, let's take a look at the Messenger, and hopefully Our Lady Maria Michaela Grigorich will be able to join us in chat. She hasn't been involved with social media lately. Oh, great. And so, oh gosh, I hope she's okay. Yes, she's fine. Oh, good. And so let me write understood. Understood. And give her a thumbs up. All right, now let's see. Who's the other person? Salman Sheikh, of course, and Peter Moon. Okay, so let me put call you 9. Oops, call you 9, and with the question mark. There we are. And and let me try now for Salman. I appreciate the patience of both of you gentlemen while I dig through all of this. And I'm seeing the face of Mr. Derek Talley there. It may or may not go a little bit into his case tonight, just because, I was trying to catch him up on, the reality of his situation. And not quite sure if he appreciated that. I think he did. It's hard to tell. He put a heart on my promotional banner. We'll see how long that continues. And okay, let's. Okay, I won't go into that just yet. But going to, let me see. Here we are. Vero Reina Barrera says the heavens are alive. So many celestial events. Saturn retrograde, Mercury retrograde for almost a month, starting May 29th. And
that explains a lot of the fucked up things that have been occurring.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yes, there you go. Or it can. And then she says blood full moon eclipse May 26th, mostly visible in the Western Hemisphere. She adds so many energy shifts, so many opportunities for growth and change. That's a positive way of looking at it. Stay centered and revel in the adventure. Yeah, you tell that to Derek.
Well, growth often requires blood to be sacrificed for it, so there's it's neither positive nor negative when it comes down to it. Your fortune is someone else's misfortune and vice versa. That's just the reality of the simulation. If we think about it as a computer, it's like ones and zeros. You either have in fact, it's more like a computer with 1 and -1 instead of a 0.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I will they'll go a bit into that myself. I can mark that, and I may come back to that with my own spin. Chris Collins says, must be the androgyny. I get the same thing myself. That doesn't surprise me. You're an artist. Many people become artists because, they're not jocks, right? So we don't exactly look like the male definition, or fit that that definition. So what happens? We go into the arts, right? This is what Salman Sheikh said was a pity. A lot of, not that Chris Collins or myself are gay, but a lot of gay men in his country just become entertainers. As a matter of fact, that's the way he described it, the only option they really have. All right, so Sammy Romero commented on my photo. Going to go to that before I turn towards Pac-1 Morales. Okay, Sammy Romero says, hi, Doug and Team Dietrich, sounding loud and clear. By the way, I was binge listening to the Taboo Bros 2 channel, and I fell asleep listening to the Cho-Cho and Operation Baby Lift episode. Laugh out loud, definitely interesting dream I was having. Woke up and had to turn it off. Laugh out loud. Probably dreamt of burning babies falling from the sky because that's what happened with Operation Baby
That is fucking
Lift.
metal.
As metal as it gets. So, by the way, there's nothing to laugh at with that in the, just for our listeners, okay?
Oh yeah. I'm laughing at the dream.
Yes.
Even though we can't be certain that dreams are not actually occurring in some other reality, but who knows?
Understood. Dreams are their own reality in a very real sense. So Salman has acknowledged my calling him at about 9-ish, and in the meantime, let's get started with the both of you. If both of you gentlemen would just kind of introduce yourselves and your general situation for today. We'll start off with just Jameson Reese for a few minutes and then segue it over to Pac-1 Morales, who can then help to dominate. Yeah.
I got a poem that's kind of...
Well, please.
All right. Folks, please bear with me. I was not in a very happy state of mind. But this is what I experienced, This is the result of targeted gang stalking. All right. 8 niggas in black and a spick with a Glock and cap, followed by cracker wops, McPatty wagon cops. I kill men of any color. You faggots forgot. Peckerwood crackers laugh. With this spectacle pass, when it's over and done, neither white, black, green, white, black, gray, brown, red, and yellow will live to walk earth under the expanding sun. Eleshayal, I am an anti-god. You shit's about to get fucked. Pierced by a thallium rod. You niggas flat out of luck. Next mutation of COVID-19, you won't see click. Resistant to all vaccines. Blessed be to Hastelia and Chitek Thalaseph. Death to all humans, but human beings but me. Especially you faggots. Project ass sandbag niggas in groups over 3. Niggers, wops, mix, spicks, and paddy wagons. You run up against the antimatter dragons. Resurrect the ghouls of Edom, simultaneously my arcane. Set up all hydrogen bombs to melt your fucking brains. Bitches, I don't want pussy. I get off on human death. Niggas acting hard or mushy. Bitch, I ride with APEP and set. I want all you exterminated, dark seed germinated, end of the human race. I architect this reality, transclipothic liberant to take their place. Emperor racism spitting in your face, annihilate humankind, fulfill my egoism. So it's just a poem that happened from the result of being stalked by 8 fucking dudes.
I hear you. There's honestly, there's I like it. It's just a certain mood that a person has to be in to be receptive to it. But I've certainly have been in those moods, and it is, as far as I'm concerned, art that bears expressing. Honestly, it's now I think that'll segue us gracefully, actually, to Pac-1 Morales. Pac-1, with the kind of songs that you've written in the past, and I do believe you write songs as well as sing them. Your lyrics may be similar or different. You can explain to us whatever parallels or differences there be.
Yeah, it's it definitely is. You get to a point where you don't want to be rapping like the same thing. To me, substance is more important than I guess whatever is in for the moment. I'd rather talk about something that is real, that I know about, and stuff, aside from just all the dope dealing and shit like that. But yeah, for sure, I definitely I have one I could do for you. And said
Great.
And like that, I blew a cloud that broke the sky. Resin in my finger, fire in my eye. Roll the tree of life, set them seeds aside. Spark the questions of design, trying to breathe new heights. I'm on a mission for that fire, trying to seek true light. And all I can find is everything I despise. Every fork in the road made me inhale twice. Dropped ashes on my clothes, burnt a hole in my fly. Herbal seance, verbal with the cadence. Never choke on smoke, that's autoerotic chaos. Provoked or revoked, I'm a soul you don't play with. I told that go Asia, go Alpha Omega. Got shooters who owe favors, they roll like crusaders. And go so pagan, even Satan's afraid of them. Step up in my circle and take the oath. Let that blunt burn your finger, drag that hit out slow. But, just stuff like that.
Nice.
It's wonderful. Yes.
I like it.
Yeah, these are various moods that we all feel, and we need people to express them. And I think that's what art is for. And really, without that, we would be lost. So we need to really build up our tolerance for the artists around us. Obviously, there's places and spaces for this, but both of these gentlemen know that. And this is one of those places and spaces where we can give vent to that. And And honestly, I do hope somebody puts it all to music at some point. Now, what would you like? Obviously, you've done some recordings, Pack One. What would you recommend for putting to music some of what our man Jameson's expressed?
I don't think I want to put my stuff to music. I rather just make techno and electronic stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's the cool thing about like what you do, man, because you use like DJ software, right? You know.
Yeah. I spent like $750 for Ableton Live 10. So yeah.
So get yourself what are those, the VTS machines, or get yourself a MIDI trigger. Yeah. And you can record and sample your saying what you're saying, your verse or whatever part of your verse, and insert that into the background, or as a part of your song, man. That'd be dope, man. And you don't even you could just take phrases, speed them up, slow them down, do crazy shit backwards, just chop up the words and separate it after, because techno and dubstep shit like that, they're long songs, so it doesn't necessarily have to be word like whole bars and whole, it can be one word, repetitive, switch over, back, like it can do stuff like that, or just use one whole word and just stretch it through the whole thing. And I just, there's all sorts of stuff you could do and still say that those are your lyrics to that music,
Yeah, I'm still playing around with it. I mean, there's so much versatility with it. It's quite fun for cathartic and releasing, a lot of pent-up feelings. And honestly, if I didn't have art and music, I think I would probably be someone in the Tombs or Rikers, and I don't want to be there. So I'll stick with art and music.
Thank you. No, that's an important point. And God knows by the way, for those of you who don't understand what he's referring to, and most of you should, but the Tombs are, of course, the New York City jails, and they're like the waiting space for those who ultimately go to places like Rikers, which is the detention facility, which, if I'm not mistaken, is basically an island. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's a whole. Yeah, it's an island in and of itself. It's not a very nice place to be.
I can imagine.
They break. I heard stories of people with broken bones, just being stuck there and being stuck in that condition for long periods. I mean, they will really fuck you up in there. So I'm not interested in that. Listen, I don't want to be somewhere where I'm surrounded by men.
Yes, no, that I can understand that.
Yeah. My gripe is almost 90%, 99% males.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
There are some. Now,
females.
What's
fucked up? What's fucked up about being in a jail with a bunch of men and shit? Like with the county and shit, the deputies and some of the inmates and shit would refer to the showers that everybody shares. Like, luckily you don't have, like, our county is like not a bunch of just one head with a bunch of spigots on it. It's like two individual showers, but they call them the abortion clinic, and so it's like you don't really want to fucking walk into a shower in an all-male fucking jail without shoes on. You don't even. It sucks you even got to deal with that.
Oh my God. No, it's so true. And they drill you for that. They prepare you for that in the military. That's what they actually prep you for, is a lifetime in prison, which is what the military is.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah. They had us all into the showers with like our shoes on.
Yeah, yes.
And if we didn't have shower shoes, we had to just use our sneakers until we could get shower shoes.
Yes.
And I wasn't even told that we had to purchase shower shoes. And I had a pair of Jordans.
Right.
So I was like pissed.
Oh, I can imagine. By the way, Jameson was in the Air Force, where things run a little differently, and the logic behind what they were doing was to prevent foot fungus from spreading. Either that, or they were trying to cultivate a basketball team, and they were afraid Jameson was going to catch white man's disease. But
there was a guy who had a really horrid case of foot fungus too. This guy named Wyatt. I can't forget him. He's like, at first, like, people were making fun of him because he was in love with someone who had Down syndrome, and I was like, all right, whatever. I'm not going to judge the guy for it. But then the guy started to get really annoying because, I was like someone who was like, I was the only guy who was able to speak to both the white dudes and the black dudes because they pretty much segregated themselves.
Yeah, that's true. They
And,
ethnically enclave immediately in the military, as Jameson will attest to, as well as
I
back
happened
one.
to be, and I happened to be in a Bay Area where there was mostly the white dudes, so I was able to like fluidly flow between both groups with no problem. But like the black dudes were making fun of this dude, and I kind of understand now why they were making fun of him, because he stunk up the entire area. It was like it was really a biohazard where he was.
Jeez.
Because whatever his situation was, it was just that bad.
That's just so awful.
Yeah. And of course he wound up, graduating, as most of us did. But the hygiene issue, I had a roommate when I was in tech school. And this guy, he seemed like a much smarter guy. He was a guy who he was one of those ladies' men, guys who gets all the women. But he fucking stunk. And I was like, dude, what the fuck, man? I was like, dude, tell me you got to change your socks or wash your socks. He was like, I got to change my socks? I was like, yes. And so he finally changed his socks and he didn't stink anymore.
Oh my God, this is just awful.
And what was amazing was that this dude didn't know.
Yeah,
he was wearing the same socks since boot camp.
Yeah, most people, they just don't fucking care. I mean, it's amazing how many of these men are. They're just not self-conscious about that sort of thing.
See,
I don't understand how
this is what's gross about men. Men don't take care of their feet. You have to take care of your feet. Women at least have something inborn in them where they'll take care of their feet.
They'll take care of everything generally, yes.
Yeah.
And by the way, just so you know, I'm gonna turn on the screensaver. So let me put this on mute. Oh fuck, it was already on mute. Can't believe I was that prepared. Okay, so otherwise you would have heard a background rain noise for several seconds until I muted it. Karen O'Connor, speaking of the ladies, Karen O'Connor says, God love you, Douglas from Dublin. So love you, Karen. And Vicky Johnson says, nice. Speaking about both of your raps there, nice rap battle we had going. Vicky Johnson appreciated it. Love you, honey. Thank you so much. And of course, what it reminded me of was various rap battles from the past that I've had been exposed
the 90s.
to. Yes, the 90s, when all of that was big, and you had people saying the most ridiculous things. It turned into something similar to what I used to see in the Arab world, and that was where various ghetto people of almost exclusively colored ethnicities would be basically trying to outdo each other with insults for their mothers, which is kind of...
Yes. I grew up with that shit.
Yes.
Oh man, the amount of fights I got into in school because of that is just not funny.
That, and they were also, what was it they were doing? They were like also bragging about their various sordid accomplishments, as lurid as they could get it from, whatever fictitious thing they were claiming that was gangsterish enough, robbing banks, pimping.
From their anatomy to the amount of girls they sleep with. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the battle rap is actually still really popular and really big right now.
Cool.
There's like various leagues all over, and I think what battle rap became now is where back in the early 90s it was more of a freestyle, like on the spot type deal. Now battle rap has evolved so much that it's not necessarily, there are some aspects in it where maybe you'll find a battle rapper or two that will freestyle for a second, but for the most part it is very much written and choreographed and performed, but it's definitely the wordplay and the metaphors they use are ridiculous. The only reason why it's funny that all this just transpired because just this morning a friend of mine he came over and we were burning down for a little bit, and he was playing me this battle rap stuff, and I guess there's like an app, and you have to pay monthly on this app, and you get to see all the battle raps, and they go on. Yeah, they're really big. And there was one of the battle raps we were watching was of there's these guys that call themselves the Four Horsemen, but they're Christian battle rappers, so they don't curse, they don't cuss, they don't, and they're battling, dudes from the hood or whatever. They're just talking all the gunplay, all this other shit, and they're all just. But it's crazy, man. It's crazy because anybody who I've watched battle these Christian guys will they say the most demonic ass things to them, or tell them that that they're a guest in hip hop, but they're also a guest in their religion, because because of the white Jesus thing. They say Jesus was, yeah. So you dude, it's crazy. It takes a playback to really break down what they're saying, but it's actually really big still.
That's amazing. It's fascinating. I really should start listening to more of that. By the way, before we kind of move into Pack 1 and have him outline what's been going on with him lately, because that's always fascinating. And I don't do this just to exploit Pack 1. I had him here specifically for a reason today, for as long as he can stay with us. And I'm not quite sure what his schedule is, but he's been extraordinarily busy. He's got a lot to catch us up on. Of course, a lot of it would simply be, talk about how busy he was. But I'm sure there's other things he can share. The other reason is because he does have the Marine Corps background that I do, and what we experienced was different from what Jameson experienced, say for instance in the showers, because we didn't have the rubber galoshes, so to speak, these shower shoes that they didn't care about foot fungus with us. They thought that would be taken care of with, what we had when we got out. And, and things change with time. One man's experience in boot camp may be different from another's, but I'm assuming by the time Pack 1 was in, which was actually probably maybe a decade after I was in, if I remember correctly, or so, or more, he had all we ever had was the sandals. We just got out of the shower and we would put those stupid sandals on after powdering with a talcum powder heavily. Was that still the way it was when you were?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And then they made you bang that together over your head, so all the talcum powder would spill on your head as just part of their stupid torture that they did to stupid things they did. Everything they did was stupid. Before you went to sleep, of course, eat dead babies, this is what you would say. You would say eat.
Actually, first it would be the Marine Corps hymn.
Yes. Oh God.
And then a hymn, the Marine Corps hymn.
Oh God, go on.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I just it was just, and they'd make us act like we were a radio, so it'd be pop. And then we start singing stupid ass shit. Then the tap hits, and then you gold lights out, and then the scream "Eat dead babies" when all the lights go out. Yeah.
Right. Just before you go to sleep, so you dream of that.
Right as you're in the bed and you're tucked in and everything, you just scream that "Eat dead babies."
Yes. Yeah. Incredibly stupid. Also. Fucking anyhow, enough of that. It's just again, it adds to some of the puzzle that this may help people understand what I was going to potentially bring up, and if I do, I'll have to qualify it heavily. But we'll see how long. How long do you think you may have with us tonight, Pack 1?
I'm pretty open, brother.
Good. That's wonderful. I deeply appreciate that. But let's have you kind of dominate the opening hour, and of course, Jameson's free to interject with whatever he can say that's constructive. Basically, what I'm doing, people, right now is I'm just pulling my head out of my ass. And as people know by now, by the way, I want to thank in the chat room, specifically right now, Matt K, who says, "My diet is never rich enough without a dose of Douglas." And God bless you, sir. Deeply appreciate it. Wonderful individual. So many of the people who join us in the chat room are. And honestly, I'm so glad that we have Jameson with us, because he keeps an eye on the chat room. And let me take a look at the message sent by Maria Gregorich and see if there's any hint she might be in tonight, because she was always very helpful in the past. Oh my God. So she says a lot happening in her case. And she's, been very busy. So while I get a flower to send to her or something, I'll dig up a, high definition wallpaper. Why don't you guys take over for a little bit? I'm right here. I'm just going to go mute so people don't hear me chewing. I'm going to be pouring some calories into myself to last throughout the night. And honestly, it's one of the things that the reason why I was a few minutes late was because I was making a sandwich, and some of these beans.
Nice.
And
What kind of sandwich?
oh, it's I find very convenient as a male bachelor. This is what we do. I go down to Walgreens, and there's these wonderful pressed aluminum foil type packets of the Star-Kissed tuna, and this is in a sense this is disgusting, but I mean it's actually very practical. But you have to cut these things very close into almost the tuna that's compressed on the inside. But when you do, you've got this perfect square of tuna, and I mean like very flat, very square, totally unnatural, but it's pressed and packaged. It's no different from what you get in the can, really, but it's so much more convenient for a sandwich, and you just lay that flat onto the sandwich, and then I spread mayonnaise over that, and I purchased these they call them snaps, I think is what they call them, pickles. They're pre-sliced little pickles that not sliced in the lengthwise, but they're little coins, like pickle coins. Yeah, thank you. And that way I put that all over the sandwich for the pickle effect, and then so that is the sandwich. And then as for that, thank God, and there was reasons for this earlier. That Meals on Wheels also delivers vegetable trays that you don't have to cook. You just refrigerate them, and then you eat the vegetables out of them. So that puts in some calories. And honestly, I needed those when I got home today anyhow. Basically, I may go into this or just, tangentially, but, my medical cosmetologist, who I've known forever, and she's always been basically an asshole in many ways, but, you just get to know people and you're used to them, and then you just get used to that. And she's always been she has a thing for money, and I've never held that against her because, I've worked all my life with escorts. And so, I gave her pretty much my stimulus package money each time I got it. It pretty much went to her. And, the last stimulus package money wasn't that long ago, for those of you who remember. As a matter of fact, it may have been much sooner for many of you, but I was
too long ago.
Yeah, it was too long ago as far as we're concerned in our income bracket. But I was one of the last to receive it. I received it probably around the same time Jameson did, which was basically, comparatively speaking, yesterday. At the beginning of the month or something like that, or the end of last month, middle of last month, something. Anyhow, and then after I gave that to her, and this always happens, then something happens where I need money. And, what happened was right after that, my crown fell off. And I wound up, so in order to make it through this month, of course, I'm still going to be requesting money, but just to make certain I had enough cab fare to get there and back, because it's like, $150 in San Francisco to get to the pre-doctoral dental center and back, UCSF in San Francisco, because our city's so congested, so small, the cab meters in San Francisco are through the roof. They'll run up in a moment, nothing like any cab meter in the world. So these fuckers will just juice you. And so I got $200 from my 3D graphics modeler, who's also the individual who is the lycanthrope on whom I based all of the information that I shared with Animal Planet for the documentary Werewolves, The Dark Survivors. And in terms of his... it's not a condition. It's just like vampirism's not a condition. I don't want people to think of these things as afflictions. This is part of the problem with a lot of popular culture. And, this is the only way they can feel empathy for someone, is to say, "Ooh, they're sick." Okay, it's not an affliction. It's just the way we are. But nevertheless, as a person, he is complexly post-traumatically stress disordered. And because, unlike myself, who's been counseled and receiving counseling for a good many years by now, maybe decades at this point, he has not really entered counseling. And so I basically am his counseling to a great degree. And, I went down, the reason all of this matters is because, so I got the $200 from him, and he says, "Oh, you want to do some coffee?" And I says, "Okay." I didn't really want to because today's a transmission day, but, he went down to Starbucks and, purchased me, a drink there. I didn't really need one, but when I'm sitting down there with him in the front of the Starbucks, okay, it's San Francisco. You have no fucking idea, except people who are familiar with the city. Just was sitting down, I really tend to forget, because I don't do this that often, sit outside of a cafeteria in San Francisco. Everybody's doing this these days because of the COVID, and they've been doing this for months and months. I still can't believe the homeless people. I mean, they just wander by you, and they wander as close as they can so that they can share all of their bed bugs and scabies, and you feel no sympathy for them. There's no sympathy to be felt for these deranged individuals. They're just horrible. They honestly, I will tell you, they should not be alive. I have no shame or embarrassment saying that. These people, they're just filthy, and they do their best to share their misery. And the point was whether or not it was subconscious or divine. But I spoke with him for a good, what was probably felt like about 2 hours. About an hour and a half into our talking, in which mostly I just have to listen and query while he goes through things that I can't even really relate to. But honestly, if you're doing counseling for someone, you don't need to relate to what they're saying. You just hear them out. This is what so many people just need. People just don't have this. And, he's talking about the computer issues he's dealing with that literally drove him into a frenzy. And, just listen to him, ask questions about it, and he can say some technical things I'm never going to understand. That's fine. Just let him get it out of his system. Then this crazy cat bitch shows up. I've known her for years. Her name's Susan. And I couldn't remember her name to save my soul. And Susan is just this older lady who has been around forever in the neighborhood, she has a home, and she did cat sitting for everybody. And so she suddenly saunters up, and it's like, she doesn't usually, I don't know, she had an opportunity, and I guess she just felt like inflicting herself upon us. And he, werewolf buddy, or as Laura Lee Solomon used to call him, Wolf Boy. And she was one of the few people who knew his identity. And he handled it incredibly well. Maybe he was just getting into it just because, again, he needed someone to talk to. And she gave him that opportunity to vent about social issues. Most of the stuff he talks to me about is personal. Sometimes we get into the political stuff. I guess with her, he was getting more social, and he was enjoying it, and that was fun. So I, started getting fidgety and just really uncomfortable. I mean, because I kept giving her the hints that, why don't you just move along? Not that I had to excuse myself from him sooner or later, and this was ultimately the opportunity to do so. But, so I just kind of took advantage of it, but I really just couldn't believe her because, the several times I was just wondering, assuming she would move on. And, it was like she seeing that I didn't want her there, she just wanted to be there even more. And it was just, this is just part of, I just found that so offensive, so invasive. And they were talking about bad drivers and shit because he works with Toyota and he works with this department designing smart cars so that they don't have to have drivers inflicting themselves upon us anymore. And and then so he starts talking about that, and they start talking about drivers who have no sense of what they were calling manners or and I'm like thinking, well, fuck, she doesn't have any, and she has no awareness of or obviously she's aware, and that makes her even more offensive. It was just awful. I mean, no way to really describe this, but I think people get the hint. I mean, I pulled out the old trick that usually works because she wears the same clothes over and over again, as people tend to do. But she wore this peacoat that is a woman's peacoat, obviously, but it had a Nehru collar. And so, by the way, normally this would throw any woman off and they would just walk away immediately. When I said, oh, I love your peacoat. And I said, I love that Nehru collar. You don't see those anymore. It was a very specific time that they were in, during the 50s or something. And, and I was like, are you willing to sell that? And of course, I'm thinking I wouldn't want that ratty piece of shit unless I ran it through the dry cleaners because it's covered in cat hair. It's just, saturated in cat hair. But it's like, obviously, just the fact, most people, of course, who hear me publicly know I'm a cross-dresser, but she doesn't know that. So that alone, most women, that would throw them way off. they would think, automatically this is a pervert, this is, and they wouldn't want anyone, they'd walk away, right? When somebody offers to buy the clothes off their back, your average woman would not stand around for that. Oh, this one did. It was like, oh, shit. Oh, no, I won't sell that. Instead of taking the hit, no, she goes deeper into her bullshit. Yeah, it just keeps on, talking. And at that point, I excused myself, finally, gotta go, doing a transmission tonight, and I have to get a few hours sleep, like a little power nap in, and then when I went, up the hill, because, we're down there on Polk Street where it's level, and then San Francisco's all these fucking hills, and I'm walking up the hill, and then, holy shit, it was then Polk Street exploded. Just some homeless guy went off, and this is where the homeless factor comes in, and just violently started screaming. And this is like, at this point, then I knew that I did something that was almost divinely inspired. I mean, just leaving there just in time before that happened. Whatever went down, I'll find out later, or I won't, but I'll certainly ask my 3D graphics modeler. The biggest problem that someone like that faces is that someone like him could tear me apart. And, forget the fucking Hulk. All that stuff is bullshit. The only thing Hulk does is exactly what he says in the comics. Hulk smash. I mean, you're talking about somebody who literally is more along the lines of Wolverine. Obviously not retractable blades, but very capable of clawing somebody. And just literally ripping into them. So his biggest problem would be restraint. In other words, if he's confronted with a violent situation and he feels compelled, for whatever reason, perhaps even self-defense, his biggest problem is not ripping the person into shreds and winding up in jail for murder or in prison. So that's his biggest challenge. And God knows I didn't need to be around for that. So it was just that right moment I got out of there. But again, this goes to expose just the random violence that is so pervasive in a place like San Francisco. So any moment that people just don't realize how dangerous it is here. And it is probably, at this point in history, orders of magnitude more dangerous than New York. There's periods in history when cities go through these violent cycles, and San Francisco, simply because of the homeless problem. And for those of you who think homeless like, helpless, like hobos that are like somehow just given a short deal in life. No, these are all violent, psychotic, feral, filthy human beings. They literally, when you're eating there, this is why I don't do this, and you sit on, the side cafes where everybody's been doing since COVID, they'll shit and piss right in front of you. This is what they do. And, the first thing I noticed, and of course, San Francisco's filthy anyway. I've gone into that. And, but at any rate, let's turn this over to Pac One right now. I want him to kind of get started on what's been going on with him.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I'll start eating.
Yeah. So, as of the 19th, a couple days ago, I'm fully vaccinated. So I'll be.
Oh, congratulations!
Thank you. Yeah, I got the Pfizer. Actually, I showed up because they weren't doing, they were only doing people over 45 at the hospital where my wife works. And I was like, man, fuck that. Because she said that she found out that some surgeon or some doctors had been taking their kids up there and their families to get vaccinated. So I was like, fuck that, I'm going up there.
Good for you.
Yeah. It was like on the last day. And like I went in and right when I went in, no one there, nothing. So I just gave them my name, filled out the paper. They walked me up. Then I handed them my ID. They looked at my ID, didn't say shit. I told them my wife worked there. They took me into another room. I sat down, gave me my shot. It took longer to do the paperwork than to get the shot.
What about the booster?
Yeah, I went and got that on the 19th.
Oh, so, congratulations. So it's all done. You are now effectively, for all intents and purposes, practically immune.
Yeah. So I went and got that actually, and last week we flew in my wife's grandmother, and her brother, because he just graduated from Boston. He just got he's now officially an optometrist, and so he's getting ready to go in July. He starts his residency down in North Carolina, and so their grandmother, who she's a Russian, she's Jewish, but she's Russian, and she's been in Toronto, basically in her apartment for the past year and a half, almost 2 years, whatever. And we haven't seen them, and she was, she wanted to come. She only had one shot, so we took the chance of getting her out here. We got her here, and then she went with me and got her second shot too. Aside from that, I've been so busy. Like, business has just picked up, and it's been I've been taking my truck like 2-3 times a week. So it's like one day I have to prep, and I'm cooking 60 pounds of beef, taco meat, and cutting up hand, because I cut my steak by hand, and then I package it, weigh it up, and portion it, so I can just go. And so I cut all my steak by hand, cut all my chicken by hand. I cut everything. Then I make my rice and beans and stuff. So I'm pretty much busy one whole day prepping for the next. And so I've been doing that. It's been fun. I actually teamed up with this. It's called Molina Healthcare. They're like it's like a type of insurance or whatever they give you through the state, And so I'm doing these they call them vaccine clinics, where they pop up certain designated areas, and they give away free vaccines, COVID vaccines, for whoever wants them. And so they purchase food from me to give away. So if the people who get a vaccine get a free from me. So that's been a blessing right there.
That's amazing that you were able to set that up with your county. Is that the county level?
No, it's beyond county. It's state.
Okay, amazing. It's
state. Yeah. Yep. So that's it. This is it's really cool, because now that opened up a whole another area, because all these people who like work in the upper offices for these insurance companies and hospitals and stuff like that, they all talk. So now there's a community mental health place that's getting ready to do some kind of event or whatever, and they're gonna pay me to serve food, So it's like I don't even have to sell food, and I'm just serving. I cook it and serve it, It's like basically big catering, but out of my taco truck.
Amazing.
I upgraded my taco truck. I bought a reach-in cooler, like a prep table cooler for it, and that was fun getting it in, because I had to cut out cabinets and rebuild, and so but we did it in like a day. Business has been pretty good. I just like last night, kind of, I don't know, how you start meeting someone, you meet someone, and you guys are pretty good, for a while, and then later on down the road you start just like finding things out. Like, what my thing is, like, people who you catch people up lying, and then and it's something stupid, but it's like offensive. So then now every time they talk or something happens, you're like, it's got to be a lie. It's got to be a lie. Looking at the people different. So that happened recently with one of the people I have working for me, and I had been paying him. We did a big old event, and I had been paying him, and his wife would make little sly comments, and it would be like via text to him, and saying things like, when are you coming home? I need you to work on such and such, or check this out, and I'll pay you. And he's reading it out to me, and I'm like, it happened a couple different times, throughout the past couple weeks. And I was like, man, I said, are you telling your wife I'm not paying you or something, bro? I was like, because that'd be really fucked up, dude. Like, don't make me look like that, because that's not the kind of person I am.
Right.
And then turn around and find out my wife and her were talking, and yep, that's basically what happened. He told her that I hadn't paid him, and I guess, but she had went in his pants pockets and found the money in his pants, And so she really knows he is getting paid, but he's telling her he isn't. So so after that, I had a situation last night where like certain amount of money was missing out of my till, and like in the restaurant business, when you know you have orders and stuff like that, you have order slips, you know, receipt slips, and I have carbon copies. So you know, top copy goes to me, yellow copy goes to the customer to claim their ticket, you know, claim their food, because it has the numbers. It'll have sequential numbers, you know, like 768, 769, you know, that'll be the ticket number. You're 769, 770, 7071, you know. Well, my tickets didn't add up to what was there at the end of the day, and I paid him, and then we were at Red Line, so people have been drinking and stuff, but it doesn't add up. Obviously, it's my own fault anyway, because I should have, you know, been on my job better than what I was. I was too comfortable. But so I did the math, and originally what I paid him, he ended up sliding 50 more into what I paid him. So instead of it being $108 short, it was $58 short. And so I, you know, just money wasn't right. Then I went through the tickets this morning, and the sequences, there were tickets missing. After so many tickets, there'd be a ticket missing here, ticket missing there. So there shouldn't have been ever anything missing, you know. All tickets should have matched. Right. So it's really disappointing, but I can't myself call somebody a thief, you know, unless I catch you doing it, you know. So today I ordered a camera, like one of those little Ring cameras, so I can put it up above my register, you know, where the money transaction is going. And then I just bought because I use the app Square. It's called Square app. And it's basically like a register. You can charge people and take credit cards, or you can create invoices and mail them to people or email them to people and stuff. It's directly linked to my business account. But I can also create items on there, so it acts as its own register. So I can put in each item I have, you know, tacos, you know, enchiladas, quesadillas, whatever it may be, and then it shows, you know, how much money I use, how much money I accepted cash, how much money I had a credit card. So it'll tell me exactly everything. And I'm going to get a printer for it. So as soon as the order gets in, I'll get a copy of it to print up next to my stove, where I can take that sheet, you know, and know what I'm, you know, for sure. So it's unfortunate, but that's just better for me, because I don't like accusing people of shit, man. And it's unfortunate when you catch something like that, and then it just makes you second guess people. And I don't want to be big.
Why not, instead of accusing him, quote unquote, we know he's doing it. Why not just fire him? So you don't have to accuse him of anything. I mean, it's in your right.
Because we have other business tie-ins right now currently. So other things we got going on that I'm already invested in financially, and I know that if I cut ties right now, then I'm going to be out essentially a couple $1,000s that I'm not willing to miss out on now. At this point, I just want to see things through, and then you know that's why I said if I have to do whatever I have to do to, you know, take the extra step to ensure my business, that's just what I'll do, you know. I'll secure my investment, you know,
by all means.
to say, yeah. So that's been, and that was just like last night. So, yeah, it's I guess it's kind of messed up, because where we're at, it's like it's a brewery. So
I noticed the photograph. You were near that brewery. Did you? I'm sorry, brewery. Yeah. Did you not once say that that's the closest you could get to heaven on earth?
Yes. No, they give us free beer. They craft. Okay, so it's a brewery distillery. So you can't go in and order like a Bud Light or anything like they brew all their own beers, and they have like 20, 30 something beers, man. And they'd be like raspberry flavored, blueberry coconut. They had beers that tasted like Girl Scout cookies. They have IPAs. They have lagers. They have so many different drinks, and then they make their own liquor. They make their own whiskey. They can't call it tequila because Mexico owns a trademark on the word tequila, so they call it gringo. They make everything. So on the days we work, they give us everything we drink is free. They're constantly try this, but my truck has attracted so much business to their bar. Like we both do really good. So it's just been beneficial, and it's worked out perfectly. They want us there more than once a week, but I'm like, no, I can only do it once a week because I'm not trying to drink that much, and I can't be offered free alcohol and not drink.
Yes.
I guess I could if I, whatever, but no, it's not me. I drink almost not almost every day, but I drink a lot. So,
I understand.
Yeah.
It's the last thing you need would be that opportunity to just go all the way with it, and on a daily basis. Oh God, that would kill you. Ultimately, this is like people who bartend. By the way, this happens to a lot of bartenders. We can get George Knight to talk about that later, but I'm sure Pac One has seen his share. Oh my God! So definitely appreciate your sharing that. Go on.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, I was gonna tell you, my wife was a bartender when I met her, so yeah, I know about the bartenders and bartending lives.
Oh my God!
Yes.
And that explains so much because I don't think I'm giving anything away. Elizabeth can handle quite a bit. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. She look. I don't. You can drink with Elizabeth, but you can't drink with Elizabeth. You know what I'm saying? Like she's a drink. Like this is my bottle. Yeah, you guys could share that. This is mine. And the poor girl. She's just like, it's because it's the Russian in her, man. And she checks out, and like someone else is there, but and it's like instead of drinking water, drinking anything else, just liquor. It's like, oh my God. But she goes through a lot. She works 3-4 days, 18-hour shifts, 16 to 18-hour shifts, 3-4 days in a row, and she deals with a lot, and then unnecessary work politics too, and just stuff like that. So yeah, but yeah, it's been quite a busy couple past couple weeks. Everything seems to be growing. Everything's going good. We just started this week clearing out like shit that we don't want. Like I had a car that's been sitting for like 2-3 years. It came from Canada. It was my brother-in-law's, and he left it here. But in Canada, a car in Canada, you have to take it for emission checkups every year, and everything like that. So to keep it registered, and it had been so long, there were so many loopholes that we were gonna have to jump through to get it. So I was just like, I sold it to a scrapper for like $200. They can deal with it, and then I'm good. My motorcycle, I'm selling my motorcycle. I pulled out because when I started doing the mobile food, I started off with a hot dog cart that I would sell tacos out of, and I would haul all this extra shit like tents and tables and coolers and just ridiculous. So I'm selling my hot dog cart, and I have an ice cream bike. I'm selling that. Like I have all these things because I'm not taking them with me. I'm good. So we've just been clearing out all this stuff. So it's motivating because it's like things kind of seem stagnant for a second. They're like, yeah, we're talking about it. We're trying to get this done. It's what we want to do, but nothing was happening, And I don't know, we kind of sparked up a fire back again and started getting rid of shit. Right. So it's been good. What else? So my daughter just turned 1.
Wonderful.
My youngest, she just turned 1, and we bought her a Power Wheel, like a motorcycle Power Wheel, little toy, just like one of the little plastic things. Doesn't go. It's like 2.5 miles an hour it goes, and she's been riding that thing all over. That girl's got crazy balance, and she's daredevil with it. She'll stand on one foot on the seat. Like, girl, you better chill out. But,
oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they get so big, and now she's getting into that habit where she wants the phone. Because mom will let her play with the phone, and so now she's so demanding. She's like her mom. She's mean. She wants what she wants, and you're gonna do it for her.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, I can imagine. And you know, this is, you know, I thank you for sharing that, and happy birthday to her. And oh my God, it's so scary. I just can't even imagine being a parent with all those responsibilities. And it's a miracle that kids don't get injured every day. But you know, honestly, just glad that they don't. And I have, you know, every confidence your kids are going to be fine, as always. And so I brought Salman Sheikh and the Mr. Peter Moon on with us, and so like both them to say hi to our listeners, and we'll just kind of you know, summarize what's going on, anything else that Mr. Pak Wan can think of, and then what I'm going to ask him to do is to hang out and keep checking in, because I do want to ask him when Peter and Salman, you know, have kind of just gone through what they go through, because they both check out at midnight their time approximately. Especially around midnight their time would be about around 11 p.m. for Pak Wan's time. I know that, of course, he may be getting up early in the morning. What time are you getting up tomorrow, Pak Wan?
I'll be up probably about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, because I got to go run and get produce and stuff, because I'll be going out for another Molina Healthcare event this week on Wednesday. So I just want to get all my produce out the way. I usually wake up about 7:30 every day. Luckily tonight my oldest, she was gone for the weekend, and she just came back, and my son, he was stuck at her hip, so she put him to bed. So I'll be up for a while. So
okay. So if you're around at 11 in particular, I'd like you to check back in, and
yeah, absolutely.
we might go into some other subjects. And, you know, if something happens where you fall asleep, you know, like sometimes parents do, that's fine too. But, you know, just check in with me and let me know how you're going, how you're holding up. And,
for sure.
And anytime you wish to interject, of course, just do so. We all love you dearly, and God bless yourself and your family, and especially Elizabeth, who I can really relate to. And one of these days, you know, I don't know how much you can reveal, but I'd like to hear some of the politics she has to deal with in the hospitals. I think that would be fascinating for some people to hear. Yeah, just some of the kinds of politics she deals with. Her problems are so much different from yours. Honestly, Pak Wan's working at this visceral kind of level where I'm honestly surprised that that he doesn't run into this kind of theft more often. It's so pervasive these days in particular. You know, it's amazing you can get anybody to work at all. So I'm glad things are working out comparatively smoothly, and you're doing the right thing, getting the cameras. And, you know, honestly, I'm surprised you weren't forced into that before. But I guess you're really expanding in a sense, and things have really changed where, you know, you were considering coming to California, but now it looks like things are going so well where you're at now. I guess plans may have mutated.
So we've pushed back. Just there's a couple of things that happened. So we pushed back for September. We're shooting for September, October for a move, and because of the fire that was. See, I knew what was gonna happen. Like for many people who may have not heard or just listening, just hearing about me or whatever just now. A couple weeks ago on one of my first events. I had someone call the health department, the state, and they had my business page on Facebook shut down and stuff. And I had no idea who it could have been. The following week, and not that there was that I was doing anything illegal or anything, but it was just the fact that I've never dealt with anybody pretty much hating on my business like that or on me like that, you know, for that matter. So,
dude, I'll come out and say it so that people don't think that you're squirreling something, because a lot of people will say, oh, this happened, and then people are assuming, well, what are you doing to attract this? Basically, his ex-wife is psychotic.
Yeah, that's what exactly I was getting to. She popped up, well, and it was funny because I didn't know who it was, and the following week, she popped up at the next event I was at, and so that pretty much showed me the cards, you know, and and she went on Facebook and made this big old rant about me and my business. And so I said, it's okay. I said, you know what? Because I had planned on selling my taco truck. I planned on selling my business by June 12th, by like mid-June. My last event was open house for June 12th. I'm booked for from last year. So I was just gonna do that, and I had a buyer, and when she did that to me, and I found out who it was, and the pure hate, I said, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and do what I do best. I'm just gonna put my business, do what I do, and cook my tacos, and I put myself everywhere in all the right positions for the rest of the summer. I'll stick around. I'll play games because I'm a good person. You know, people love my food. My business is a legit, thriving small business. I've lasted this whole pandemic with my business, and pushing it myself. One-man business. So I'm just out here doing what I do best, and that's
which
bread and
reminds me,
taco.
yeah, for people who may have listened before, Peter Moon gave Pac-1 Morales some excellent advice. Peter Moon himself had an ex-wife who was of questionable sanity, and he helped Pac-1 in a sense with some advisements. And before you take off, and do me a favor, Pac-1, just keep checking in, because I may be calling you, even while Salman and Peter are here. If I get into that particular subject I may be venturing into. But what I'd like you to do, Salman, if you would be so kind, is of course introduce yourself, and then perhaps you might have some advice or some thoughts on Mr. Pac-1 Morales' situation with the terrorism by his wife. It's probably stabilized by now, but it would be interesting to hear what kind of observations you may have on this sort of thing. So let's have Salman come on and introduce himself, and then we'll bring on Peter in a few minutes after that. Yeah.
Yes, assalamu alaikum to all dear brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich, Douglas, Jameson, Pac-1, Peter. May peace be upon you all. My love and greetings to you all.
Wa-alaikum salam.
Yes, and for our brother Pac-1, I would tell you, my brother, that there was a reason why God removed your ex-wife from your life, and he put a good woman in your life who would be the carer and nurturer and caregiver for yourself and your children and for the home, and all the struggles you went through and all the stories that I heard with your family, with your ex-wife. She's somebody that stuck through you with thick and thin. And it's said in the Sufi tradition that the harder the better. So when I hear about stories about your life, I'm thinking that, Allah loves him very much because of all the struggle you went through. And who you are today is because of those struggles. So alhamdulillah, praise be to God. You're a beautiful soul, Pac-1, and just know that there's no evil or darkness on this earth that could harm you or your family in any way. My prayers are with you, and you will always be surrounded by people who love you. They look out for you, and your business will be well. Your children and wife will be well, and you will always be provided for with things that are meant for you. And those things that are not meant for you, they will find their exit out of your life and set them free in a handsome manner. Just put them on a bridge, let it float away, and just know that better things are always meant to come for you. And wherever you're meant to be, the things that you're meant to do, and the people that you're meant to see. And if we woke up today, we're still alive, then God still has a purpose for us. And with that said, we keep smiling.
Thank you, brother. That was beautiful, man.
My pleasure, brother. An honor to speak with you.
Likewise, brother. I'll be listening in. So I'm just sitting here relaxing.
Yes, thank you. And Peter, before I bring you on, thank you for your patience. Before Pac-1 leaves us, Salman, what observations do you have about all of the magic that was so pervasive in the environment he grew up in? The abuse of magic.
Yes, so Pac-1 is a soul of light. So the agents of chaos and darkness have targeted him since his youth, and even probably beyond that. But as the forces of darkness realized that the powers of the heavenly individuals and their companions is too much for them to handle. So no matter how many times they targeted Pac-1 since his youth and tried to destroy him, somehow, some way, he's still here. He gets his things done. He's making an honest living. He has a great wife, great family. He has his home. everything that a man can wish for, God has given to him, no matter how many times the enemy tried to sabotage him through his ex-wife or some of the other endeavors that he was involved in, or the aspect of other life situations that happened. So it's like what I always say, Brother Douglas. We always have to keep the faith and know that those who are on that path of darkness, they know what their fate is, and they're just trying to see how much they can get away with before God basically rolls up the scroll on them. So that's what I always say, that we just must keep the faith. We must keep our prayers, our shield of protections upon us, and know that whatever's meant for us will happen, and we just have to strive to be our best. And look, Pat Kwan is still here with us after everything, still surviving, smiling, having a great time with his family, celebrating his birthday of his children. So God is good all the time, my brother.
Thank you. And Pat Kwan?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. And that's all. That's for me. It's always been you can either dwell and when people say, oh, you're living in the past, it's legit. Like just holding on to that energy, or even the bad thoughts or the bad fights, or being miserable, or self-loathing, just being depressed, or sad about something that's already happened. I mean, I've always taken things as lessons, and try to just let them go, just let it go, because for me to accomplish what I need to accomplish tomorrow, I can't be sitting here thinking about everything that happened yesterday, because everything yesterday is just it's such a negative feeling and thought. Like I have to be, I can be wiser, the next time. Like I said, now I'm taking precautions, extra precautions. That's my growth. Now I don't have to worry about it. Now I don't have to be upset. Now if I pick something up or something happens or something's short, I know, and I have multiple aspects of proof, so, and that's just small scale. Big scale, I'm still gonna do my job. I'm gonna go show up for any event I have, because that's growth. It's growth. It's not letting everything that happened, or my ex-wife, the things she did, stop me, or quit doing what I'm doing because I'm scared that she's gonna keep harassing me or whatever. Because at the end of the day, I don't have to give her no attention. I just keep doing what I'm doing. That's how I keep going forward, and that's why certain people don't prosper in life.
Yes, definitely. And that's the aspect of the love that I have for Brother Douglas and all brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich, and to assure that as long as we don't pay attention to those things, such as the dark forces and the gang stalkers, they're just parasites that if you don't feed them, they'll starve to death and go away. So I'm with you on that, my brother.
Thank you, both of you gentlemen. Bless you both. And with that, of course, I'll turn towards Peter. Of course, I've just now received on Facebook a notification that Danny Chabayos has poked you. I mean, that alone sounds so obscene. Honestly, it feels like I'm on public transport and somebody just, just prodded into me with an erect penis when somebody does that. Why do they use that term even? Poked you. I mean, this is like, where does Facebook come from where they pick up these pseudo-sexual terms and they show this stupid little finger and it's like, oh, this guy just poked you, and and it's so meaningless. Like, what does that do? It means that they're hoping that you respond in some way or another, just like the guy who pokes you with his erect penis on the bus expects you to respond in some way or another. I mean, this is
so Douglas, 2002 short just with that 2008, I used to be a club promoter. And when we used to go on, and it was like MySpace and Facebook had just started getting big, so we all went over to there, and they had the poke button, and that's what we would go find girls and poke them, to try to get their attention and invite them out. And no, definitely not. You don't poke another man. That's been the rules as long as I know.
Oh, thank you. It happens to me all the time, and it's funny that you say that. I mean, how do women respond to that in your experience?
They don't.
Thank you. Yeah, that's about the size of it. You wonder why Facebook does that. I mean, really. But thank you for sharing that. And with that, we bring on Peter Moon. By the way, today I sent him a link and he's welcome to go into that or any other subject. And this was about, science is catching up with more alternative medicines, or science is co-opting, perhaps appropriating alternative meds, and they are now administering anal oxygen to save lives. Nothing like getting oxygen pumped up your ass to make your day. But nevertheless, Peter Moon can tell us a little bit about the efficaciousness of that and why this is really bizarre that suddenly the medical industrial complex is coming up with this. But there's a lot of bizarre things that have been going on. And I'll ask Peter Moon to give us whatever insight or thoughts he may have on the fact that I'll tell you something. One of the things that the CDC is really struggling for, so all of you just who may not have just followed this because it's just so repulsive and it's just been going on for too long and you don't really care to look at it anymore. But obviously CDC was with us throughout this pandemic, and they really fucked up. They fucked up by the numbers in so many ways. They've given conflicting advice. They've backpedaled. They've done so much to discredit themselves. Their biggest struggle right now is trying to regain the public trust. But bizarrely, the individual who should have theoretically been involved with all of this, especially since there are enough indications, if not every indication, that the coronavirus was weaponized and just basically got loose from a lab. Not that it was weaponized and deployed, because obviously it hasn't been deployed too effectively, but it's been rather just unleashed accidentally and has done enough damage in that regard. The person who theoretically should have been involved at all times was the Surgeon General, and the Surgeon General throughout the pandemic was nowhere to be fucking seen. And at this late stage in the game, one really wonders, we still have the office of the Surgeon General. There is a person in the position. They have barely ever shown their face, and they've never been mobilized to speak on this as a public defense issue. And this is something we used to see the Surgeon General in the past for a much more moderate phenomenon. We had a black African-American female Surgeon General at one point who made an utter ass of herself by saying that children should be taught to masturbate, especially girls, because none of them really know how to do it or something naturally. It was just absolutely bizarre. You can look that up. But all of that being said, I remember the most positive Surgeon General that was very proactive was a man with a beard whose name I don't forget. I'd have to look him up. There haven't been that many. So
Everett Koop.
Thank you. So, bless you. How did you even remember that?
I remember L. Ron Hubbard made a big deal out of it, saying about him smoking. He said, the Surgeon General told me to quit, so I did. Okay. He was making a joke. Okay. And so he became that's where I first heard of the Surgeon General. Hubbard did quit smoking at some point. Didn't do him any good, in my opinion. How come? Although he had different ideas about it. Right. But in any case, that's how I remember Everett Koop. And he looked like a Amish, some Amish guy with a beard, you know?
Yeah.
But to get back, yes, we live in a time when various government personnel, and you can put them all in the same, parenthesis, they've lost so much credibility. But you see, credibility doesn't matter. It's it's all about narrative. It's not about honesty. It's not about believability. It's about being able to maintain a narrative and reinforce it with a certain degree of political acceptance. It's not about rationality at all. And we've had so much false information propagated with regards to this whole subject that involves the pandemic. I'm not even going to go into details. But my friend who's been on the front lines, one of the things he said early on was how disgustingly politicized it was. and he was working with, the patients on the front line. He contracted the disease himself, which I won't even call COVID-19, but I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it is. I mean, it's like there are so many angles. Now, one of the most bizarre things I've heard, and I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's untrue, because to hell, I don't know. But I was given a video or something to watch, which I only looked at the article. I did not study it for blood, but it was saying that if people who are vaccinated, if you're around people who are vaccinated proximally, you can, quote unquote, catch the vaccination. What's inside the vaccination will transfer to you. Now, so in other words, the people who are not vaccinated might want to shield themselves from the people who are vaccinated. Now, I'm not saying anything about anything here other than this whole subject has become so wacky and so complex that if you want to take one piece of it and study it for blood, you've got to have your own laboratory, and you've got to be qualified to run the laboratory. And then you're going to end up proving to yourself what you've already read and either believe or disbelieve. And most people are going to try and reinforce what they believe anyway. Yeah. So we live in a time when the government has no credibility, and it thrives on it. It doesn't matter if it has credibility. It's obviously somehow life is emerging through all of this. The pandemic, I had announced in February at a birthday party for my wife that COVID was now over. And my friend who was there, now he recognized that last time I saw him. Now, it didn't mean it was all over, but it means it's the climax of the point has been reached, and it's winding down. And you can see it winding down. Now, it's very interesting that in baseball stadiums, they don't have a full audience participation, or they're not allowed that. But in the NBA, they announced that they had sold out Madison Square Garden because the New York Knicks are in the playoffs for the first time in years, and they have a decent team. The New York Nets are having a hard time selling out because they're price gouging, right. But they can sell out all the seats in the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. So in other words, basketball is now the playoffs, so they can fill up their arenas, and they are filling up their arenas. This is it doesn't matter if they're in California. I don't know, maybe California is an exception, but it doesn't matter, the states. It's like all of a sudden COVID's over for some. You can go to the gym in New York and not wear a mask if you've had a vaccination. But they don't check to see if you've had a vaccination. It's a really incongruent, inconsistent world we're living. And you have these incredible narratives that can be fostered upon you from the media, from the politics. It's just like, who cares anymore? This is why I don't get into politics. And to get to Douglas's comment about the ozone, and this is a whole key, because the ozone will blow the hell out of virtually any disease if it's properly administered. And Douglas had sent me an article, which I think had a subscriber wall to it that I don't want to subscribe to, but I'm not in. This is called insufflation, whereby you put and there's a couple ways to do it. Like we used to get in a bag, like a plastic bag that was tailor-made and taped, and you'd have ozone down there going into you'd want to be sweaty, and it would come in through the skin. It would also come in through the anus. You can also put I don't know what you call it, a thing up there that's putting ozone direct into your anus. You don't have to stick it in very far. It's not that uncomfortable because it will absorb in through the colon. The colon is very important because the colon is what which so much, it's how your body gets hydrated, is through the colon. So if it's getting oxygenated, it's going to go into the systems of the body. Now, this was the best way in the early 1990s to be done without being in a clinic. You could put ozone up your rear. It's very good. But I was told at that time the most effective way, there were two ways they were doing it in Europe at the time, was to take people's blood out and they were doing this in Switzerland, putting ozone into the blood, and it would sometimes, I don't know if it was being frozen or not, I don't remember, but then it would be put out and then put back into them. And then in Germany, they were putting it directly into the vascular system. Now, I actually had this done later from my friend, Dr. Bill Akmanar. He's got an office in Queens, and he also works in Manhattan. And then he would also mix it with the blood. He's even got a process he calls the three wise men, where he'll take your blood out, mix it with the ozone, mix it with the golden seal, frankincense, and myrrh. Not the golden seal, excuse me, gold. Colloidal gold, not golden seal. Colloidal gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Frankincense is very healing, and he called it the three wise men because those are the three gifts in the Bible. And then he would run your blood through ultraviolet light, and it would go back into your body.
That's incredible.
He gave it to me on Christmas Eve.
That's right. This was a gift. And who
arranged
for this gift? Who arranged for this gift?
Well, inadvertently, his secretary, because she screwed up, he came in and he was pissed because he felt she was blowing people off for Christmas Eve. And I came in for Christmas Eve because it was my day. And he gave it to me for a song. Wow. He gave it to me for a song. He says, "This is my Christmas gift to you." I still paid for it, but it was much less than the normal price. And it was great, and he offered me at one point to run his clinic for him. Wow. But I just can't do it. I've got to do my writing, and maybe I should have. I felt like, but anyway. And if you're running his clinic, you're basically going to be bartering with him to a large extent. Right. And you're going to be getting this stuff every day, boom, 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 like as some of his coworkers do. Right. And that's great. But as he said, I was his only healthy patient.
Oh, good God.
And I was going there for toenail fungus, and it didn't really work because the toenail, it's so systemic that I did get rid of the toenail fungus, but then that was a whole trip. But that was something I'd had since I was in my 20s. And that was through actually taking the doctor's pill. And then that created a whole problem with the gut, which I've now been addressing for, over a year with different things. And so, but his work is fantastic. And I got a lot more up to date on it because when I was learning the insufflation, it was from a guy called Dr. O in my book Montauk Revisited, and Dr. O was working with a man named Peter Rothschild in Puerto Rico, and they were taking a lot of AIDS. The AIDS crisis was still happening then in the early 90s, and he said the basic problem with the AIDS patients is they go and they get cleared of their AIDS, it would go away, and then they'd come back and they'd start going right at that old, famous anus, the famous anus, yeah. And they just, it's like they couldn't stop. It was more important that they have their anal sex, which is very effective, opposed to heterosexual sex. Not that that can't be, but they just like they're killing themselves. Yeah. And they couldn't stop. So that was it was not hard and he said AIDS was easy to clear compared to cancer. Cancer was much more difficult. Now, I'll talk a little bit more about this, but then the clinic, Peter Rothschild got run out of Puerto Rico. He moved to Monterrey, Mexico. Mm-hmm. And then one of his patients, overzealous, wealthy person, put an ad in the New York Post saying that this stuff could clear AIDS. And boy, you want to get the attention of the media, of all the bad guys in the media? They not only condemned him. Now, sure, the Post took the ad, they took the money. Yeah. They needed the money.
I'm surprised the Americans didn't put a price on his head at that.
Well, in a sense, it wasn't really the guy who put the ad in. He did him a favor. Because down there they had something to attack. And they went down to Monterey. This was the federal agents. I don't know which agency, probably the FDA. They just went down into Monterey and closed this clinic down.
In a foreign country. How did they do that? They must have bribed the Mexican government.
Oh, hell. They just go down there and, this is before the cartels were as big as they are. Yeah. They probably would have to ask permission from the cartels now. Yeah. But they just went down and shut it down. They don't fucking care. This is not the first time the United States has invaded Mexico. That's a whole history. Douglas could probably tell you better than I could under President Zachary Taylor. And others, the United States invaded Mexico. Yeah. And it was, and of course, what did they get from it? They got, New Mexico, I think Arizona, California, and Colorado, and a bunch of other states. So this is why America is called imperialist.
Yes.
But Yankee, go home.
Yeah.
But in any case, the clinic was shut down. I don't know whatever happened to Peter Rothschild, but my friend, Dr. O, who I believe in my heart of hearts was a KGB agent. And I because it took me a while to figure out that he spoke fluent Russian. He spoke fluent American. Mm-hmm. And I think it kind of came up when he used to be one of these. He told me he used to be one of these dancers. These Russian dancers that would kind of, they're doing these kicks, they're squat kicks. It's not an easy thing to do.
Uh-huh. Like Cossack dancing for those.
Yeah, Cossack dancing. Yeah, he did this stuff, and when you put the whole profile of this guy together, he profiled as a KGB agent, and he was hanging around. Psychotronics in the early days. Who hangs around Psychotronics? How the hell did he even get on the, on the mailing list? But he was there, and I actually was good friends with him. He gave me ozone treatments. I came to his house, and he liked me because I was ahead of the curve. I wasn't, he thought that my wife and I were very intelligent because we weren't regular people. Right. And then I also got involved with him, and there was a bunch of stuff going on with him and Preston. He liked the fact that I could access Preston. He was always trying to get secrets out of Preston. And he liked the fact that I could talk to Preston. And of course, I had a business relationship with Preston. So it was, I just had a very good communication with Preston, and, he liked that. So, but he valued me. And, but he was, kind of shady. Yeah. And he ended up in prison because, he had somebody was just the FDA, some plant was they just begged him to send some sort of information in the mail. They were interested in his machine, and they got him to send something in the mail, and they got him for mail fraud. It was a setup.
Yes.
And he was stupid enough to send it, and they put him in jail, and I think he was in Atlanta, and he was in there for a couple of years, and he got out, and he.
I'm surprised he got out. With the individual who was running the clinic down in Mexico, I'm certain he probably suffered the fate of Dr. Wilhelm Reich. They probably got him in prison where they killed him.
I don't think so. I think Peter Rothschild eventually passed away, okay. But this guy. He was treated well in prison. They called him, Pops or whatever, because he was an older guy. Nobody bothered him. And but I think the lady, the DA who prosecuted him said, you're not following us. You're against us. You better get with it. This sort of like he was being scolded like a principal or something. Wow. This is the type of mentality they have. And he used to call me periodically if he'd want something, or we'd talk. And but he said one thing, I was telling him about the qigong, and he says, "Oh, qigong is great." It really helps. And then he told me about this machine that was being invented. So he says, you don't have to breathe, it'll do the breathing for you. And this, of course, is nuts. You don't want a machine breathing for you. That's what a ventilator does.
Yes.
People are talking about a ventilator. And sure, maybe you could have your breathing augmented by, I saw my grandmother having her breathing augmented on what really was a respirator. It was the most disgusting thing I ever saw. And in other words, her body was being like pumped like a bicycle.
Yes.
So she could breathe. And I said, and he says, oh, you can go in. My father says, you can go and see your grandma. And I go in there and look at her, and she looked like a skeleton with skin on the. I said, what the hell? I mean, you're just a kid and you don't know what the hell's going on. You just don't know.
But your first conclusion is that person is better off dead than where they're at now. That's your first.
To make that conclusion, this is medical science. This is Ben Casey. We'll keep them alive no matter what. And this was just, and I remember when my father got the news, it was a devastating time for our family for other reasons. But he got the news that his mother had died, and he just said. I remember, and this is what a person happens. He blamed the doctor. He blamed the doctor. I mean, this is just ridiculous. The doctor. I mean, the doctor was committing a crime in my eyes by keeping her alive for this long. But
yes.
he could have done something. He could have saved her. It's like what she's dead. You can't. Just like when Preston's mother died, she was a virtual vegetable. She was alive. She was basically in the house. And when she died, his father took it so hard, even though she was basically not living for a long time.
Right.
But it just all the grief came when she actually left.
That's so bizarre.
And this is what happens. I have a friend right now whose husband has been dying for a long time, and she is otherworldly. She speaks from the other side. She knows about the other side. And he's not dying artfully or gracefully. And I mean, it's ironic, and it's like, I'd like to talk to her about it sometime, perhaps after he passes, but, going gracefully is quite an art.
It is.
And one of my favorite stories is not really a story, is Wilt Chamberlain, the fantastic athlete, died in his 50s in his sleep. What a way to go. I mean, you don't know what was happening in his sleep. I mean, people with big bodies are sometimes vulnerable, but man, he was still a prime athlete in his 50s, and he died. And not the worst way to go.
No, it's not. Of course, in his case, maybe there were things that we never got to know about, with all the sex he claimed that he had, that Arthur Ashe was berating him about. Arthur Ashe, by the way, for those who don't know, was the black tennis star, and they built a statue of him, and I think they replaced the statue of Robert E. Lee with Arthur Ashe at some point in one of those locations somewhere in the South where I think Arthur Ashe had his heritage. But he was saying Wilt Chamberlain was making bad, black men look bad by bragging about all the sex he was having. Then Arthur Ashe died of AIDS himself.
Arthur Ashe was quite gay, and but Wilt Chamberlain, I mean, there's many people who would envy Wilt Chamberlain for his antics.
Of course.
That's, and it's like, judgments are for human beings. Human beings are very judgmental, and I wouldn't advocate that lifestyle for people. It's if it's even true. It's like how much Preston Nichols used to say about that. He used to say, well, men like to say this about that. And he says, how many women can you actually, service? I mean, there are some people who've been known to service quite a few women. Your best bet generally is when you're young and what's the word? Very what's the word? I don't know.
Virile.
Virile is the word. Yeah. Some people have quite virility. That's a whole nother subject, but it's, it's like the art of dying is something that everybody should consider. And of course, it's not a very easy thing. People get, I remember talking to Preston. He was going in the hospital, and he wanted me to watch, make sure that nobody snuck in to the hospital while he was there. And I actually stood guard vigil with another guy.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but it didn't do any good because the way, I was out looking at the back, so where the ambulance entered, it was like on the back by the garbage dump of the hospital, and you really couldn't tell. You couldn't do it. So me and this other guy did the best we could, and Preston really appreciated it. Nobody did anything with him, but he really appreciated that we went the extra effort and, saw him in the hospital. But before he went in the hospital, I think he had a plate put in his head, if I recall.
Oh my God.
He had an accident. Which is a whole other story. But I said to him, I said, well, this is in his house. I said, in the event of your demise, where do you want your royalties to go? And he pointed to his father, to him. But the point was, he was very uncomfortable when I said that. I needed to know. I needed to know.
It's just a practical question. It's legitimate.
Yeah, I needed to know, and if I don't ask him now, when am I going to ask him?
Yeah.
There was no time to do a will or anything like that. And I said, okay, it's just, what do you want to do? And he told me, but you could just see the discomfort in him. I could also feel the discomfort in my brother when we went to, I wanted to take Paula to my parents' grave. And my brother didn't want to go at all because he was in the accident with him. And my brother he didn't want to go. I mean, he might have mentioned it, but he didn't say it. But we went, and his son helped us find the grave. We were like going all through the cemetery there. But you could just see that he had so much discomfort from even the idea that my father was dead, or my parents were dead. And this is like he was in the accident with them. This is years later. Mm-hmm. I don't have that trauma sitting with me. I mean, he did suffer plenty of post-traumatic stress disorder in his own mind, and obviously he still has some of that trauma carrying with him. But you could see it. People are not comfortable with death, and it's understandable. It's traumatic. It's the whole riddle of the Sphinx. But to get back to the ozone, the ozone is just is, and this goes back to Otto Warburg, a Jewish doctor who wrote up his work about oxygen in oxygen therapy in medical journals. It's ignored. It's there. You can talk to doctors. They say, yeah, it's right there. He was kept in service by the German government, during the era of the Third Reich because he was effective. They valued him as a doctor. Yeah. He was not expelled from Germany. So and one thing my mother always used to impress me, she said that the Germans have the best doctors in the world. She says they know, they're all advanced in medicine. Yeah. And this was just common knowledge to her. Yeah. It wasn't a big secret. So the ozone therapy is just, you look at the FDA, you look at the CDC and all these, they're all full of shit, to put it quite succinctly. And they're withholding cures. They're very dangerous. And this is no secret. We live in a world of censorship. As David Anderson said, censorship is the most powerful weapon of governments. Restricting information, it goes very deep. But I would also say the Qigong is so powerful that it's like, and here's an example. My wife, I think it was 2 days ago, she said that she had a very bad pain in her knee. It was really bad. There was somebody she was helping that might have empathically affected her, but whatever it was, the knee was really bothering her. She hadn't had anything like it. So I said to her, I said, you need to do circle walking. Now, circle walking, the way it's taught to me, total different than the Chinese teach it. You're not walking in a circle, you're walking in a figure eight. Because when you're walking in a figure eight, you're torquing the knee, the ankle, you're torquing the body back side to side, and you're torquing it in such a way that when you get into a real situation, whether you're playing tennis, basketball, or whatever, the torque is going to be in position to move optimally instead of like a dysfunction. So it makes you 70, 80, 90% safer than if you didn't do the circle walking, because you're not, your knee, this is with your knee and your ankle. So I said, but when you move that knee, you're going to be also making the lymph flow. And when you're doing the circle walking, you're moving your arms, so you're getting the lymph from the armpits, the lymph from the groin, and the lymph from the back of the knee area. The lymph glands are in the knee area. So you're going to get the lymph to wash. It's going to wash. And therefore, when it washes, it's going to circulate through all the fascia. It's going to get the blood is going to flow, and the lymph is going to flow. And when you're basically washing your entire knee with fluid, and lymph detoxes. It's necessary, and the body does not have a pump for the lymph. So when you move this, and I said, you're going to feel better. I said you should do it. We're taught to do this circle walking 15 minutes a day, 45 minutes a day, an hour a day. But I found out that I have to keep it up at least 15, 20 minutes a day, because when I do it, my pelvis goes into normal function rather than waking up with a sore back. So she did it. She says, God, it's much better. She's not new to Qigong, but she doesn't practice it as aggressively as I do. So, oh God, it worked. Yes, it worked. So I'm sitting there. We got this young guy at football today, and he goes out of the game. He's a specimen. He used to play guard in college. He's a specimen. I mean, for the, and he's he likes to play the line. And he said, oh, he went out. Why is he out? Oh, he's got tendonitis or whatever. And I went over to him after the game, and I told him, I showed him the circle walking, and he had such an appreciation. Like he says, wow, I'm going to do this. I said, you're not going to have that tendonitis anymore because the lymph's going to wash it out. And he understood what I was saying, because, and we'll see how it works on him. But I mean, right after doing it with Paul, I even pointed to her. She was there. I said, that did work, didn't it? She says, yeah, it did. So it's like, this stuff is like, really, it works. It's not even magical. It just works because it makes sense. And people, they get knee braces, they do all sorts of things. And it's not that a knee brace can't help you in a certain situation. We had our star player, one of these guys, he is just a great athlete. He got a stress fracture. Now, he's throwing a ball and he's kind of like, he threw him. It was a great pass. The guy caught it. It was a long pass, and he kind of lands on his foot, and he's hurt. He can't get up. So one of our friends who's a doctor looks at it and he says, I think you got a stress fracture. Yeah, it was a stress fracture. What is a stress fracture? It's when your bone gets stressed. It's not like a break when you hit something. It just kind of gets too much pressure, and the bone has a fissure, a crack, a stress fracture. So you take an x-ray and it's going to have a line through it, meaning the bone has been broken. So gets the x-ray, he gets a cast on, which is unusual to put a cast on. This guy, I told him, I said, I said, when you get that ankle, when you get that cast off, I'm going to teach you how to stretch. So it's not probably going to happen to you again. Because if he'd been doing Qigong stretching, this probably would not have happened to him at all. But he goes out there, and we with a chair and a pillow, and his brother carries the chair and the pillow, He puts his knee on the pillow and he throws the ball. He plays quarterback with one leg. Whoa. And he just throws. We make a rule that you can't rush him, and we have no rushing. And he got, last week we won with him, and this week we won with him. It's fantastic. I mean, he just goes out there with one leg and on a chair. It's kind of unorthodox, but we enjoy it. But I'm going to teach him how to stretch so this doesn't happen to him again, because it's not necessary. It doesn't have to happen. And as I say, he's an athlete in his prime. He's like probably 26, and just with a little bit of conditioning, this stuff. I can't tell you how many players we've lost. In the old guys fade away, but even the middle old guys fade away because they'll go out and they get hurt and they're done. They don't want to go back. And it's not very seldom does somebody get taken out in a physical, and that has happened. Somebody gets physically taken out. One of the better players got taken out by some idiot running the wrong pattern and colliding with his shoulder. It took out this great athlete. He's done. He's never going to, he tried to come out and play again, but he's not, his shoulder was, was completely compromised from somebody being an idiot. And as they say, if he was doing a little bit of Qigong, a little bit of meditation, this wouldn't happen, because it doesn't take much to, like praying or something. Even prayer can, put you in a state of mind to where you're less apt to be hurt. So that's my soliloquy on ozone therapy and Qigong and et cetera, et cetera. And if I might add on my talk that I gave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, by all means. By the way, before you go there, just so people understand that this isn't just quackery. I sent him a link from, say, for instance, some kind of alternative therapy website or something. The link sources, and this is why it had a subscribers paywall from The Economist, which is notoriously they're just cheap as hell, and they want everybody to pay for what they put out. But The Economist obviously is one of the mainstays of mass media. It's one of the old pillars of the Fourth Estate. Obviously, it's centered in England, and it's just more London School of Economics oriented. But so they were bringing up what attracted my attention was their picture in the article was of a loach. And of course, for those of you who don't know, when my parents were both alive, I maintained quite a few aquariums for them, some of which were display case level aquariums that could easily have made it into national magazines in terms of raising domestic fish in the home. And so we had a lot of the oxygen infiltration going around for these tank systems. Very different story from what it's like for people. But when it came to the loaches, they're extremely intelligent little fish, and they're what they call scaleless. They have no discernible scales. So they're kind of like naked fish, and they're very worm-like, and but they're wonderful creatures, very intelligent, and they respond to their owners like pets. And so the Japanese, of course, eat quite a few of them, and my father always said that was because the Japanese feel it will make them smart. And so there we have that, and that's what attracted me to the article, was that image, and then I saw what it was about. And certainly these are things that I think will what's going on right now is it's very similar to alcohol during the Prohibition or shortly thereafter, and marijuana. This is something that the government is now appropriating. So this is basically the big guns are moving in to take this alternative therapy and basically nationalize it, or make it accessible through conventional industries that are much more in lockstep with the government. So In terms of what Peter was saying, and he can address this some other day, he doesn't need to address this tonight, but I'd be fascinated at hearing at some point why he feels that L. Ron Hubbard was not helped by his smoking cessation. Why that didn't help him in the end, or so that would be interesting to hear about that. And
I don't know that smoking helps anybody. It like alcohol, it can gate in spirits, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
But he was just a smoker.
Yeah.
And God, I mean, this is something that never appealed to me.
Mm-hmm.
And so many Scientologists smoked. It was like, I don't know. It's just like,
well, everybody did back in the day. I mean,
my mother smoked. I didn't care for it. But the thing is, it's just like, it's like all sorts of people do sorts of things. What I was like, I always made up my own mind about it. Everything, because Scientologists smoke coffee and cigarettes didn't mean that I had to do it. In fact, there was so much beauty in being able to discover yourself as an individual and hold on to your individuality, because that's kind of the whole idea. And that was actually the idea, so much the idea of Scientology. Hey, I'm an individual. I don't have to go with the group. So you're stepping outside of society. And then the group has its own little group dynamics where all people like to do this or do that. And who wants to be like them? Who wants to be like this? It's just like, God, I don't know. I mean, Hubbard he was a very different personality than myself, but that didn't bother me, because do I want people to be like me? No. Do I want all people to be the same way? It's like, it allows you to let people be who they are. And I would certainly he also didn't really highly regard being a human being. Like, it wasn't something he felt was a great accomplishment to be a human being. He rather looked down on the experience and the mindset of general human beings. He thought of being something much more grandiose. And that's really how he felt. So I think that he felt like, having a body and disposing of it was, big deal. How long do I want to live in this crappy world?
Interesting. There's certainly that reflects Jameson Reese to a great extent.
What makes his opinion significant is that he could, accomplish so much in the field of the mind, and he could accomplish so much and influence so many people that he had a big reach. So this makes him an interesting target to study or understand. And of course, people will get all frenetic and excited about either what are contradictions or what they appear to be contradictions. And they don't, there were certain aspects of this man that were valuable and could be learned from. There were other aspects, that people will tear apart. And I could even tear apart if I had if I wanted to spend my energy tearing apart certain aspects of his psyche or character. However, this is like being a troll. Even if you're right, you want to be a troll. There are plenty of people in the conspiracy community that, warrant takedown. But do I want to spend my energy taking them down? Who cares? Why do I want to do that? So that people will see that I've helped them see the truth? Why can't they do that on their own? Why do you want to listen to these people? Yeah. So on and so forth.
Well, and again, before you kind of get into your presentation and how it went, which I think is important, and we want to hear this. After all, your practice run was here on this program. One of the things that I want to bring up, and we can go into this after you speak of that, is there's several aspects of this, but first off, our friend Dennis Marshall, who we won't go into, in terms of his privacy, both Peter Moon and I know him to extent. Peter Moon far, far better than I do. But Dennis Marshall is someone who shows up quite a bit in our world. And he's kind enough to drop into our chat room every once in a while. And I want to thank all the people active in the chat room right now. I'll acknowledge you all more directly when Peter kind of winds down later. And but two of the things Dennis Marshall brought up. First off, Dennis Marshall shared a link with Peter Moon on his Facebook timeline, which I noticed that nobody acknowledged. Nobody clicked anything on it until I did. I just, clicked a heart on it because, he was sharing something that is important. He was making a point. The link itself was not important because it's completely misdirecting. This is what I'll get into for a good part of my own arc of narrative tonight when I go monologue. When I go monologue tonight, I'm going to talk a lot about narrative. And that's what Peter Moon was saying. You see, Peter Moon is locking onto the fact that we are a storytelling species. And we are directed by narrative. Narrative is what gives our lives meaning. Without narrative, many people would lose the will to live. So that may sound like it's overstating it. It's not. People have no idea how much a narrative gives them a sense of identity, of meaning. That for the and Jameson Reese brings up it's essential in Arcanism, of course. Essential everywhere. And Peter Moon was bringing up how politicized everything has gotten, or rather he was, talking about the pandemic and everything dealing with it. But I'll just tell you flat out, everything has gotten politicalized. Everything has become politicized. So I will go into all of that in my monologue tonight. Tonight's monologue will be probably devastating for a lot of people. Jameson introduced sacrifice and why sacrifice is kind of necessary in times. Now, I don't think that what Jameson lacks is any sensitivity to people like who might be listening. So I'll qualify everything he said, but I will point out how sacrifice established so much of society as we understand it, and point out some very, perverse things that I've heard from other people. Some people that make Jameson look completely socialized by comparison. But more on that tonight. But with Dennis Marshall, what he brought up was the Apollo astronaut Edgar Mitchell, who's come out lately saying basically, and I can see why everybody on Peter's timeline ignored this, because everybody's sick of this shit. It's just bullshit at this point. And anyhow, so the guy came...
Edgar is dead. Edgar is dead.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, he is dead. As far as I'm concerned, there's an argument as to whether he was ever really alive in a certain sense.
He was a Scientologist. He was a high-level Scientologist.
Holy shit. I had no idea.
Yes, he was. I read his letters to Hubbard.
Oh, my God.
He was part of the Noetic Institute, which is kind of named after Dianetics. He had his own problems, though. But anyway, what did Dennis say? I think I did see the thing, but, I think I saw a posting there, but I don't recall it.
Yeah, the important thing to dig out of it was basically when, to quote Apollo astronaut Edgar Mitchell. By the way, my operations manager, who was such an enabler for so much of the child violation at the Presidio military base, Andrew Mingeris, he was the man who worked hand in hand with Anton Szandor LaVey in smuggling firearms. He was one of the circuits through which Anton Szandor LaVey was smuggling firearms in and out of Europe into Israel. And he was a member of the Noetics Institute, and that was a big part of his life, was the Noetics Institute. And
that's very interesting, because Edgar Mitchell is not on my most favorite people list, and I can say a little bit about him, but carry on.
Yeah, thank you. He's a piece of shit. But yeah, so what he said was, I do believe there is a lot more. This is Edgar Mitchell talking, being quoted. I do believe there is a lot more known about ET investigation than is available to the public right now. Has been for a long time. And Oprah Winfrey says, and why do you think it's being kept from the public? And Mitchell says, well, that's a long story. It goes back to World War II. Oh yeah, no shit. When all of that happened, and highly classified stuff. There you go. I mean,
Dennis took that from the
Montauk Project experiments in time from the inside cover. Yes.
Right. That's correct, because I put that in there because my wife and I were watching Oprah, and I think it was on at 4:00 or something, and it was during the writing of the Montauk Project. And it was just such a good quote. It was, here was Oprah talking to an astronaut who had credibility and talking about World War II. Now,
and that was before you knew me.
No. But I was not alluding to the Japanese.
Understood at the time.
I was alluding to the prospect or meme that had been very much, I guess what you'd say, fostered or perpetrated by Al Bielek and Preston, is that when the Philadelphia experiment happened, it was a gateway to a lot of interdimensional alien stuff coming in. And that's what it was alluding to. Yeah. That's what
I understand. I understand that is what you were alluding to at the time that you were writing the book. But if we take
perspective, it's like what was the quote? What again was the
what Mitchell said? And if we take Mitchell without the context that Peter Moon was putting him into, Mitchell was saying, well, that's a long story. It goes back to World War II when all of that happened, and highly classified stuff. He could just as easily have been referencing the Japanese victory in World War II when he says, when he says, I do. Yeah, go
more to say about Baker, but how did it first come up in the first place?
It was basically, he said, I do believe that this is Mitchell talking, and it was being quoted by Dennis Marshall in context of our book.
I know, but what did Oprah say, or what did the quote start as? I mean,
the quote starts with the way Dennis Marshall selected it. He selected it where the Apollo astronaut Edgar Mitchell starts off by saying, I do believe there's a lot more about ET investigation than is available to the public right now.
That's where it started. He quoted the whole thing. Dennis quoted the whole thing. Yeah. But yeah, that is. And it's like, I will say this about Edgar Mitchell. Okay, I first learned of Edgar Mitchell, I think, in the office of L. Ron Hubbard, when I saw his letters or heard, because when he got to the moon, I didn't really realize if he was on the moon. I thought he might have confused him with somebody who was in orbit around the moon, but he actually stepped on the moon.
Wow.
And it was probably on the moon, one of the later astronauts. It wasn't one of the, the first ones like Buzz. But he, so, I didn't really latch on to his name until I got into Scientology and recognized him. And then he was, doing his own thing. He had done the what are called the OT levels, or the operating Thetan levels, which can, if they're done properly, they can be quite extroverting to an individual. But when the book Alternative 3, which is a book about a secret space program that reads sort of like they were putting out this secret space program book, basically saying that the U.S. went to Mars in 1962, and that the NASA program was a bunch of, was just a red herring. And it kind of made you think that they were exposing this secret program in a way that would throw discredit on it, because there really was a secret program. But whatever the case with that is, Alternative 3, the main theme that was of interest in the book to me was that it portrayed all the astronauts as heavily programmed.
Yes, and I'm certain that
was the takeaway from it.
Yeah.
So if you were a NASA astronaut, you didn't have your own mind, and certainly if many of them backed up this behavior pattern.
Yeah.
There were some. I think Gordon Cooper was a little outside of the box in that regards, outside of that box, but Edgar Mitchell. So it's like, what happened with these astronauts? Anyway, I had a friend. She's still around. I did an interview with her a few years ago. I think she calls herself Maya Shemayim. She's had some different names. Christina Star Eagle Hayes. I wrote about her in my book, Encounter in the Pleiades. She was a naturally gifted clairvoyant. She had special abilities. They were recognized as a young woman. She was working with Edgar Mitchell. And she told me anytime she would bring up the subject of UFOs, he would go nuts. He'd just go, he just would behave completely irrationally. So I don't think he was trying to hide the Japanese there, hide the truth about the Japanese or going nuts. Something was going on with his mind. He was kind of screwed up.
They all were. I mean, but do go on. That they were all fucked. All of the astronauts. It was literally, I can't remember which one it was, but I remember one of the astronauts was being interviewed, and they were asking him about what was it like when you were on the moon itself, on the surface of the moon, and he said, "Oh, all I can remember is shiny black shoes." Shiny black shoes, clearly a hypnotic suggestion, kind of term that's just filled in his mind so that he basically remembers nothing.
I saw a copy of Catcher in the Rye when I was on the moon there.
Yeah, it's something like that. It's like literally these men were, the first of them all, it was Buzz Aldrin, I believe, was the first to walk on the moon. And when
No,
it was the other one. I'm sorry.
Neil Armstrong.
Armstrong. Thank you. Neil Armstrong. I'm sorry. It was Neil Armstrong. And he was the engineer who went into Arizona and became an engineering teacher. And he would never speak to anyone about being on the moon. He conducted no interviews. He, for all intents and purposes, was a non-entity, maintained himself as such. The only bizarre thing he did was when Eric von Däniken came out and claimed that there were, computers that were on a plateau in the Amazon rainforest in this essentially inaccessible area that would prove his ancient astronauts theory. Then that guy Armstrong led an expedition into the Amazon onto that plateau, specifically simply to disprove his bullshit. The fact that he would do that and then come back and this was never publicized. It was never even it was anything that anybody knew about, because obviously that idiot, Eric von Däniken, went on to, a lavish career and lived off his charlatanry. So
best-selling book, I think, best-selling book in the history of the world
at the time. At least at the time. I mean, vying up there with Dianetics, of course, and all the rest.
No, Dianetics doesn't come close to that. Okay. The Bible is up there.
Yeah.
The Bible is usually called number one, but Divine Dynaken's was like the number one secular seller, if not the bestseller. So
right.
Yeah, he made quite a fortune.
Yeah. And by the way, the other thing that Dennis Marshall says here is, and Jameson Reese is bringing up Behold a Pale Horse. That was always after the Bible. It was the way I brought it up was I knew, because I worked in the book industry peripherally, through ways I've described before, which is like basically, I got the stupid bookseller's license. I was talked into it by this idiot lieutenant colonel at the time. He became a full bird colonel later. Robin D. McCall was his name. And the son of a bitch talked me into getting it. It was one of the, stupid mistakes I made in life, and was just bothered by the state for years after that, asking for money for this stupid bookseller's license, which I never gave him a penny. And, of course, they put a fine. They put what do they call it? A lien? They put a lien on all of my property. That was the funniest thing in the world. When they came to collect, I just laughed. They had nothing to collect. No car, no home. There was nothing. I said, "You want the flickering television set?" And they told me to go fuck myself. But at any rate, that's all it got me, was a lien on all my property. But this bookseller's license, basically because there was a lot of disabled veterans who were unable to move from their home, and I was familiar with the community. It was a way to bring books to their home, and basically they would pay me for the service, and this way I got the books on the cheap from book dealers. And of course, then book dealers all assume that you're just exploiting this so you can get books on the cheap for your personal collection, which of course I was doing too. But then after a while, they refuse to sell to you. And then, so the whole thing becomes useless, because they all say, well, you're abusing it, which, by the way, all booksellers in San Francisco, the overwhelming majority of them were literally just psychotic, delusional freaks who had no life other than the fact that they were book hoarders, and they would put their personal book collections on display, most of the time never even intending to sell anything. People would walk into a store, "How much is this?" And they'd automatically just say, "Oh, $600. And so people would say, "Well, I can't buy that." And, "Well, that's my price." And then, so it's just a private book collection on display, just so everybody could see how many books I have.
They say in a British accent, they say, "We don't want you to buy it."
Yeah. It's along those lines. It's along those lines. And, if you think I'm exaggerating, don't even go there. Others were so insane, they would literally at times come in their stores totally drunk and just urinate all over the books. I mean, I could go on and on, but just the whole bookseller's environment, which is now devastated and empty in San Francisco. A few sane people left, like a madam who's got the same last name as Just Roge of the Roge Report, which has been talking about UAPs. There's this woman who very likely is a distant relation of hers, who's down here on Russian Hill, and she's relatively sane. But that's very much obviously the book industry is no longer what it was in San Francisco. She's like one of the, if not the only remaining private bookseller in San Francisco, one of literally two. But anyhow, so Dennis Marshall says 60 Minutes ran a segment on quote unquote UAPs on Sunday, May 16th, concurrent with Peter Moon's announcement of the Dietrich book. One of the military pilots interviewed on the program went by the name of Dietrich. The most interesting aspect of the show was the introduction of this new term of narrative for UFOs. They are now referred to as UAPs, Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon. Now, so basically I've been told by people that the majority of the military pilots that are being interviewed these days, and they're not the same individual on many of these programs about UAPs, are going by the name of Dietrich. This has been told to me by several sources, that they've seen literally at least half a dozen different individuals going by the name of Dietrich, saying that they're military personnel who are dealing with UAPs and that the aliens are here. Now, basically, all of this is, of course, Jameson saying I should sue. They memed your name. How would you sue these people when it's all government? You'd be suing what? You'd be suing basically the government, the United States military, really. So what's interesting is, of course, now they're claiming that, well, what about, since the federal government has come out and declared that the aliens are real? I mean, by the way, for all the people who have been asking for disclosure, this is it. It's all bullshit and it's all lies, but it's the disclosure you've been asking for. the government saying, yes, the aliens are real. This is the official stance now. This is what your military is saying. So what they're saying now is that reverse engineering this alien technology will take hundreds of years. Basically, they're saying that obviously it's gravitational manipulation. They're now calling it, oh, guess what? You'd love this, Peter. You know, think back to the Lensman. They're calling it gravitational lensing. This is what they're calling it. And so what they're saying is if we do a massive mobilization similar to the Kennedy mobilization of education and recruitment of engineers out of Canada, which is basically all that Kennedy really did was, of course, you couldn't educate people in time. They have to grow up before they become engineers to make his space program feasible or manifest it within the time he was asking for. So what the Americans did was they simply recruited all the engineers out of Canada, for those of you who don't know. And that totally devastated the Canadian aerospace industry, which was actually, outside of the Third Reich's, the most advanced in the fucking world, just in case you didn't know. At any rate, so the gravitational lensing, they're saying, with massive mobilization on that scale, would take about 8 years. A crash program could get to a launch in 4 years, and the flight time would be 10 to 20 years. But they're saying getting to the gravitational lens in 8.5 to 15 years is the next big thing. And so, interestingly enough, there's been discussion of reverse engineering done by the Soviets and the Chinese. Now, interesting how none of this ever leads to either the Soviets or the Chinese one-upping the Americans by saying, aliens are real. I mean, you can imagine either one of those governments could easily have taken that stance and one-upped the Americans in a devastating propaganda coup. The reason no one's doing this, of course, is because it's all just German. It's all just German technology from Unterland that these fuckers are reverse engineering, and they all know it's German, and they all are in a concerted, mobilized war against the Thousand Year Reich-In-Exile. So they're never going to tell you that it's alien, because the reality is when they recruit people to work with this shit, they're going to have to tell them the truth. Well, this is really German, because it's not at all what anybody is expecting based on propaganda. And all of this, of course, is what brings in all of these references throughout this phenomenon to, of course, Cthulhu and the various kind of chaos gods that people keep tracking this to. And this has to do with, of course, the cult being essentially endemic throughout the military-industrial complexes of the Allied superpowers. This is where it ultimately comes down to. So hopefully this puts some perspective into this phenomena for people as to the narrative, which, of course, Peter Moon is pointing out that this is the real power. The real power is whoever cops the fucking narrative. So in terms of just some of this discussion on reverse engineering, basically the question that was being put forth by various technical papers that I've been sourcing, they were basically saying, and if anybody is going to ask me for my sources, I will, I'll bring them up later. The point is that I still have access to getting things I'm not supposed to get. But what they're trying to promote these days in the Pentagon is that, well, communist China had its first nuclear test in 1964. However, a nuclear fission weapon involves purifying uranium isotopes and getting critical mass. The U.S. had nuclear weapons in 1945, the first Soviet test was 1949, and the Soviet Union helped with some initial research, design, and production preparations for the Chinese. Their question here being, how fast can we reverse highly advanced technology and communist China being the preeminent example of an isolated and uninformed country reverse engineering modern technology that theoretically it couldn't possibly understand. The important point within that point being that the Soviet Union completely withdrew its support at the last minute, and China had to rely on itself to complete the bomb. And the Soviet Union was also engaged in the test ban negotiations with the United States in 1959 as imposed by the victorious Japanese, whom the Soviets were still at war with. But because the Americans were cutting off their above-ground nuclear testing, then the Soviets were relaxing their tensions with America because of the threat from communist China, which was nuke-proof. For those of you who don't know, the one thing that made the communist Chinese military a modern military in the nuclear age was the fact that they were the only nation on Earth that could field a military that could absorb nuclear strikes. You could kill millions, and they could still keep on coming. So they worked with the Americans, the Soviets, starting in 1959 to directly prohibit delivery of any prototypes to China, and their broader disagreements escalated this kind of hostility and isolation. And so when the Soviets withdrew the delivery of their prototype bomb, and there are over 1,400 Russian advisors and technicians involved in all 200 scientific projects throughout communist China at the time that had been meant to foster cooperation between the two communist monoliths, then you had, of course, Chinese spying perhaps to uncover some secrets, because it was a high priority effort to copy critical weapons technology. Yet 20 years with a lot of help, constant spying for information, a common base of science and technology, China still did not have a strategic bomber until 2007, which was the year my father died, the man who raised and guided me. China had assistance with bomber technology from the Soviets and Russians, and it had stolen aviation technology and information from the USA for decades. And it also acquired airplane technology from European suppliers. But the United States had a strategic bomber in 1942. China didn't emerge from isolation until 1978. So bear in mind, based on the technical papers I'm sourcing, and these are current, these were just smuggled out for me, which is why I'm going to be very leery about naming any sources. But bear in mind, it took the Soviets 7 fucking years to reverse engineer the US B-29 fucking bomber, which was vacuum tube technology level. So copying the wide-body commercial jets was even far more difficult, because that requires metallurgy advances, complex engines, and there's electronics that simply weren't on the B-29 to any comparable extent. So China, even though it's economically a powerhouse, it's never been able to make competitive jet engines. And it can't make a competitive wide-body jet. And chip technology is difficult to copy. I'll probably get into that if there's time in Arc of Narrative tonight. Your chip powerhouse in the fucking world is my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. So, without going into all the details of that, I can go into that later in Arc of Narrative, but so when you're looking at something that flies around with capabilities beyond yours, obviously that something is clearly possible, but it becomes much more difficult when there's no visible moving parts and the method and mode of operation are unknown. It took China until 1988 to enter the satellite launching business with a capable rocket, and their first rocket didn't even get, their first reliable rocket didn't even launch and do what it was supposed to do without crashing back and killing millions of people, as many of their rockets really fucking did, They stopped finally killing millions of their own citizens after 1996 with the rockets coming back to the ground in the wrong place. Now, of course, the United States had a government contract at launch program starting the year my sister was born, 1963, to launch commercial satellites. So communist China has been about a quarter of a century to half 100 years behind developments in the American space program. And that's how far all the world's been behind the Germans since World War II, who relocated their civilization to Unterland. So now that we've released our book, the Pentagon responded with a tsunami. This isn't even a flood. This is a propaganda tsunami of videos of unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAPs, WAPs, complete with this new acronym to jack the narrative, themselves saying the aliens are here and they're leveraging gravity control. So the Allies have been trying to get good theories of gravity for generations. There's no theories available to the Allies that would suggest we could reach capabilities to manipulate gravity anywhere near the practical effect that the Germans attained by the end of World War II, as Americans understand World War II. So all of this brings, everybody asking, oh, why is the credible alien evidence coming out now? And, all of this is coming out now for obvious fucking reasons. But one thing I can tell you was that in the year 2007, the year the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, died. It was in that year that Harry Reid, his surname spelled R-E-I-D, he was basically someone who was a Senate Majority Leader from the year 2006 to 2016. And he'd always been interested in UFOs. And him and two other former senators and top members of a defense spending subcommittee, the people who give the military their money, Ted Stevens, who was an Alaska Republican, and Daniel K. Inouye, a Japanese American who was a Hawaii Democrat, supported that program. And Stevens died in 2010 and Inouye back in 2012. But while he was still Senate Majority Leader in 2007, with this aid, Harry Reid initiated the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, the AATIP, the ATIP, which you've probably never fucking heard of. But it was initiated to study unidentified flying objects. Of course, the person who was behind that in terms of funding, the lobbying, was the Nevada billionaire and the governmental contractor, Robert Bigelow, who Peter Moon could give you some information about. And with the support of those late senators, Ted Stevens, the Republican from Alaska, and Daniel Inouye, the Democrat from Hawaii, with this bipartisan program, that began in the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, in 2007, the year my dad was essentially killed, put to death by the VA and UCSF and all the malpractice and everything combined. It was budgeted at 22 million United States dollars, and it had about 5 years of operation. And that was when Nevada Senator Harry Reid claimed the defense contractor Lockheed Martin had fragments of a crashed UFO in its possession. This, of course, was just German technology. They were probably contracted to reverse engineer. In terms of what we've got coming out now, in terms of the claims about this technology and where it's going, all of this is obviously a psyop. And they're going to claim it's not a psyop. They're going to say that could be discounted because of the time and effort taken by Harry Reid and Ted Stevens and these other senators to get information uncovered, as if they weren't part of the psyop as organized by Bigelow, who was contracted by the fucking Department of Defense to do just this. So all of this is basically where we're at now. Hopefully that puts it in some context. Peter Moon will take it from here, and then he'll lead into his presentation. I'll go mute, and we'll listen respectfully to what he has to say about all of this. So thank you, Peter, for your patience to this point. Holy shit, is he there?
Excuse me, I was on mute.
Oh, no.
Yeah, certainly. Dennis has brought up some good points, and you have elucidated them pretty succinctly. I don't know that much about Bigelow. He's not somebody I really paid much attention to, other than to say that he is a huge government contractor and an advocate for quote unquote investigating extraterrestrial phenomena. You know, he's like the big man on campus that most any serious investigator would conclude easily that he's one of them.
Thank you. By the way, forgive me. Wasn't he behind the Skinwalker Ranch, or was that someone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a whole nother. I mean, it's just like.
So you did know about Skinwalker Ranch, though. I mean, you had some personal.
Yeah, I talked about Skinwalker Ranch in reference to True Ott and this property that he had acquired. That was south. I think it was south of Skinwalker Ranch. And it was a huge, there was this whole show on it about the Blind Frog Ranch. And we've talked about quite a bit about that. I haven't gotten an update on what's going with this.
Understood, but it very much brought you personally into Bigelow's world. So
peripheral. It was peripheral because it was more of somebody else that he was involved with. Bigelow was peripherally involved, not directly involved, to the best of my knowledge with that. He could have been more, he could have been pulling strings. But what you have is, you have all these, like, I mean, and this is one thing why, the Tongs are interesting, because the Chinese Tongs are like, they're much more honest about what they do than, say, the American people, who the Americans are like out there front. These guys are fronting for them. They act like they're highly credible. You don't have, the only thing you have that fronts for the Tongs are the Chinese benevolent associations that you see in Chinatown. It's a building. Nobody's making a big deal about all the good work the Chinese benevolent associations do in Chinatown. They don't make a big deal. They don't sit there and, pound their fists on their chests and get a lot of press. They don't want a lot of press. In America, they praise these people. They make heroes out of them.
Yeah.
And people suck it up.
Yeah.
So, it's like, why are we discussing these people? They will just ultimately drain your energy. They have no, it's much better to study Hollywood than these people. No, not them. It's like, and Hollywood will get behind them. It's just, and that, it's just, what do you call false? What is it? It says false prophets, false gods. Well, these people don't purport themselves to be false prophets or gods for the most part, but in effect, they're promoted like they were.
They are.
Yeah. That people should listen to these people. It's just complete madness. And what more? But back to the theme of the ETs and this sort of like being positioned to, these people named Dietrich coming out of the woodwork to say this about that. It's they have a tremendous control of the narrative, and they're pushing this thing, and they're pushing it to the point where it's just a narrative. It's like a fairy tale. It's like, what else have they done in the past? It's just like, they just say whatever they want to say, and they used to do this a lot with the Kennedy assassination. They just lie. Yeah. And as Goebbels says, just keep repeating the lie long enough, and really, the average person, what does the person want to have any interchange with this knowledge anyway? What is it going to do? Oh, they're reverse engineering the aliens. I don't know. It's just, I've never had much of a tolerance for this. And I even, I was getting some dialogues from a lady who was very interested in my work, and and then I find out that she's listening to, she sounded pretty coherent. She's talking about Buddhism, and then she shoves Dr. Greer into the mix. I sent her an article I wrote on Dr. Greer, who I sometimes will refer to as the Rear Admiral, Dr. Stephen Greer. And of course, he's referred to as the Rear Admiral because, and anyway.
For reasons of initiation.
Well, because he likes it. He's gotten quite a reputation as someone who prefers it in the rear, and we're not talking about ozone.
Right.
Although he is a doctor. And I wrote an article in summer of 13 in the Montauk Pulse, and it says Dr. Greer validates Montauk legend. And I actually I give him far more credit than he deserves. I don't want to sound like I'm knocking him in the article, and I went overboard against knocking him, although I do put some perspective on it. I said, this is me talking in 2013. I have paid almost no attention to Dr. Greer as the UFO, and I'm not reading the whole article here, but snippets from it. I have paid almost no attention to Dr. Greer as the UFO enigma has never captured too much of my attention. Most of it is psychological engineering, and there are more productive ways to spend my time than studying UFO. As can be expected, Greer has suffered a lot of criticism and abuse for his work in this area. He has also received a lot of acclaim and has enjoyed a considerable amount of funds with which to investigate. On April 22nd, a film entitled Sirius, which is based upon Greer's work, premiered in Los Angeles. While Sirius has thus far seemed to have made virtually no significant impact on affecting a disclosure by the government, it has caused a lot of tongues to wag in the UFO and conspiracy community. What has arisen out of the wake of this controversy, which is medium warm at best, is the release of a document entitled Dead Man's Trigger, which is referred to by Greer in the opening scenes of the film. The Dead Man's Trigger is a 33-page document that was to be released to the public in a worst-case scenario and as a countermeasure to threats against Greer. This worst-case scenario included Greer's possible death or threats of such that resulted in him being stalked. Now, I refer to this document because it contains a specific reference to the Montauk Project. And so if I have somebody like Stephen Greer, who I consider to be one of the gang, talking about the Montauk Project, this is like a big deal because he's validating it. Let me see here. So basically, in the Dead Man's Trigger, which is Greer's like, he's dead man. If I die, you got to release this thing. This 33-page document was sent to me by Hillary Raimo, now resting in peace. She passed away. She was a radio host, amongst many other things. She was an artist. She was a friend. She had, in November, she says, I want to get out of Cuomo's New York. She passed away of a pulmonary embolism. And this is a breathing thing. Yeah. I had actually gifted her a seminar with my teacher, Qigong teacher, which was one of the greatest gifts I could give her. She wanted an expensive wand created by some Russian that was kind of a scam artist. Right. I was giving her a present for her birthday. And I offered her, I said, look, I'm not going to get you the wand, but I'll give you this. You know, she come down to Brooklyn. She was very interested in my Qigong teacher when she heard about him. I gifted her this. She didn't do it.
Sad.
Had she done it and learned, she wouldn't have suffered a pulmonary embolism, I would safely bet. But anyway, that's Hillary, and she's on the other side now. But she had sent me this dead man's trigger. She followed these people. She was the one that was in touch with Philip Corso Jr. And he became quite toxic with her.
Yeah.
He became she said all these people are toxic.
Thank you.
She liked me because I wasn't like them. She studied all these in the UFO movement. Oh. You know, she was out there, and you know, she wanted to do various things with me, but none of them ever.
I do ask for some gossip on Lieutenant Colonel Phil Corso, because obviously this man was a delusional, just a deranged and demented. By that I mean the clinical medical sense.
Not the man. She talked to the son.
Okay.
Right. The man. Philip was gone by that time.
All right.
And I saw the man, and I didn't see I saw the man on YouTube, but she had interfaced with him, and he just got really, you know, crazy with her. Like, you know, he starts off nice, and he's just like sort of controlling, just like a nut. He's just a nut, according to her. I never talked to him, but I watched him on YouTube, and you know, he starts off, he's wearing a suit and a tie. He's very presentable. He looks like, man, you know, I'd trust this guy with, you know, coaching my kid at Little League. You know, he comes off that way. And then when he starts talking and getting deeper into the stuff, you know, I felt like he was having microwaves. He looked like he had microwaves coming on his brain. You know, it's like he was being cooked. I mean, this is my impression. The guy looked like he was having his brain fried while he's talking. He was crazy. He just like his coherency goes out the window. Yeah. So I said, you know, this guy's he's bad. He's damaged.
Yeah.
But anyway, in the Dead Man's Trigger, Greer mentions a guy named Jeff Cameron. And Jeff Cameron happens to be one of the most enigmatic characters in my scenario, because Al Bielek identified his son as being named Jeff Cameron. And there's a picture of him in the book, The Philadelphia Experiment and Other UFO Conspiracies, by Brad Steiger and Al Bielek and Sherry Steiger. There's a picture of this guy with a big cow that he, you know, was like at a county fair. I think he won the prize. He said, this is Jeff Cameron. This is Al identifying Jeff Cameron. And Al believed that he had a son named Jeff. And it was also believed that Jeff Cameron, under the pseudonym of Jeff Smith, set up the introduction of Preston Nichols and Duncan Cameron. There was indeed a guy named Jeff Smith. I don't believe or think that he was Jeff Cameron. But Jeff Cameron was this enigmatic character that was supposed to be Al's son from a marriage that he had.
Wow.
Al Bielek's son. And it's all kind of convoluted. Now, Jeff Cameron would, according to Preston, would appear at ham radio festivals, and Preston would say he saw Jeff at a coffee shop or had been approached by a table. Now, Al Bielek would be at these festivals, and Preston would see Al and say, oh, I just saw Jeff. And Al would run over, and he'd never find him. It happened so many times that, like, listening to the stories, you couldn't take Preston seriously. And finally, it got to the point where Al was visiting, and I ran an article on this. It was called Shootout at the Bayshore Mall on the South Shore of Long Island. Preston said that these kids at the mall saw an SUV with an Ontario Canadian license plate pull into the parking lot. CIA-looking types approached from more than one location and yelled out the name Cameron. Cameron pulls out a gun and fires at them, escaping with his life. Now, this was high drama. The description fit Jeff Cameron, and I didn't necessarily believe any of it. Now, but Al happened to be in town when all this happened. But he was frustrated that he missed out on the action. So why is Preston telling Al this stuff when he's in town? Oh, Jeff Cameron was just here. There was a shootout. It sounded crazy. So Duncan had a girlfriend at the time who I'd actually introduced her to Duncan. And she used to come over a lot. And I said to her, I said, you know, what do you think about all this? Because she was right in the middle of it. She was talking to Al, talking to Preston, talking to Duncan. She says, it seems as if Preston is just tormenting Al by playing on his emotions with puppet strings.
Right. I
readily agreed. And I said, I told Preston about this, what she said, and he says, he laughed. He says, you know, it does look like that. He says, however, these events actually occurred. And what I never could understand why Al would take it so seriously. And Al, you know, would thrive on the drama of, you know, having a family connection and a son. And Preston in his later years got into having sons. Oh, this is my son. And people would ask me, what about his son? You know, does he get the property? You know, I said, well, Preston's son is not a son in a legal sense. And he may not even be in a real sense. Preston's friends would take his claims of having a son seriously. You know, and maybe they are his sons, but it's not anything that should be taken seriously in a legal context, or even necessarily an emotional. But these guys, as they get older in life, they reach out for a family in some way.
It's so bizarre. You remember Michael Aquino has that child named,
yes.
quote unquote.
Yes, he's claimed to have a son.
Yeah.
Now, it's over a decade later since all of this, and this is like, I wrote this like, you know, 8 years ago. It's now, that was then a decade after all of this Jeff Cameron drama. And Stephen Greer brings up Jeff Cameron in his trigger document. Not only that he describes him as Jeffrey Allen Cameron, a top secret scientist at the Redstone Arsenal and other facilities who has worked with high voltage systems that resulted in electromagnetic gravitic effect. More specifically, he states that Cameron worked on many high classified projects as a physicist and engineer using high voltages in specific applications of frequencies, resulting in the alteration of space, time, and very unusual events, such as the dematerialization of objects and rematerialization of objects, the creation of space-time bubbles where time is altered, space is altered, and other things of this type. There are other details in the Dead Man's Trigger report that Greer states that Jeff Cameron had a father he never knew who worked on the Montauk project. So this Jeff Cameron, who's working for Greer, is identifying himself to Greer as somebody who's connected to Al Bielek. I find this of great interest, and I do not find Stephen Greer doing this with an ulterior motive. Or trying to get my attention, because when he gets my attention, it doesn't shed well on him, although I'm kinder to him than I should be. And I kind of did that on purpose. I'm not trying to sound like I'm a Greer hater. I'm not a Greer hater, but I'm wary of Greer. And the first time I became wary of Greer, other than that he was heading this disclosure project, was when he asked my girlfriend to sign a document. They were up on Magnetic Mine Road, which is in Putnam County, New York, where there's the stone chambers, and a lot of phenomena happens up there. He wanted everybody to sign a document basically saying that their experiences were his. He owned the experiences, you know, copyright. And
Talk about hijacking the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's a nut as far as she was concerned, and as far as I was concerned. I mean, I can't take anybody like that seriously. He's leading the experiencers up there. He had a whole bunch of experiencers up there, and there's experience. People have weird stuff happen up there. She did, but the thing is you know, he wanted to own him. So, as the father that Jeff Cameron is mentioning to Greer corresponds exactly with Al Bielek. And Greer was coming to it on a different track, which was more perhaps significant than anything is that Greer was introduced to Jeff Cameron to hire him to produce an efficient energy machine. Now, Greer ends up getting very perplexed because Cameron is playing this drama card on him, that he is being pursued by hostile government agents, and ends up defrauding Greer of the money that was forwarded to him. So Greer has this problem of being cheated out of his money by free energy scientists who are connected to NASA or other agencies, and it's a repeating pattern with Greer. My point in all of this is first off that it gives some credibility to the Jeff Cameron story, which I found absurd myself. But if Al Bielek were alive, he'd be jumping up and down saying, see. And of course, UFO, Montauk was never a popular topic with the UFO crowd, which I'm sure would extend to Greer. But what the most bizarre aspect is that Greer keeps giving this guy money without asking him to produce anything. And he doesn't give him like 5,000 and say, do this. He gives him the whole bundle.
Of course.
What an idiot. It's like he's a doctor. He's got the intelligence of a doctor. He works in the trauma center. He's not stupid, but he's very stupid when it comes to certain areas. So, and he ends up.
Well, what he lacks is any common sense.
Yeah, and this is very important. So this is, Greer, and then I point out what I'm saying is compounding the complexity of what has just been stated are deeper psychological issues surrounding Greer. Although he has a wife and a family, Greer has suffered much criticism and disdain over repeated reports of him living a secret gay life. In other words, it has been suggested that the man who was leading the Disclosure Project should first begin with disclosure about his own personal life. While his sexual preference is not a reason to negate his research, it does suggest that he was programmed as one of the Montauk boys, all of whom were programmed with homosexual techniques inspired by, if not a direct offshoot of Aleister Crowley's notorious 11th degree magical workings. If you study the physiology of Dr. Greer, you might also see an even deeper attribute that is a part of his personal psychology. He looks like a hybrid of an alien and a human being. This is the way
I think that's an insult to the. I think that's an insult to the extraterrestrials that people fantasize about. But
well, it's a half breed, in that regard. So, this is, he just smacks of the it kind of makes the Montauk Project, the senior operator in this UFO alien scenario, which is, of course, can be tied to a lot of other things than people's conventional idea of ETs. It ties to the demon realm, and all of that is below. So that's that's just a comment on Greer and disclosure. It also shows, 8 years ago, I was never too really into this alien thing. I did embrace it to a certain degree in the beginning because so many people were just overly involved in it, that were in and around. And certainly Preston would tell you that he says most abductions, are government abductions. And they want you to think it's aliens. This is what he always said. He did say there were true alien abductions, but he did not. Most of them were, he said, the government.
I would say all of them were, unless, of course, they were the Reich, or there are, of course, these fairly inexplicable cases which we could say are extra-dimensional in nature, but, those could be entirely in the mind as well. So in terms of what you're presenting, I take it all very seriously. I would go a step further, of course. I don't have the professional restraints you do when it comes to somebody like Stephen Greer. I mean, let's just face it, this is a guy who's, he's into butt-slapping sex, and that's not the problem. The problem is the fact that he's so adamantly trying to prove himself otherwise in so many ways, trying to look like a man in this kind of traditional definition, while when he promotes himself, then it's shit. And everything about him is...
He was gone for a long time. Now he's coming back.
Yeah,
and why are the people listening to him? And it's like,
he's just totally revolting. I mean, he's just physically repulsive. I can't see how anyone of either sex could be into this son of a bitch. I mean, he just looks hideous. Also, there was William Henry is a writer that I had occasion to meet a couple times. Mm-hmm. I vaguely remember him. What was his trip again? What was his, shtick?
Well, he did a presentation. He likes to talk about Stargates a lot. Okay. Stargate this, he sees that. I told him, I said, I see synchronicity and things. I said, you see a Stargate and everything. He's showing Egypt and stuff, and he's done tours of Egypt and whatnot. But anyway, the point is that he was at an event, and one of all these events that I've never been invited to, that all these quote unquote speakers go to, and I would certainly be of great interest to the people that attend those events, but whoever determines the speakers has never smiled in my direction. But in any way,
of course, you're not missing shit. But go on.
No. I'm well aware of that. But in fact, probably prefer not to go. But that's beside the point. But he mentioned of this one event he was at, and he gave a YouTube talk on it, and I listened to it, and it was very, very good, coherent talk, because he was complaining about what is going on here. What is going on? And he talked about, there were two things. There was Wilcock and there was Greer. They were both on the event. And he said Wilcock was giving a talk, and he had this, I don't know what you call him, but he was like a commando with all these weapons. Uh-huh. And he was there to protect Wilcock.
Yes. That's an ex-cop. That's a retired cop. Or even, it may be an active duty cop, but he's basically exploiting his ability to go anywhere armed, as all cops have that privilege all their lives, to basically do this either under hire with Wilcock, or he's a gay lover. But people have said that while Wilcock stands on stage with full SWAT-level bulletproof ballistic vest, this motherfucker walks around with his guard dog, his German Shepherd, and it literally, you wonder why anyone would tolerate this. He goes around and just sniffs people out in the audience, and this is like something I haven't seen.
I hear he was sniffing people out in the audience. Yeah. I didn't hear that.
Oh, God, that's what I heard. Yeah,
Wilcock was challenging people to test his weapons out if they, because Wilcock was trying to protect himself, but Rupert Sheldrake, a writer and who basically kind of coined the term morphogenetic grid, right, was stabbed in the back at some presentation with a knife by some crazy attendee. So he was using this as a justification to have, and that was done a long time ago, but he was using it as a justification for having an armed guard, and then challenging people in the audience. And William Henry is saying, what the hell is going on here? What is going on? I mean, what is...
Oh, right. Now I remember William Henry. Yes, I met him several times myself. Yes, go on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and he's like saying, like, what the hell is going on? Well, I said, I don't go to those events. I know better.
Right.
So, why would this surprise you? I mean, but certainly what he was saying was accurate and true. But then he went on but what was going on with Greer was even worse, because Greer was actually impounding the people. He was locking the door and not letting them out. Now, William.
Shit. By the way, that's a felony. That's illegal detention. Just so people understand.
It was, and somehow William went outside because he was handling some emergency medical situation with somebody.
Oh my God!
Helping somebody. Yeah. So he was not in, and he was like, and then I think he or somebody pointed it out to him that this is kidnapping. You know, it's like, or not kidnapping, but illegal detention, and they had to open the doors because Greer didn't realize what he was doing.
Right. It's a form of kidnapping, by the way. It falls within.
It's called something else, but it's and it's like, you know, they did this in an EST seminar once with my girlfriend, and she said, you know, you won't closing the doors. This is kidnapping. Yeah. You know, it's against the law. They let her right out.
Of course.
They let her,
of course.
She was the law, and so this is. But this is the mindset of this crazy nut, and he is given carte blanche. You know, pat on the back from the public.
Yeah, I know. And why they tolerate that is beyond me. I mean, I'll tell you, when I was relating to that same guy I was talking about, the idiot who convinced me to get a bookseller's license, Lieutenant Colonel Robin McCall, who was just involved in, you know, I never speak of him very much because, you know, I kind of like the guy and don't really want to talk about him too much. I don't want to bring too much attention to him, you know, and I've kind of like said some of the difficulties he had before and just how he was dealing with him. He had a son who, like, you know, basically broke into the gun locker and blew a hole in the ceiling with a shotgun he loaded up, and then tried to hide it up by plastering the ceiling. Bear in mind, he was sitting on his bed when the gunshot went off, and so the parents came home to go to sleep, and they looked at, hey, wow, the ceiling looks really different. And that's when he put his son in this private school that was like out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, where you literally needed an off-road vehicle to access this private school for kids. Talk about a form of kidnapping. But, you know, this guy, he, aside from stuff like that, to show you how well I knew this guy, he basically was someone who was involved with, he had on his business card, you know, literally all of the, because he was a computer expert for the military, and he was in the reserves, which meant that he wasn't full-time in the military and had all kinds of free time, except for, you know, his weekends and 2 weeks out of the year where he was involved with the active, you know, reserve training duties. He had most of the year off for pursuing private business. So he was contracted with the CIA. It was on his business card and every other kind of thing you can imagine. But one of the things that this guy was bringing up when we think about this kind of thing, when you're talking about the Est and the I forget where I was going to go with that. It was
people being detained illegally.
Yeah, people being detained illegally and stuff. It was there was something that I was going to make a point of. It'll come to my mind later. I kind of lost it in that, but it's you know, something that when I remember it, I'll bring it up again. But I think your point about these people and their insanity. The one thing I do remember is that with William Henry, I'm really ambivalent about him. I would say that I met him personally several times, and I always found he was very decent with myself. He was someone who, when I asked him, tactfully, of course, I said, because he brings up ancient Babylon a lot. He talks about the Baghdad battery and stuff like that, and he has a
very Christian bias. He's a very Christian bias.
Yeah, and he's, you know, he's just an asshole when it comes to history because he's just trying to promote he's part of the Indiana Jones trip. Now, this is a funny thing because the Indiana Jones archetype was kind of, you know, a lot of people were into that shit, but he kind of, how would I say, appropriated that as well as he could. And Michael Aquino, as I said, his old website, which unfortunately is no longer up, so people are no longer able to see that shit, but people should be able to find it with technologies like the Wayback Machine and whatnot. But his old website infamously portrayed him, his head photoshopped onto the body of Indiana Jones, you know, welding the whip. And so that famous photograph of Indiana Jones with the bullwhip, that, you know, Michael Aquino's head was photoshopped onto that on his website, if you can believe that.
Everybody's Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I hate that shit. I hate that shit.
It's overdone.
Thank you. It's just so cheesy and tacky and sad. But anyhow, so one of the first people to do it with success, at least he succeeded at it in terms of getting financial, he made kind of a living at it, was William Henry. And so William Henry was pulling that shit. So he would talk about the Baghdad.
There's another story. I'll fill you on that behind the scenes.
Yeah. But basically, the one thing he was honest with me about was when I tactfully asked him, without, confronting him, I just said, were you, very silently so no one else could hear. And, and I have a way of saying these things. I make certain that you kind of crouch down lower than the other person. You don't want to look taller than them. You don't want to be intimidating. And you can ask them some very compromising questions. And I asked him, were you ever in Iraq or Southwest Asia? Having been there myself, I asked him, were you ever in any of these places? And he said no. The fact that he was so honest with me about that, I appreciate that. So
he does go to Egypt a lot.
Okay, Egypt's different, however. Just for what it's worth, I'm sure he does, but just for what it's worth, who doesn't go to Egypt, right? I mean, that's just...
I don't go to Egypt.
You know what I mean.
I won't go to Egypt.
Yeah.
I won't go to Egypt unless I'm called to go to Egypt, and I don't see that happening. No desire.
Understood. But you get my point. I mean, it is a tourist site. So, I mean, it's not like, Egypt does have the infrastructure to accommodate tourists. Okay, that's in fact, as a matter of fact, that is their major source of income other than the Suez Canal would be tourism. So, they're not an oil power. That may change at some point in the future, but certainly for the they haven't been forever. And there's no, that's just the way it is, sadly for them. So there you have that. And so in terms of William Henry, otherwise, though, he never did me any favors. I'll tell you that. He was just...
Well, he did everybody a favor by exposing the nuttiness of these two individuals.
There's that. So, I don't dislike him.
Because, I mean, the behavior they were engaging in was completely antisocial and nutty.
Yeah.
And this is who they are.
Thank you.
It was outrageous. Yeah. And it was...
Oh, now I remember that. Thank you for reminding me. Now I remember what it was about Lieutenant Colonel Robin McCall. I was telling him when my gang brother Beaver and I went to see, it was either The Empire Strikes Back or it was the third Star Wars, pretty much in the trilogy. Which was just a replay of the first with the destruction of another Death Star. But in terms of the that film, when Beaver and I went to see it, it was like just coming out, and we saw it at a San Francisco theater, and we took it in stride. But and I described what had happened to Lieutenant Colonel Robin McCall. I says, "Oh yeah, when we went to the theater." The ushers, they ran through all of the rows of chairs with German shepherds that were quite vicious, and they were on leashes, and they were restraining them from biting people, but they had to physically restrain them from biting people, but they were running through all of the aisles just to make certain no one was hiding under the seats to see the film a second time. And when I related that to Rob McCall, he was outraged. He just hearing that, he said, if I were there, he said, I would have photographed that and I would have sued them. He said, I would have sued that theater. He said, that is just beyond all reason. That is so unconscionable. And so it was interesting to see this guy. He was, upper middle class. He had these kinds of sensibilities you just don't see anymore. But,
Excuse me. What I would add, though, is when people hide under the seats or lay down on the floor beneath the seats in movie theaters in San Francisco, it's not to see the second movie. They're doing something else.
Well, I would add that the floors are so fucking sticky they'd never be able to get back up to see the film anyway. They'd be glued to the floor based on all that sticky shit that's which includes dried up seminal fluids. But
the bottoms of my feet have been witness to that in that city. Indeed.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't even want to lie down on it. Nothing would be worth that. But in terms of, you know, compare what Robin D. McCall was saying to what Greer and his gay cop lover, you know, his faggot fuzz.
Wilcock had the cop guy.
Yeah, Wilcock, thank you. Yeah, Greer's fuzzy in another sense. It's all the chest hair he's got. You know, which kind of reminds me actually of, no offense, of course, it's Pac-1 Morales probably has more chest hair than, you know, Richard Greer or Stephen Greer, excuse me. But, you know, that I'm going to make some jokes about that later if I bring him back on. Honest to God, if I were in drag and our man Pac-1 Morales was a target, I wouldn't even need to knife him. All you'd need to do is just really rub your fingers really briskly through his hair, and he would probably, you'd build up enough static electricity where he would die of that. Honest to God, I don't see how people live like that, but joke for another time. So in terms of, you know, all we need to do is get some kind of gene to switch on the hair so that it grows on his head, where it seems to grow everywhere beneath the brow line except nothing above it. So how some guys wind up with that gene is beyond me. Oh, yeah, well, Peter's kind of got that. Actually, your hairline, was it a lot different when you were younger?
It grow, what do you call it? Erodes.
It erodes.
Yeah, it starts about age 28 for me, and then all of a sudden you feel you're thinning out, and you go, oh, I'm going bald. But then you don't realize how much hair you do have. So, you know, at the age of 30, in my 30s, I had a lot more hair than, you know, it just gradually kind of fades away. Oh, God, and it has not deterred me.
No, it hasn't.
You know, it's like, would I like to have hair? Would I like to be I learned about how to keep my hair when very early on, and it was a pill. The guy says, you can get this pill. You know, I met him at the bar, and he says, you can get this pill. And he says, the only it'll affect your heart and your blood pressure. You get all the hair you want. See, he showed me his hair, and it didn't look very good, but it was a full head of hair.
Oh my God.
And
where did you get the pill?
Oh, it was, what is it? It was just doctor could give it to you, but it was there was some name for it, alopecia, something. It was like you see, you had this condition. If you told them you had a certain condition, they give you a pill, but you know, you'd have to trick the doctor. You say, oh, I got this, and then they give you a pill, and it would make your hair grow. But it was to fix your heart, but it was messing with your heart if you didn't have a heart problem. It was like, you know, you're manipulating the situation, and it's kind of like taking steroids or something. You shouldn't be doing it. Right. And this was before so many of the hair. This is before Rogaine and minoxidil and all this stuff. And you know, to focus so much on your hair, you know, you spend a lot of time.
Well, most men shouldn't. They shouldn't worry about it. And honest to God, with most men,
women don't seem to care.
Yes, thank you. Honestly, men worry about their hair the way women worry about their weight. And the ridiculous thing about men is that it's a non-issue to women. It's an issue to men for some reason. And the horrible thing is that most men would look fine if they just shaved their heads bald. That's certainly better than what my late and sainted sire, George Dietrich, the man who raised and guided me, used to do, which was cover the bald spot with hairs that he had by combing the hairs over the bald spot. And
that's one of the worst things to do.
Thank you. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You know, it's all okay. But with reference to you know, the UFO, the disclosure, it's becoming tiresome, and it just becomes.
Well, it gets to the point. Well, what do you think the people are looking for when they go to see Wilcock and his faggot fuzz friend, basically intimidate them. And
I don't think he appears with Wilcock anymore. I think I didn't think it. I think it had a short shelf life. I think Wilcock was probably picking up on the fact that people were ready to clock him because he was so disgusting. Then he followed that up with marrying this beautiful girl who was billed as a black belt in karate, and she'd be out there, doing her moves and stuff. She was young and beautiful.
You mean while he was talking, she would go through the
No. I'd see her on YouTube, and not that I watched her much, but she was young and beautiful, and they got married. And it was so now he had a new protector.
You remember Sonny Bono did the same thing. Sonny Bono married his bodyguard. You knew that, right?
No, I didn't know that.
It was the female. He had this tall blonde who was supposed to be his bodyguard, and he married her. And so it was just, I treated
her a lot better than he treated Cher, but
I would hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, but in any case, So Wilcock got married to this girl, and I don't know if they stay married. I don't know. I don't know what she got out of the marriage. I can imagine what she didn't get out of it, but so he had a new gig. It's like the security guard, and I think he probably had to fend off those accusations of the guy being his gay lover. I don't know. He had problems with some other guy he was advocating, some guy named Daniel, who claimed to be involved in the Montauk Project. And so he was accused of having, a relationship with him. I don't know. I really don't know I don't really care about him.
Enough to,
but people flock to all sorts of stuff.
Well, there's several things to bring this together. And I'd like to bring Salman on soon to kind of provide his observations on this, because I think it's important. And in terms of the when it comes to all of these people with their, obviously we're dealing with, in the case of Wilcock and Greer, we're dealing with gay guys who are desperately trying to cover up their gayness. And the point is, what I always never understood is why. If they just said, look, I'm gay, and go on with their shtick, there would be less questioning of their message. But because they
but you see, the thing is, if you are a liar, you lie.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Thank you. Good point.
If you're a phony, you're a phony. So if you're not a phony, it has more to do with being a phony than it does with being gay.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
And that and gay people will tell you, it gives gay people a bad name when people do that. We're now in a time when, this isn't such a big deal. Of course, however, if you come out and say you're gay, you're immediately going to profile yourself in such a way that many people will look at you with a jaundiced eye. Now, I have noticed with my own forays into the black community, they are far more suspicious and not accepting of gay people than white people are. And I don't mean that they're prejudiced about them. They're not out to hurt or maim or kill gay people. They just say, this is bullshit and I'm not accepting it. I can't tell you how many black people have told me that. It just doesn't register on their, something's not right.
Yeah, I noticed that it depends on which black community, and the black communities themselves, they enclave into kind of different types. There's the kind that are more interactive with, and of course this goes into skin tone, just how black someone is, quote unquote. And I've talked before about the paper bag test, the litmus test of whether you're lighter than the color of a paper bag or darker, and how that makes you so much more acceptable. But when black people generally have integrated into media and places where you're obviously going to have an enormous gay influence, that kind of reticence stops completely. And then you get a kind of element of the black community that's more in tune with that, that's very supportive of gay initiatives, etc.
Media people don't register as normal people no matter what color they are. They're media people.
Yeah, understood.
There's also political people that will align themselves together for political reasons.
Yes.
You gotta throw all that stuff out, and when you're just dealing with real people.
Because
real people are not media people, they are not political people. They have to contend with the media and the political people.
Yes, and as Jameson Reese is saying in the text box, there is otherwise a hypermasculinity in the black community that you otherwise see, where I've seen that. I've seen just a kind of, for lack of a better word, it would generally be called homophobia. in the lexicon would generally say that's what it is, and so you do see that. And but when it comes to what Peter said, yes, what we're dealing with is liars in the form of these other individuals, and they can't stop lying. This is what they do, so they can't stop themselves. It's compulsive and pathological, and they have to do it.
They found that it works for them.
Yes, thank you. That's
to their deeper issues.
Yeah. And yes, thank you. And
which might fundamentally go down to the fact of being gay in the first place, and it all might stem from being gay because it was something that they grew up with that they didn't want to admit because they would be rejected, because they were probably already being picked on by the nature of what they were.
Yes.
Without being outed as gay or sissies or whatever.
Yes.
And if you're sissified or portrayed as a sissy, you could easily develop a protective mechanism. And if you're truly gay, then you want to hide it. So lying becomes a way to interface with the environment so as to protect yourself from ridicule or worse. So therefore, it becomes a operating basis which you employ. And if you can fool people some of the time or most of the time, it works quite well.
Right. And so Salman Sheikh, it's not even the gay issue, really, I'm bringing you on for. It's the, in terms of the obsession with the rendering all of this alien, with the psyop that's obviously going on with several quote-unquote military informants using my name. And by the way, I want to thank the individual in the chat room. Let me get his name again. A wonderful individual. It was Matt K. said, I'm sending a donation for cans of wild-caught sockeye salmon, tuna, which I brought up earlier. I was making all these tuna sandwiches. He says, tuna's full of mercury. We have to make you diet rich. Very much appreciated pun. And Vicky Johnson said, yes. And then Derek Talley dropped in. And so a shout out to Derek Talley. Penny Bradley dropped in the chat room saying, evening DDD and evening Penny Bradley. And then so there we have that. And well, she's saying the released videos are all American ships as opposed to Die Deutsch sind gut in Schwabenland. So she does speak German very good. I want you to know something. Her German is correct grammar, is grammatically correct. So credit to Penny for not going through Bling, Bing Translate or Google. So it's not Google German. And then Vicky Johnson said, thank you, Douglas, for all you do. May peace, love, and light be upon you. Oh, God bless you, honey. Love you dearly. And Penny said, taking dangerous drugs for something that should not matter. Talking about men and their hair, of course. And so there we have all that. And with that, we bring on Salman Sheikh. And in terms of the PSYOP going on and the projection of what is essentially a breakaway civilization technology onto aliens, I think that this is interesting because this kind of swamps the so-called breakaway civilization that was actually being promoted by Michael Aquino's secret space program propaganda for a long time. And for those of you who don't know, as we segue to Salman for a kind of, you know, his insights into all of this, or what his impression is, or what he feels about all of this, it's something he's probably been aware of for many years. For those of you who may not remember, Michael Aquino was actually behind a secret space program conference, which was, you know, just another, like, you know, convention, really, that was being held in California. And the MC was none other than, oh God, help me out here, Jameson. Who was the son of a bitch on Red Ice Radio, who interviewed myself, the white supremacist, you know, guy from Sweden. Redfern, not Redfern. What the fuck was
Nick?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, but if anyone can remember the name, he was.
You're not.
What?
You're not talking about that guy. What's his name? The dude who did the most recent interview with Aquino.
No.
That piece of
That
shit.
was Sean Stone. That's not the same person.
No. I'm not talking about Sean Stone. I'm talking about what's his name?
No, he's talking about someone else. No. No, he's talking about someone else entirely.
Henrik Palmgren.
Palmgren, yeah, that's it. Henrik Palmgren. That was it. Henrik Palmgren was flown over to the United States. Bear in mind, he's a Swedish national, or once was, and he basically was flown over. And by the way, Michael Aquino helped him get U.S. citizenship. He got U.S. citizenship through Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino literally stepped up and was one of his sponsors for his citizenship. So he became a U.S. citizen because Sweden was after him because he was basically a white supremacist who was basically violating their laws concerning domestic terrorism by a lot of what he was doing. And so he had to relocate to the United States with his wife. And so they were up here talking about how refreshing it was, how white it was in the basically the mountain regions where, you know, the upper fucking, where is it? Those states where David John West used to live in with all the. No, God, no. That's where they came from.
Like up in
America.
And
it was Wyoming, I think it was. You know, the
Idaho.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was up there, and in Idaho, Wyoming, Montana. It was like Montana, Wyoming area. And so when he was up there in Montana, Wyoming area, he was saying, "Oh, this is so refreshing. It's not like Sweden where we got all these niggers we imported. It's all, you know, so refreshingly white up here." And, you know, so he was like, it was about that time when all of the barriers were breaking down, and the whole secret space program became basically welded into white supremacy at that point. And so it was one of those parts where that kind of communal interface became so obvious, became undeniable. They weren't even bothering to hide it. But, you know, and so Typical was one of the people who was speaking there about a breakaway civilization was, of course, Richard Dolan, who's as Jewish as you can fucking get. And so he's basically, you know, shilling for a bunch of neo-Nazis, which, you know, really tells you where all of this goes. I mean, this is like, you know, Jews in bed with neo-Nazis. I mean, obviously, what's the world come to? It's come to basically the bottom of the barrel. We're at the bottom of it all. So when we're at this point, Salman Sheikh, try and put some sense into this, add some cosmic perspective to it that can help us all to deal with it.
Oh yes, my brother Douglas. I'm loving the show tonight. From Jameson's rap earlier to Brother Pat Kwan to the exchange between you and Peter, and I just look at these people like the clowns that they are. They're just they show their desperation in many ways when you release your footage and you release your information then in return, they're releasing their stuff and coming out with all of these things. So it just basically shows you that the forces of darkness, I look at them, you know, in terms of comedic value, when you look at this aspect of how they target individuals of light and how they target individuals that are presenting the right information. You just laugh at them. It just shows they wear these shells in front, like what Brother Peter Moon said, that they're liars and they just don't have the courage to admit that they're liars. And what they do is they gaslight or they project their issues to somebody else and not admit who they really are. So I would just look how I laugh at the gang stalkers. I just laugh at these people for who they are, and always stand in your truth, knowing that the information that you're presenting is out there. People with a good heart and a good sense of mind will take the time to understand and educate themselves and understand where you're coming from, and see these individuals for who they are, and just know that in the cosmic perspective, in the grand scheme of things, how I say that the light is always destined to win. So no matter who or what stands against you, or how they, I guess, try to counteract your information with their own propaganda, they just know that they know what their fate is, and that's what makes me laugh at them, because they're just a bunch of clowns. All of these characters.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. But in the sense of something that's far more dangerous and impacting people personally, I remember one Persian woman whose name I forget. I'd have to, look back through some of my notes for it. And it was just a funny aside concerning her, even though I don't remember her name. She once wrote this long paragraph about what she experienced in America. And she was involved ultimately in some kind of lawsuit involving a hospital. And the medical industrial complex is so powerful that they can get very vicious. There are now articles that are released by the press, and they're finally journalistically investigating some of these hospitals that have been harassing people with lawsuits. I mean, the hospitals themselves are launching lawsuits against their former patients to get them to pay, because their patients absolutely cannot afford to pay the astronomical fees these hospitals have been charging. And so it was at that level where hospitals can also hire people who are gang stalkers. And this woman was experiencing this because she was in a lawsuit with a hospital. And so she said at one point that her father had to run out on the driveway and literally threaten off people who were driving up in the driveway and parking there to harass her. He would run out with a baseball bat and threaten them, and they would, ultimately pull away for fear of damage to their cars, perhaps, or ultimately maybe themselves if they pissed him off enough. But, when she wrote this long article, and it was, of course, coming from a female's perspective, saying, oh, my father was there to protect me, and, these people were driving up in my driveway, and, I wasn't going to go out. And what was so funny was that, I guess it's just because of my appearance, so many people, even though I reprinted what she said, and I said, this is from this young lady who's a fan of mine, and, I was trying to bring her on the show eventually, but I never had the time for it. She never forgave me for that, because her story was just so complex. I didn't have time for it in 2 hours that Revolution Radio provided. But when I was dealing with her and I published on Facebook what she had said in a column and emphasizing this was her, and still everybody, a whole bunch of people, not everybody, but a whole bunch of people, namely a bunch of women, took that to be me. And they said, oh, gee, I'm so sorry that, and I was like thinking, good God, what gives you the idea? First off, I've always said my dad's dead. What would give you the idea that I would be scared to go outside to confront somebody if they were parked in my driveway, or I would send my dad out to go and do that? I mean, oh my God, but anyhow, aside from that bemusing aside, one thing she said that really was probably the highlight of my interactions with her was when I was mentioning I'll never be on Henrik Palmgren again, not complaining about it, just stating that as a fact, saying, the guy is a total white supremacist, and the time that he had me on, he fucked me over by cutting off an hour from my interview and splicing the interview in a way that rendered it less communicative of its many points. And then he finally came all out in being a white supremacist and was in Scandinavia and always talking about the invasion of Europe by all the colored races and Muslims. He was a consummate pathological Islamophobe. And she said, you can get back onto his show easily, Douglas. Just talk to him about how Muslims are gang raping white women in Europe, and he'll bring you on immediately. And I said, yeah, you're right. That's exactly what the fucker obsessed on. And so obviously people in Scandinavia during his reign of terror and after and throughout Europe are suffering because you see this online. And I remember both Judith Ager and Laura Lee Solomon, because they're reading this on Facebook, they get all these memes and they show these pictures of these battered, bloodied white women, and they're saying, oh, you know, all the Muslims that gang raped her were set free by the judge because the liberal judge says that's just Muslims being Muslims. You know, and these white women in America, they don't know what to make of this. They see this on Facebook, and it's appalling how many of them just accept that. And, you know, for instance, young lady named Amalia Willard, who I like very much, and she's a friend of mine on Facebook, and she had this meme up that showed, you know, this gate with a couple of these old, like, Florida-looking Jews. In other words, they're all very Americanized, looking very privileged, and they're looking out at what are obviously two Arabic peoples, very Bedouin-looking, one in a wheelchair and the other one pushing it, and they're saying, oh, this is a Palestinian couple looking at the Jewish couple that from Brooklyn or Miami or whatever that was given their home that was, you know, appropriated by the Israelis. And I don't know what to make of that. If that's true, that meme, that's appalling. Of course, I have no idea if that's true, but then, you know, there's a lot of things that I didn't believe were true. Like I thought it was an urban legend when I heard about, you know, all these Jewish rabbis, when they circumcise the boys, they have to suck the blood out of the penis tip, from the skin they cut off. And that's how a lot of these young boys contract AIDS and hepatitis and all these STDs when they're infants. And I said, oh, that can't be true. That's got to be just Judeophobia. I later found out that was true. And I found that out through medical journals. And so it's through these medical journals you will find out what secrets there are in the world you'll never find anywhere else. And the doctors are dealing with the repercussions of shit like this. So that by the way, about the Jewish rabbis, that's a fact. And I never even wanted to believe that. So I don't know what to make of that meme that Amalia Willard had, but when you see these memes about the bloodied woman, and they're saying, oh, the Muslims are raping them and getting away with it. I mean, this has to impact Muslims in Europe in particular, and in America, it has that potential as well. Have you personally ever suffered repercussions from this, or anyone you know or love?
Oh, yes, brother, definitely. At the time of 2015, when the whole 2014, 2015 time when the whole ISIS thing was going off, and they were spreading the fear propaganda here in America about Muslims and being scared of Muslims. The town that I'm in, the police chief who was in charge at that time, what he was doing was he was using the local drug dealers of the area, who were actually the ones who, you know, committing the crimes with their activities. He was using them as informants to spy on the Muslims, like their shops and the Muslim community and the mosques and everything. So, and you know, now he's gone, thank God. But at that time, what was going on is they were just spying on all of these Muslim people, and they were gang stalking the Muslim people, including myself. And everywhere I would go, I would see the same drug dealer in the market area that I, you know, live in. And he would just come up to me, hey, man, I love you like a brother, and try to make me say stuff to him. So I recognized those activities. And one time, what they did was, when I was walking to get my clothes dry cleaned, there was a man who was walking past me with this real angry look on his face, and he spit next to my shoes. And I knew what was coming, because as soon as I went to the next corner, which was like maybe 15, 20 feet away, there were 2 patrol cars right there. So if I had reacted to that individual and he was trying to, you know, incite me and provoke me and get me to fight, and boom, you know, they got me right there. So that's what was going on with the police chief of this area, who was in charge of the suburban Philadelphia area that I'm in, who was in charge for like over 10 to 15 years. And now, thankfully, he's gone. And the new guy in charge, he's a reformer who's been bringing in a lot of social changes. And the old racists that were in with that old crew, they're like weeding themselves out through early retirement and the other stuff that they're doing. So I've experienced that growing up in a township where there's a lot of nepotism, and you would be, I guess, in the school system, they would keep all the rich kids who had connections with the same teachers and same classes, while they would keep all the Muslims and immigrants and African Americans and everyone else that wasn't part of that clique. They would keep them in the low-level classes to prepare you for these low-level jobs or community colleges, while they were preparing these other kids for a much better future. And this is something, I mean, in the post 9/11 world growing up, everywhere it was just, they would just look at you with disgust. So I learned how to, it strengthened me in many ways for the path that I chose to follow. And it just goes to show you that you must ultimately keep your faith. And now that we fast forward now, 20 years later, after 9/11, now the attention is being shifted off of Muslims. Now they're focusing on Asians and other things, yes. Which goes to show you that in this country, every 10 to 20 years, they change and they tell you who to fear. First, it was Muslims. Now it's Asians. Then it'll be somebody else. So you have to look at the system that's in play here. How are they benefiting by dividing you from your common man? I go outside and I have Muslim neighbors. I have white neighbors, black neighbors. We're all living peacefully together with no issue. But you have these agents of chaos that also exist in all races, religions, countries, and groups of the world, who come out and try to cause this incitement by spreading misinformation and these memes and everything that's out there to cause hatred and judgment against one another. That's what they do. And unfortunately, many people in America are gullible to that trap of these memes of, I guess, battered white women and all this other stuff that they've been seeing, how Brother Douglas has described very beautifully, that they fall prey to it and they misjudge that all Muslims are like this. So you must take the time to sit down with somebody and get to know them. And I was earlier here in the Philadelphia Chinatown. I was hanging out with one of my good friends and brothers, and we were hanging around Philly's Chinatown. We had the bubble tea. We had ice cream. We patronized a lot of the Chinese businesses because a lot of them right now are hurting and they're being discriminated against. So we must put ourselves in the shoes of every individual out there and see how is he or she feeling what's happening right now. And that's just the unfortunate truth that if you're of a certain color or background, they just watch you differently. And they just have this thing. I remember one time, this girl I went to high school with, I think her father was a full bird colonel. And I remember one time at the train station when I was going to college, this was after I had finished high school, and I didn't have any contact with that girl. And that same guy who was her father was watching me from the train station. And I'm like, these people are just a bunch of clowns. All they could do is just showcase and try to get under your skin or try to play mind games with you. But in reality, they can't do anything to you, because those of a good heart and a good soul are protected, which I had instances also which proved to me that I was protected against a lot of these beings. And all they can do is, I guess you could have the gang stalking effect or the targeted individual stuff or them flying choppers over your home, whatever it is that they do to try to get under your skin or psychologically intimidate you. At the end, they're nobody. And somebody who's lived through the post 9/11 America as a Muslim, going up through the whole wars and the whole ISIS phenomenon and everything, that resurgence that happened later, all the way up until now, I realized that it's all basically psychological warfare. And that's what Michael Aquino was the master of, who's now roasting in hell. So it just goes to show you what his fate was too, with all of his power and what he was able to do. At the end, that's all that awaits these people. And our struggle and our light and our faith in God, what Brother Douglas is doing, Peter Moon, myself, and all brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich who are fighting for the light and spreading the light to humanity, we are the ones who are going to win this thing in the end. These people, they're nobodies. I mean, even though they would try all of this stuff against me, but ultimately what saved me, I had to keep my cool. They were just trying to get me to provoke. Had I provoked, boom, they would have got me. but I kept my cool. I kept my composure. I know who they were. I know who I was. And that's the thing I learned in America. As long as you keep your cool, it's all a big mind game in America. What I learned as a Eastern immigrant, that as long as you keep your cool and you know what you're doing and you know how to keep yourself safe in the system, there's nobody in this country that can touch you in any way, as long as you know the system and how to basically protect yourself under its rules with the mind games that they play against you.
Thank you. That is so important. And honestly, what the gang member, the drug dealer who kept coming up to you and calling you brother and all that shit, that's called schmoozing. He was schmoozing you. Basically, it's a form of seduction where he's trying to get you to open up, and it's so painfully obvious. And at the same time, you had the other intimidation. So, by the way, what our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh, suffered, where he's at the station and he's being observed by the father of this young lady in question. This is basically a form of stalking, but you notice he doesn't use the term stalking or gang stalking, and that's important. And what we need to do is understand that the phenomenon of stalking or gang stalking can be happening to people who are not identifying it as such. It's not that Salman Sheikh should. Rather, he retains his quote-unquote credibility with the conventional crowd of, say, for instance, listeners. If he were conducting a presentation, say a TED Talk, where he was talking about the subject of Islamophobia, he would phrase it just the way he did, and that would render what he's saying acceptable. So the terminology is everything. And when I use the terms that I do, people are familiar with my background, and what this would be promoted as, however, to people who are kind of outside of the loop and have heard me for the first time, this would be promoted as instant paranoia, and that's always been part of the propaganda campaign against myself. Peter Moon remembers distinctly, we had this one stalker who was obsessed with myself, and I forget his name. Niall Parkinson. And Peter Moon was reading out loud his exchanges with John Warrington. And when John Warrington was kind enough to arrange for this man's downfall, basically just entrapping him by just kind of being a sounding board for this idiot. And the guy was talking about, Douglas is paranoid, but I've made it to his inner circle. And this is what makes so many of their plans fail, is that many of these people, the forces of darkness, as our man Salman Sheikh would say, they operate on what are like dossier profiles. And the dossier profiles are incredibly misguided. And they make all kinds of assumptions or presumptions that have nothing to do, certainly in my case, with anything about me. And it's amazing that this can be still circulating. You might think that someone like Aquino, who knew me directly, would provide people better files, but here's the reality of the situation. You've got a multiplicity of departments, and the reality is that Michael Aquino kept files that he compiled on myself to himself. He never released them to any of the departments that are now involved against me. So in other words, he took what dossiers he compiled on myself with him to the grave. And whatever they're operating on was compiled by stuff that they put together based on what they could gather, what they could scavenge, what they could salvage. And it's completely based on stereotypes and tropes that they presume that's derivative from other cases that they've worked with. Of course, they've never worked with a case like mine. And you might ask, well, why would Michael Aquino do something like that? Well, take a look at the last interview that Jameson Reese was alluding to. The last interview he conducted was with a guy where the guy brought up, the way he introduced me as a topic was, he says, hey, what about this guy, Douglas Dietrich, says he's the son of Adolf Hitler. And Michael Aquino could so easily have just run with that. Like, well, that alone should tell you everything. What more needs to be said about someone like that? He could have just said that. But no! he ignored that completely and went on with, I didn't know this guy, and Jameson can tell you what he said, but it wasn't anything to do with my being the son.
Yeah. What he did was he totally dismissed it. He was like, because what's his name? E.A. Quetting asked, "What about the guy who claimed to be the son of Adolf Hitler?" And Michael Keaton was like, "Oh, it's just some crazy old smoker, who knows?" And he just went on with the conversation. He didn't really decide to really press it.
Yeah, when he could so easily have done that to dismiss me, but he did try to discredit me by some other, means. He was saying something else.
I'm fairly certain either Coetting was cued in to say that, or because he probably wouldn't have never heard of you. I mean, he's just some fucking meth-headed magician who.
It could have been organic. It was, as you said, Coetting probably has been following me for a bit. When you brought that up, I thought about.
You think so?
Yeah, I thought about whether Aquino would have cued him to say that, but it didn't seem like it, because the Aquino basically, it's for that reason, because Aquino himself was convinced I was the son of Adolf Hitler. It's for that reason he kept those files and took them with him to the grave. He probably has evidence there that even I don't have. And
so you think he would have shared that information with EA and had him?
He wouldn't have shared it with him at all. I think that EA just came up with that himself. It was just organic. EA was just probably.
Oh, he derived it himself. So he's already aware of you for some reason.
It's, you can understand why, right? First off, we know for a fact.
Well, I mean, he is an ex-Order of the Nine Angles, and the Order of the Nine Angles is, of course, part of the larger cult of the Kings of Edom.
It is, yes. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And the Order of the Nine Angles, you might emphasize, also has that kind of initiation ritual with the sodomy. You could, confirm that for our listeners.
Well, I do not know if they have that. I don't know what their initiation rituals are, because I have never been affiliated with them. I'm dead serious. But what I will say is that what initiation I went through was by the Cho.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the Cho, when they initiate you, they will put you in a sleep paralysis, mm-hmm. and then they will sodomize you. And it's like a spiritual rape.
Okay.
So that's what I am familiar with. I do not know why that happened or who is aware of me as a result of that. And I'm completely ignorant as to whether I'm even considered relevant at all. I don't think I
the question
really
then
am.
would be, did someone target the Cho onto you, or did that spontaneously happen, that for some reason they were attracted to you? By the way, Solomon and Peter Moon both observe this. When people usually experience these quote-unquote alien abductions, what do they always say? The overwhelming majority of them will describe that, oh, well, I got an anal probe or some kind of probe from the aliens, very sexual in nature, so this is where the sodomy comes in. It's coming in one way or another. You're getting sodomized. You're getting something up the ass. So the Cho, of course, are whom everybody identifies as the alien greys in America, where they've been unleashed.
Well, the thing is, they're not the only ones who use that. Anyone can utilize the alien gray, astral form, because it's the simplest astral form you can create.
Okay.
I've done that before.
It's an important point.
I mean, I've had experiences where I was a gray in, certain experiences that were out of body. So it's like, if you were to create the simplest form in the astral plane that you can create, that's just like your generic dummy form that you could create, the simplest thing you can go into.
Yeah, with no genitalia.
yeah. It's just, and the eyes just represent the fact that most of our minds are attached to the visual cortex. So I mean, it's more or less an archetypal form.
In a sense, it's not something that. Let's just put it this way: you didn't have that happen in ancient Europe or ancient Islam. You didn't have people describing entities that look like that.
No.
It's not. It's ahistorical.
Honestly, my folks were watching Star Trek the other night, and at the end of the old Star Trek, they show this being with like the big eyes and the blue skin, and it has like that sort of gray-looking head. And I'm thinking, yeah, I think after that Star Trek, that's when everyone started seeing grays.
It might be a factor. But as I say, it's really the show. You don't have this kind of thing happening elsewhere. You, of course, said it looked a lot like Lamb, in a sense, called up by LAM, the entity called up by by
what
Crowley.
happened? What I saw looked different. All right.
I was just talking about when you brought up Crowley's Lamb, you were asking.
Oh yes. I worked with Crowley's Lamb, and when I worked with Crowley's Lamb, the entity I encountered took me into an outer body experience while I was laying down, meditating, and listening to music. Across like what seemed to be the vastness of the universe, and this being seemed feminine in nature. I don't know why I got that impression, but it could also be the connection with Lam, the Blue Lady, and again, the Blue Lady archetype goes all the way back into Egypt, which is what Crowley was working with Aiwass, which he got connected to in Egypt. So I mean, and when we look at that goes back to Wadjet and Nekbet, the two serpent goddesses, serpent vulture goddesses. The vulture would be depicted in blue, and the serpent, of course, speaks for itself. Now, as per the other experiences, I had experimented with using what do you call it? That fucking idiot who can't speak right. Who's that guy? Mr.
That could cover any number of people.
No. It's the guy with the glasses. I was anally probed. You know, the guy who had all that sympathy when his wife died.
Fuck, who was that?
Oh my gosh, Strieber.
Willie Strieber. Yes, that idiot.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I took a depiction of his gray and a depiction of other grays that I found online, and for 3 days I was to meditate on this. And now, you know how when you visualize something in front of you? Mm-hmm. Now, take, for example, do this, but project it behind you, as if you had a head behind your head looking backwards. That's what I was doing. And so in that sense, I was using that to project backwards the idea that I was a gray for 3 days straight. Now, this was also done.
I don't mean to be an asshole, but why? Why were you doing this?
Well, because I wanted to see just how much I could do with magic. I mean, this is like
just pushing boundaries. You were pushing boundaries, right?
Yeah, it's just what I do. It's like something I can't help. Okay. It's probably going to get me killed at some point, but you know,
when you're projecting something behind you, I'm like thinking, well, is that so it's all the easier for it to sodomize you? I mean,
no.
I understand that wasn't your intent.
No. It's like if you can imagine having a face behind your head and you were looking out on the two eyes in the back of your head.
I understand.
And so I would be like the gray, and I would be looking at the vastness of space. And anyway, within 3 days of doing this ritual intermittently, I'm sitting down and I'm contemplating whether I want to go to work. This is around like 2005, I think.
You were actually employed.
And I was employed numerous times. There's a reason why I don't want to go back to. Well, let me not say that. Let me not say that. But
by the way, I'm not quite sure that there would be that many people anxious to have you back in terms of employment. It's that's hardly an insult. It's just I'm the same way.
I'm fairly certain. It's a shared sentiment. Yeah. We'll put it that way. Out the corner of the basement, before it was finished, I saw like 3 beings they just walk right through the walls, and these were like tall, gray-looking things. And I'm looking over there, and I feel this very weird sensation in the room, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? So I I walk out the room like, nah, I got to be seeing things. This shit can't be real. And I come back down and things are gone. So after that, apparently I did summon something. I don't know. After that, I would have all these experiences. Now the Cho were different than the tall grays. These were like dwarfs. They were like 1 to 2 feet tall, and it's like they were ugly. They were wrinkly, and they were like if you were to take your archetypal gray, you were to compress it down.
Yes.
You're just really fucking ugly creatures.
Yes,
and they
much more hideous than the grays. The grays are very neutral in their appearance,
and their skin color wasn't gray. Their skin color was like a human hue skin tone. It was like almost like a peaches.
Right. And just so people understand my stance on this, the grays are not real. They're simply an archetype.
They're a projection. They're a projection. Yeah.
But by the way, it's after midnight for both Salman Sheikh and Peter Moon. They probably have to go now, but I want them both to say goodnight to our listeners. And, and any observations both of you have on this, please put in whatever observations you have on what Jameson has shared with us so far. And I know there's plenty more he could share. We can save that for another transmission in which we speak more of the Cho or magic directly. But obviously, it's, to many of our listeners, it's probably disturbing that somebody, does this. And it's one of these things that, I'll let you two gentlemen share your insights.
Oh, yes, definitely. I remember the only 2 experiences that I had with any entity was first when I immigrated to this country when I was 5 years old. We had a 2-story house in Cleveland, Ohio. And at nighttime, I would be, my mother would be sleeping on one side of the room and I would be on the other side of the room. And at nighttime, there would be a 7 to 8 feet tall entity dressed in all black that would come to the room. And he would pick me up and put me on his shoulder. I would try to cry out for my mother, and I couldn't speak. My voice wouldn't come out when I screamed. And he would carry me. He would go to the front porch and carry me up the stairs of the house. And then after that, I would have a sense of missing time where I would just wake up and it would be the morning. And this had happened to me several times when I was in that home. The second time I experienced something like that was in the summer of 2010 when I was in Pakistan, and I was brushing my teeth. I was sleeping over at my uncle's home. It was 7 a.m. And I looked behind me and there was a girl, like a dwarf-sized girl or like a hobbit-sized girl. And she was smiling at me and I smiled back at her because she resembled my cousin a lot. So I thought it was her. Maybe she had woken up early. And I was brushing my teeth, and I looked the next second, and that girl was gone. And I hurried up, and I ran to my cousin's room where my cousin was sleeping, and my cousin was right there sleeping soundly. And I'm like, "What did I just see?" And I asked somebody, and the person said that that little girl that I encountered was an elemental. And as far as that being that I encountered when I was 5 years old, I do not know what that was, but I did see a man resembling that figure when I was walking home several times from work at the train station. Tall, skinny individual wearing like a black coat. He would just be observing me from the distance. So I have always been protected in many ways throughout my life, but I have experienced something out of the ordinary a few times here and there. Yes. So just to, add on to that. And again, my love to brothers Douglas, Jamo, Paquan, Peter. My love to all of you, and my prayers are always with you and yours. Assalamu alaikum, and peace be upon you and yours.
Yes, thank you so much. And God bless you and yours. And thank you so much for the peace you bring us as the Team Dietrich chaplain. The sense of peace that accompanies you is very important for all of us and all of our listeners. So Peter, anything, and thank you, Salman. We'll be speaking again soon, and we look forward to having you back on Wednesday if possible. Of course. And,
much love, yes, brother. See you Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yes, Douglas. What I would offer to the audience, that and people who have had there's people with all sorts of experiences, as we've said, but all experiences, I'm going to make some comments here, that all experiences can be reduced to Kabbalistic archetypes. And Kabbalistic archetypes have all been evolved over millennia to mimic processes of DNA. It's all, everything is repeatable, and it's repeatable in various forms. So all the archetypes that you can have in your dreams and in visitations can be reduced to archetypes. Whether or not they're real becomes a question. But when people are visited by spirits or angels in particular, never do, very seldom, if ever, and I would say probably never, somebody needs to go on mute, but it's like, would they portray an angel as being in the physical realm? When it comes to alien experiences, they often will try to make the connection to the physical realm. The physical realm in Kabbalah is Malkuth. It is its own realm. These abductions take place in the garbage bin of the Kabbalah, which is called the Khalifa, and the shell. It's not, so these things take place. Now, there becomes an interesting question is, when do these experiences, whether they be identified as extraterrestrial, aliens, demons, when do they take place in the physical realm? Well, indeed, sometimes things do happen to penetrate the physical realm. And there is an interface of the two. And the question in all of this physical universe is in the realm of Malkuth, the reductionist term for the physical plane. And if you look at it and certainly things happen in Malkuth. It's like the lowest common denominator of the higher aspects of existence. So, or the lower aspects are going to seethe through. This is why we have crime in this world. We have the underworld, and they all everything in the Kabbalah can mix with another. It can mix from the high to the low, Venus to Mars, Venus to Uranus, Venus to Mercury. I mean, you have all sorts of quote unquote delightful interstices or intersections of different archetypes. So that's what's happening here. And for the most part, these things occur when you're out of control. And when you're out of control, you have an imbalance. So you want to seek harmony, and rather than try and explain why the aliens are probing you, you want to seek balance and send them away and create your own harmony in your own space. This is so much more profitable for the individual. And that's what I have to say about that. And with that, I will say good night and probably see you next time.
Thank you so much. Before I let you go, however, I do want to bring to your attention, Vero Reina Barrera, that wonderful senora, said, the heavens are alive. She entered this 5 hours ago on her Facebook timeline. She said, so many celestial events: Saturn retrograde, Mercury retrograde for almost a month, starting May 29th, blood full moon eclipse on May 26th, a blood moon, full moon, and an eclipse, full blood moon with an eclipse, a lunar eclipse, mostly visible in the Western Hemisphere. And so many energy shifts, she says, so many opportunities for growth and change. As I said, that's a positive way of looking at it. So she recommends we all stay centered and revel in the adventure. So if you've got any insights into that, then...
Well, yes, we've got this big eclipse coming, which she alludes to, and the eclipses bring change, particularly if you've got planets in certain positions. And I know with this eclipse, I'll be returning to my hometown in Southern California. I'll be having a family reunion. I'll be going to my best friend's, the funeral of my best friend from childhood. Get to see some of my old friends from childhood, and it'll be like retrograde. This will be during retrograde, Mercury retrograde. And so it's also going to bring big changes. I will see my friend in Hollywood, and that kind of portends the future. And it'll be a big change. I will also be coming home to the delivery of Douglas's book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. That will be a big event. Yeah. Now, when these planets go retrograde, not just Mercury, but Saturn, and they go Mercury and direct, and they're going through specific signs. And when they go, retrograde, when they go retrograde, they're going back to complete things that they did not complete when they went through that sign or that part of the sign the first time. It's like, okay, we're going to revisit old business. We're going to go back and revisit that tax return you didn't take care of. We're going to go back and revisit that government issue you didn't take care of. That's Saturn. Has to do with things that are governmental. It has to do with things that are authoritative, and anything to do with structure and corporations. So you might see some corporate, and on the bigger stage, you might see some corporate changes in the way corporations are ruled. It could involve changes in taxation or corporations, or even the denial of forcing taxes on higher taxes on corporations. And it will be interesting to say what happens. We are in interesting times. They could be better times, but there's change. There's change in the wind because human beings have been blowing it for a long, long time, and only now are people being confronted with it in a social way that there is more confrontation of it. It's like, get off the pot or move. And unfortunately, the politicians are exploiting it so as to maintain control of a system that does not need their control or want their control. The system is going to do what it does. And to hell with anybody who gets in the way. That's a good example of what happened to Donald Trump. It's not that he was getting in the way of the bad guys, which he was. It's that he was getting in the way of the overall agenda of the universe. And so he was pushed out. You can say he was pushed out by the bad guys, but he was also being pushed out by natural forces. If he was aligned with natural forces, he would not be pushed out. That's not a referendum on that Donald Trump is bad. It's just that he's out of the picture and he's been cut off. He's been deplatformed. And for better or for worse, he's been deplatformed because all these agencies of change are moving. And they will just as readily and easily deplatform Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi when it's time to deplatform them. So be it. We will have some interesting changes in the coming years, and hopefully some progress. But
yeah, thank you, Peter. Are you there?
Yep.
You suddenly stopped so suddenly. Anyhow,
I went silent.
Yeah, bless you. Love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. Thank you very much for going into what you did, and certainly, hopefully, you can be with us again on Wednesday. Around the same time. and always appreciate so much. And we really look forward to, as you said, you've got the book coming out when you come back, and we really look forward to that. I think you can agree with me. One thing Salman Sheikh did not say, but I think we can draw this conclusion, is that when it comes to what you and I have unleashed, obviously a lot was done to prevent it from happening. And then when it did finally come out, the powers that be are frightened by it. I think there's no other conclusion to draw, really, with all the effort that they're putting into just inundating the public.
Well, yeah, but I think it's also like they're just throwing sprinklers on fire, and it's a small fire to them. It's just, okay, just go out there and put some hoses on it. Put as many hoses as we can on it. I mean, it's like, this is standard op for them. It's not like...
Well, I would say it's gone way beyond that.
Yeah, but I mean, they've got enormous resources to do what they've done. Enormous resources.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, to be able to affect that much media and even go to the trouble of finding people named Dietrich, it's like they have enormous resources, and they just can pour it on and do it almost rather, what's the word, smugly. Mm-hmm. Smugly, because it's unrealistic to think that they could lose control, because they've always been in control. It's always the same system and the same type of people or beings that control this realm. I mean, we could talk about that theologically with what's the demiurge, mm-hmm. And these sort of concepts. We could, it's like, and the only thing that makes any sense is your own personal resolvation of these matters, and this could lead to a whole soliloquy on time, and time as the initial point of suffering, mm-hmm. not just suffering. Well, suffering, the word pain itself derives from the Christ experience. Right. So, it's like, it's like, so we could say that all the pain and suffering on earth that we're suffering from planetary pollution and all the bad things we've already heard too much about that I don't choose to list are tied to the human experience. We can go back to the Inquisition. We can go back to all the stuff that happened in Rome that was negative, and with the Jews, and for and against the Jews, without even putting religion into it. All this suffering of human experience, and it's like it might have a lot more to do with just the experience of time itself, and time being a faulty, or let's say flawed, matrix in which to experience time as we know it. That's a mouthful. But so be it. Yes. We will continue. Okay. Find joy in time. Yes. Because joy does exist in time.
Yes.
And we have to find it. It's like a game. Find the joy.
Yes. Yes. Very good. Bless you.
And I do find joy in you, Douglas. I find joy in revealing your information, and it's because it's exposing information that explains things, and that is a joy. And it is a joy to everybody who listens to you and learns something. Even if they don't learn 100% of the content is not something where they feel that they're learning, there are certainly enough nuggets where they keep listening to you. Mm-hmm. Even the people who want information so they can evaluate geopolitical stuff.
Yes, it's true. Thank you. And bless you.
One other thing.
Yes.
Go on. I won't go into it, mm-hmm. but I have, if you look at my timeline on Facebook, uh-huh. you'll see Peter Moon's Romanian Adventures, Transylvania and Time Travel. Uh-huh. And I do a recap of what I did the other night, except it's different. It's different. And when I was able to read, it was awkward for me. It flowed smoothly according to you, but it was awkward for me. This time I had all these notes. I typed 3 pages of notes, and I didn't use them once because having rehearsed it and modified it and changed it, it flowed. It just flowed. And it was precisely what I wanted to say and where I wanted to go. And it's for anybody who wants to listen to it, go to my timeline on Facebook, and it's right there. It's the easiest place to find it, and you can listen to it. It's about 50 minutes.
Great. And I really appreciate that. And I want you to talk more in depth about that on Wednesday, to bring us a kind of some more about that. I know there's more for you to
explain. But the main thing is, the main thing I started off the lecture was that I had the dream, and this came up during a talk I was giving in Romania one time. The dream of the white bat came to me before any of the Montauk stuff did. And it came to me when I exercised my intent to be a writer. And it was right after the first Atlanticron had been held in 1989 during communist Romania. It was held in 1989. A month or so after that, I had the dream of the white bat, which was the indigenous energies of Romania pulling me to it. They were, and it was coming through Atlanticron, even though David would not adventure there till 10 years later. So I was already being worked on. The energies of Romania were pulling me. I was in line with them because I wanted to write. So it was like, wow, this process was like the energies operating through me to the end when I end off the talk, talking to Heather, and I say, well, see, now the Solomonidae operate through the valley, they operate through the people, now they're operating through me. I want to take you to the cave. And this was my invitation to her to come, which she's already been invited there, but it was a more formal invitation, which yes, and it will also, like Jameson got interested in going to Romania, it will excite many people to go.
Yes.
To Romania. The one thing I would say, though, is I would warn people, because it's great. It's a beautiful place to go. And if some people might be better off just going as a tourist. But because it will test your mettle. If you're going for the deep spiritual thing, it will test you. And some people don't want to be tested. I just know of one woman who's been there twice, and she was tested so damn severely. I'm not going to even mention it. And it was, and basically it brought up flaws in her own process. That were, I would have politely told her what to do, and certainly criticized her. That it brought up this huge, like having your clothes taken off in public sort of situation. Wasn't that, but sort of situation where it was like being stripped naked in a very uncomfortable way. That she will get over, but it tests you. It tests you. And it's not me testing you. It's not me saying you'll be tested. It tests you, and it repeatedly does this. So you have to be, and it'll even test little things. But as I say, I've had very pleasant experiences there, things I've had to endure. But this is because people will get very interested and excited about going, especially the way I present it. Because after me, you'll see this tourist person who I know quite well, and he will sound, or maybe he was on before me, but he will sound comparatively boring.
No doubt.
He could not help me on my trips. I asked him for help, and finally one time I started, teasing him, introducing him as, here's the travel agent who's not a travel agent. He doesn't really do the type of travel I really needed. He does a different type, and he explained that. But he never explained it to me. And when I was telling him, I kept teasing him, and he finally broke down in tears. He was quite drinking, but because he hadn't helped me. But he appreciates my work, and he loves it. And what I'm just saying is, this is not a tourist experience
in the conventional sense.
Yes. Not in any extreme, because it's an experience that has at times involved what a casual tourist would consider great ruggedness.
Yeah.
I would also tell you, and it's not as extreme as David Childress has experienced, because he takes people on tours, or has, I don't know that he does anymore, for Adventures Unlimited, and he says it's really tough sometimes. You take people all the way to India, and you're going to take them, to the Nepal or climbing these mountains, and they're bitching at you because you're not, dancing on a string with an organ grinder and a monkey. They want to be entertained all the time. It's like, you don't understand. I'm taking you here, I'm taking you there. It's more like, Indiana Jones taking somebody and they want a whole archaeology class, instead of, fighting Germans or whatever he's doing. It's like,
actually what they want is the fighting Germans part. They don't want the archaeology class, which is all about hard work and, being in environments that are not conducive to human habitation. That's why you have an archaeological site, is because no humans are there to basically pave it over with parking lots. So,
Well, yeah. And when David takes somebody on these places, and they're obscure, it's like an adventure, and he's been on these places by himself, and it's like, it's an adventure. He's not being entertained. He's taking you where he's been. He's getting you accommodations, and, maybe he could, there may be, and I'm not speaking for him or the people, but maybe there are times when he could have been more people friendly, maybe, but nevertheless, people think they're on a, and I noticed this in Scientology, people thought they were coming to the Love Boat, and I'd look at them and you're crazy, you're crazy. L. Ron Hubbard was not the Love Boat, and I don't know how anybody could have thought that. It was rough and tough, and certainly livable and endurable, but these adventures. Even like the camp I go to, the director insists that people do not stay on the island their first time. They stay at an apartment or a hotel, or because he doesn't believe that they can take staying in a tent or even on a boat like I do. The tent might be better than the boat might be better than the tent. I don't know, but neither one of them are what you would call, and you go to Bucharest. I go to Bucharest for at least a day to wind down and stay in a hotel and take a regular shower and do this, that, and the other thing. So, before you go on the next leg of the journey, which might or might not be accommodating, because you can go from, grade B or grade A accommodations to, grade C- in a moment, just depending on what you're doing and where you're going. It can be extreme, and that's kind of, it's a kind of an interesting balance, but and you're going into a totally foreign place, and it's like they don't speak I can get English out of people now. I know how to do it if they speak it. Right. But my first encounter there, it's like, man, it's like, which way is the supermarket? And they'll point to the gas station, or vice versa. And that was a big problem. And so I always have a Romanian with me to negotiate those issues. And that's worked out very well. I've always had a network of people that have been there to help me. And then I met this woman who's from Laos. She had me on her show, and she had a whole history of the Green Dragons, but she'd been to Romania walking around, and said she was walking in the cold up near the Sphinx. It was cold, cold, cold. And she was up there walking alone, didn't speak the language, was manifesting heat, much like a llama would. Yeah. She's really, really out there. So she made it on her own, but she's like what do you call those? She's like what do they call those people in Nepal? Those Sherpa. She's got sort of a mindset. Yeah. I don't know if it's good to connect you up with her or not. I don't know. I told her about the stuff. Uh-huh. We can talk about that another time.
Look forward to it. Yes.
But so be it. So anyway, if people want to listen to that, It's an interesting. I mean, I've been there like at least 11 times, and can't wait to go back. Well, I have to wait to go back. But as they say, people. One of my friends, he says he was going to go, and he backed out at the last moment, and now he says, "Well, now I want to go. I want to go," because he watched the video. It's quite a presentation, I suppose, when you see all these visuals. And Douglas, you saw them.
Yes.
So,
and they certainly convinced Jameson that there is something very special about the place as kind of a nodal point for the planet. Yes. Yeah.
It's indeed special. It's certainly special for me, but it's but I it's interesting because I'll never forget when I was only in the Sea Org. I wasn't in the Sea Org of Scientology. I was only in the public for a few months. And I had done the Dianetics course, and I remember they had somebody come to the mission in Davis on Olive Drive, and they showed a slideshow. The slideshow was of basically Hubbard's ship, the Apollo, and the man who put it together, Al Bornstein, now calls himself Kate Bornstein. He's allegedly a transgender.
Oh my God.
He's kind of made a name for himself. I don't know that he's really a transgender, but
is it just shtick? I mean, it's just some kind of selling point.
I think you said one time that dressing that dressing as a woman would enable you to meet women.
Yeah.
It was a good way.
Yeah. So that's a strategy.
I wouldn't be surprised, knowing him to the degree that I do, that's really his strategy. And this guy was on Phil Donahue, and he actually recruited my ex-wife into the Sea organization.
Oh my God.
But anyway, but he did the slideshow. He was in marketing and advertising. He did a very good job with the slideshow of promoting the services of L. Ron Hubbard's ship, the Apollo, and it created such excitement. I remember in all the people who saw it, it was like, wow, and it showed his daughter, and I didn't know he had a daughter, and you got a feel for it. It wasn't necessarily very, what you call it, certainly not like the Love Boat, not luxurious. But here was an environment where Hubbard lived, and Hubbard was the great person that you were benefiting from if you were, as many of the people who were there did. And I think out of the people who watched that slideshow that night, and I was probably, there might have been a few others who actually made it to that ship. And not only did I make it to the ship, I survived it with flying colors. And
yes,
that a lot of people, I'd say the majority of the people could not say the same. Some could, but that's sort of the thing. It's like you get excited, you get motivated. I don't know that I never thought that I would go there. It wasn't a goal of mine to go there. I said, wow, that's quite a place to go. I didn't intend to go there. I thought that I was undeserving and not qualified to go there. I was asked if I would like to go after everybody was getting disqualified. It's like, we need a slugger on this team. None of these guys can hit a home run. Can you hit a home run? Well, I hit one once. Yeah, okay, well, okay, you'll do. We'll put you in the lineup. In other words, you think your credentials are bad, right, and unworthy, but you're by comparison, you're acceptable.
Right.
And that's how. And I was like, out of all these people, I was the only one. I went by myself out of all those people.
Wow.
So that was, it's a process. It's natural. It's not that I was so great. It's that everybody was getting disqualified because of their past history or other circumstances. So that's what Romania does to you. And I said to Paula, in terms of certain people who are involved with her mother's group, I said there are certain people who are going to go up and they're going to be confronted by the Solimanari, the indigenous spirits, or the people that are part of their group, and they're going to be looking at them like, what the hell are you doing? Because some sore point in their life will show up. Like, maybe, and this is not probably a realistic example, but maybe they've just, abandoned their wife and their child, and the child and the wife are suffering because they felt they had to go on a spiritual journey. And they say, what the hell are you doing here? Why aren't you back at home feeding your kid? It might be something, and I'm not saying that particular analogy, but there's some great flaw that they're not doing, and that will show up. So, and these are actually a good thing, if you face what is, because now I'm starting to see things. I can see things in other people, and I can see them too well sometimes, and you don't say them because you don't want to. And I want to say this. I once looked at a guy's chart, and I saw that he was financially screwed. He was a financial loser.
Wow.
And I wouldn't dare say it to him. It was plain in the chart.
Wow.
I didn't say anything. And you know what? He's not doing so bad financially.
Okay.
He could do better, but I feel, it was empowering not to say it.
Right. Good point. That's a good
Okay.
point. Yeah. Thank you.
Point.
Bless you.
Enough of my good points. I'm going to go to sleep, and I'll talk to you in a couple days or so.
Look forward to it. Love you dearly, and send our best to Paula. Thank you.
Oh.
Yes. And that was Peter Moon. Go to skybooks.usa.com, www.skybooks.usa.com. When our man Jameson returns, let's see if Pac One Morales is still around with us. Pac One, let's see if I can call upon you, sir, and see if he's hanging around. And of course, if he's gone to bed, I don't blame him at all. He has to get up early in the morning, so he does have things to deal with. Gracie Aguilar says, condolences. God bless you, Gracie. Now, I think Gracie is this wonderful woman who I see on my DDD page, and I don't interact very much with the DDD page, so I do want to thank her for everything she does. Yes, Gracie Aguilar is that lady. So Gracie Aguilar, mwah, God bless you, senora, or senorita, such as the case may be. I'm not quite sure exactly what her situation is with her nuptials, so to speak. But she's this wonderful lady who has been kind enough to leave various messages on the DDD timeline that was established originally by Maria Michaela Grigorich, this wonderful human being who, oh my God, I still have to send her some kind of flower image just to let her know that, of course, she means so much to us. And we do hope that she joins us back in the chat room more regularly. And she has been very busy, a lot going on. As I've brought up before, I suspect, I won't go too deeply into this, but I suspect her daughter has something to do with it, who definitely finds myself suspect. And her daughter was actually on this show, on this program. So, at that time, Brendan Zogit was on simultaneously, and I was trying to kind of play Cupid with them, but that didn't necessarily work out, and there's a lot of reasons behind that. Her daughter has just deals with a lot herself, so definitely it's just one of those things. All right, so I may find this for our Lady Maria later, going through some of these wallpapers, and none of them quite strike me right now. But we do need to keep burning bandwidth at the moment. And if our man Pac One Morales is not here with us, he's on this kind of mute. He shows up as on the call, but he's probably very definitely at this point in the night gone to sleep. All for the best. So let me start by doing some solicitation. And the solicitation that I'll start off with will be concerning our man, Mr. Ben Astenius, who I ask everyone maintain Ben Astenius as well as Derek Talley in your thoughts and prayers. And oh my God, I still have to send a proper thank you to this wonderful individual in Australia. And as I've said before, let me take a look at her name. I believe it's a her. I may be wrong on that. Do wish they'd reach out and kind of clarify that for me. But you know how it is. It's just many people are, they're very private, and many people don't like to just reach out or interact necessarily, even though they're trying to help. And this is Louis Rogers in Australia, name spelled Luis, maybe a man, maybe a woman. I have no idea, but they donated 100 United States dollars, which is quite a bit in Australian money. I mean, these currency exchanges, you'd be surprised at how the American dollar is normally so strong compared to these various other dollars, the Canadian dollars, the Australian dollars. So she donated quite a bit, and he or she and I owe them a proper thanks. I'm still trying to get from Selena Khan how I use the PayPal to do that. She taught me once. Have not retained that information, so I'll have to send her an email. God bless them, whatever gender they may be. And of course, at this point, I think it's best to just get on with the solicitation for tonight. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher himself and an enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book entitled The Unfinished Man. And, of course, you can review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejerin case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson as you would Tucson, Tucson, and put the word "the" in front of it. theTucsonMurders.com. And you can telephone the Baron Ben himself personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And neglect not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. You'll know you're in the right place when you enter Man of the Soil on the search bar of YouTube and you find yourself looking at the young blonde white lady with the nice set of pins and a Rex holding up a green t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. Once you're there, you can regale yourself with the vision of Ben Astenius in his one piece racing his sprint car across the AstroTurf, the turf he recommends that you never have to water or mow, and he will even regale you on the Man of the Soil channel with some footage of Manny installing the AstroTurf, in case you ever wondered how that's done. And once you're there, you can also gaze upon the breathtaking footage, the aerial drone footage of his landscape architecture. You can see all the men at work that are making the environment a better place for the owners of all of the properties being worked on. And to do the job, our man Ben Estenius brings those men in brown from over that great big invisible Trump wall. And of course you had to hear our man Peter Moon talking about Trump as if he were some kind of good guy. You know, get a little bit into that narrative there of good guy, bad guy. At any rate, Trump's no good guy. And indeed, if there was any good guys, it's the ones that got him thrown out. That would be the American voter as a majority. Good to see that there's still goodness in the majority in America. At any rate, Ben Estenius himself can bring you those men in brown that Trump was so afraid of to do what the men in white cannot do, at least not under the sun. Not under direct sunlight for hours and hours, because they would suffer heat stroke, sunstroke. Basically, well, they weren't evolved to take that kind of heat. But his men from south of the border, those lads will reshape your world, quite literally. And some of the services they offer for Ben, ultimately for you, via Ben Estenius, is landscape design, consulting, paver, travertine, and flagstone patios, artificial grass, decorative rock, driveways, walkways, lighting, drip irrigation, all based on 45 years of service. I mean, you're stuck in your quarantine bubble, locked down in your property. You can take a look at front yard, backyard, side yards, and what do you see? Well, you're going to see a lot better if you improve your world with the advisement and services of Man of the Soil. Just take a look at the website, manofthesoil.com, and then call Ben Estenius to serve you at 1-520/544-7743. That's 1520-544-7743. Call him up and he'll bring you the greatest show on dirt and improve your world so that you have something better to gaze upon. Master of all you survey in your own world rebuilt in your image. Yeah, there you go. Become a living god. Well, with that, we'll bring Jameson back on for a minute. Okay, Jameson, it appears that Pac-Juan Morales has probably gone to sleep. I certainly do not blame him with all the hours he has to get up, the fact that he's a father, the fact he's got things to do in the morning, early morning. Holy shit, I don't know how he can stay up as late with us as he does. So I'm going to ask you to kind of burn bandwidth for a little bit, and I'll be back soon enough. Just going to take a short break to refresh myself, maybe see if there's some things I can dispose of, some other things I can collect. And I've got a few stains on this screen from the food I was eating that just happened to splash on it. I cannot abide by them, so I'm going to use some Windex to get them off. All right. Love you dearly. You take over, son, for a little bit, and I'll be back soon enough. All right?
All right. All right, folks. I am playing Magic the Gathering, and I'm doing pretty good. Well, there was something that Peter said that I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to wonder if time and consciousness aren't one and the same thing. Because when you think about it, the only reason why we're able to perceive of anything is because of time, or because of the movement from one point to the other. In fact, consciousness could probably be defined as movement. So if one is unconscious, one is not. One's awareness is not moving from one point to another. It's literally just fixed when you think about it. So they say that time is like the fourth dimension. Well, I wonder if that's also the dimension in which we would find consciousness. And this would make a lot of sense to me. Now, I'm probably just going to quit this game so I can, which I was winning, just so I can give you lovely folks something to enjoy. So, we got a lot of flexing going on here with this international stuff, and it's really interesting. So let's take a look at this. Russia is still testing its terrifying Apocalypse torpedo. The bus-sized Poseidon is designed to destroy coastal targets with a multi-megaton warhead. We should have nuked these sons of bitches when we had the chance. 100 times over. In fact, we should have hit them with like 100 megatons, 300 megatons, just to freaking make sure they never pop up again. But that's just my opinion. Russia's giant nuclear-tipped Poseidon torpedo will undergo more tests this year. Are they setting these fuckers off, or are they just testing how they move? With an almost unlimited range, Poseidon would speed towards targets on America's coastline, exploding a 2-megaton warhead next to them. In your fucking dreams, the Poseidon will be launched from a class of specialized submarines. Russia's intimidating nuclear-powered torpedo is running toward new key tests this year. The funny thing is, Russia could flex all at once, but we all know that it's most of the people are just fucking drunk as fuck, and their military is literally functioning on minimum. I mean, that's why they have to poison everybody. With a planned deployment for later this decade, the Tsunami Apocalypse torpedo, the first of its kind, is designed to travel across the world's oceans to deliver a knockout thermonuclear blow against a coastal target or city. Russian state television accidentally, quote-unquote, quotey hands there, leaked the existence of the Poseidon 2M39 torpedo, originally named Status 6 in 2015. A Russian Ministry of Defense document showed the weapon and described it as achieving the defeat of the important economic facilities of the enemy in the vicinity of the coast, causing assured unacceptable damage to the country through establishment zones of extensive radioactive contamination unsuitable for implementation in these areas of military, economic, business, or other activity for a long time. Initial leaks describe the nuclear-powered Poseidon as a giant torpedo, or like a large unscrewed submarine, take your pick, that measures 6.5 feet wide and 65 feet long, and travels at speeds of 70 knots. Nuclear power also gives the torpedo plenty of range, and experts believe the Poseidon can travel across the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans on its own to deliver its payload. The torpedo's high speed will make it difficult for U.S. forces to intercept. Now, this in and of itself strikes me as more of a weapon that is meant to be a deterrent to nuclear war than something that would be effective. Because even if they were to nuke a target, they would still have to worry about getting their asses handed to them many times over out of retaliation. So this is clearly being used as a means of coercion, or trying to, flex his muscle in front of Biden, because he doesn't have what's his name? Putin doesn't have Trump to bend over for him anymore. Early reports also suggest Poseidon carried a 100 megaton thermonuclear warhead, which would pack twice the punch of Tsar-Bomba, the most powerful nuclear weapon ever detonated. Yeah, the mushroom cloud of Tsar-Bomba was 61 miles in diameter. I mean, think about that. That's a fucking massive mushroom cloud. When detonated near an enemy coastline, such Such a large warhead would inundate a coastal city or enemy port with a radioactive tsunami, contaminating the area and rendering it uninhabitable for decades to come. Now, if they decided to salt the nuke with something like cobalt, it would actually be 300 years before you can reoccupy the area. Of course, what many people don't realize is that the reason why we even have the terminology of a salted nuke is because the United States actually did test a salted nuke in the Bikini Atoll. And the name of that test was called Flathead. It was a part of, I believe, the oh my God, I don't know if it was under Operation Cherokee or something like that, but it was their attempt to test a dirty nuke. It was actually megatons rather than it was actually kilotons rather than megatons, but they were testing how dirty they could make it, and it was effective. Now, recent estimates would, however, revise Poseidon's payload down to a relatively paltry 2 megatons. That may not trigger a radioactive tsunami. Actually, it would still trigger a large enough wall of water, but it's still powerful enough to do serious damage to a coastal target. 2 megatons is the equivalent of 2,000 kilotons, while the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima was a mere 15 kilotons. Yes, 2 megatons, that would be sort of like what they had in the theater of Operation Dominic, where they were doing the atmospheric nuclear test. Some of those were like 1 megaton, I think the largest one at least. Western officials are reportedly concerned about the Poseidon per CNN, and Russian President Vladimir Putin has asked his defense minister for an update on the weapon's recent key stage test. According to Russian state media, the Poseidon will undergo further testing this year. Hopefully it backfires and blows up in their fucking faces, which would make them a laughingstock. And Putin would never live that one down. Russia is reportedly building 30 Poseidon torpedoes and will deploy them on 4 specially fitted submarines. 2 submarines will reportedly serve with the Atlantic-facing Northern Fleet, while 2 others will serve with the Pacific Fleet. Each Belgorod-class submarine will carry 6 Poseidon torpedoes. Russia could also deploy the torpedoes in special capsules, where they would be activated remotely. Of course, America knows this, and they're going to be like, yeah, what the fuck are you motherfuckers doing here? Well, I don't think America even cares at this point. Do we have a government that even cares anymore? No, they seem to be more or less interested in dumbing the public down and reassuring us that we're not going to collapse any day now. Russia launched the first Belgorod-class submarine in 2019 and is preparing to launch another this year. In February, a commercial imaging satellite detected the sub at the port of Severodonetsk with its bow-mounted Poseidon launch tubes wide open. Oh boy, you talk about flexing. While critics initially derided the Poseidon as a myth or a bluff, it's clear now that Russia is deadly serious about putting this apocalyptic weapon into action. But will the country ultimately build 30 torpedoes and the 4 subs needed to carry them? That's a good question. Well, now there are some operations that have been going on in as far as training exercises with the Navy. I had gotten something here. I think it was in the military news. Let me see if I could find that. Ah, yes, here we go. Military.com. Biggest Navy exercise in a generation will include 250,000 personnel across 17 time zones. We have tens of thousands of sailors and Marines that will participate in the biggest U.S. naval exercise in a generation to test how the services will fight across vast distances as they prepare for possible conflict with China or Russia. Chances are we'll be dealing with both. Aircraft carriers, submarines, planes, unmanned vessels, and about 25,000 personnel will participate in large-scale exercise 2021, which will begin in the late summer. The massive exercise will span 17 time zones with sailors and Marines in the US, Africa, Europe, and the Pacific joining. Live forces will participate in both the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. LSE is more than just training. It is leveraging the integrated fighting power of multiple naval forces to share sensors, weapons, and platforms across all domains in contested environments globally, said Admiral Christopher Grady, commander of the U.S. Fleet Forces. The exercise, he added, will be the first in a series that will continue to push the envelope of what it means to be a superior maritime force. The Navy and Marine Corps are working more closely after decades of missions focused on the Middle East, as competition for influence builds with China and Russia. The Department of the Navy is shifting its focus from largely land-based fight against terror groups to deterring aggression. I really slipped on my words there. Well, yeah, I figured there was more to us pulling out of the Middle East than just, it's time for our troops to come home, because America really doesn't care about its troops that much after they've been used in combat. 36 units will participate in physical portions of the large-scale exercises, where more than 50 will join the exercise remotely, said Lieutenant Commander Tabitha Klingensmith with the U.S. Fleet Forces Command. Participating units will include personnel from all three Marine Expeditionary Forces and sailors from the Navy's 2nd, 3rd, 6th, 7th, and 10th Fleets. While the U.S. has held big naval exercises like Bold Alligator and Rim of the Pacific, Klingensmith said the training events are growing in scope and complexity. Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Mike Gilday has referred to the upcoming large-scale exercise as the biggest naval training event in a generation. That's because combining live and virtual participants will expand the playing field beyond what has ever been achieved in live-only exercises, Klingensmith said. Now, I'm guessing they're going to run a lot of simulations to see how well we would fare in the case of warfare, given the certain weapons that we know both sides to have, such as Russia's nightmare submarines and whatnot, as I just went into with the last article. The sailors and Marines participating will test several concepts they're likely to encounter in a possible conflict with China. Scenarios will test the sailors and the Marines' ability to conduct distributed operations, expeditionary advanced base operations, literal operations in a contested environment, and command and control in a contested environment. We've been applying warfighting concepts like distributed maritime operations to fleet battle problems at the strike group level to rapidly advance organizational learning, Grady said. LSE 2021 is important because we will apply these lessons to lessons learned at scale to further our employment of synchronized integrated operations across all domains globally to ensure we remain the superior maritime force in the high-end fight. Now, they are still somehow pushing a myth that they are the strongest maritime force. I don't think we are. Well, I mean, considering Japan.
Thank you. It's, just so people understand this, naval comparisons of fleet capabilities is very difficult because you have to take into account what exactly is the Navy, which is a composition of fleets. Just so people understand this, navies comprise more than one fleet, or can do so if the nation is a superpower. Then what is the purpose of the Navy? What is it engaging in? Is it defense, or is it some form of colonialism, etc.? All of America's Navy is based on colonial power projection. It is not based on fleet combat. So anybody who thinks it's based on fleet combat is basically very ignorant of the technologies required for fleet combat and exactly what situation, or rather how would I say this, what state of decay that the U.S. Navy is in, despite its quote-unquote strength, which would be most obviously in its size, even though the majority of its size is really cut down by the fact that most of the ships are in really bad shape, and they're manned by crews that are totally incompetent. At any rate, I want to say...
They really, at this point, it would behoove them to try to create some, at least, automated fleets if they could, which I don't think we have the technology to do. I mean, if we have the technology to do it, we damn sure aren't going to put the money to do that, because most of the money goes to stupid shit. Yeah. Because that's what America does best.
Yeah.
Squander.
Yes. By the way, I want to say hello to Veronica Barrera. Oh, honey, I hope you heard when I brought up your post earlier twice in this transmission tonight. And she says, "Hola, Douglas. Buenas noches muchas. Bendiciones." And the same to you, honey. Buenas noches a todas. Señora Veronica Barrera. Mwah. Love you dearly, honey. And so she's been through a lot. And so let me see. We started streaming about 5 hours ago. And let's take a look at the time we have left before I relieve Jameson. I might want him to go on for a few more minutes. We have approximately 7 hours left. If Mandy comes on at some point, we can have her for about an hour. Definitely I want to get a lot done with the monologue tonight. And I already did a bit on the reverse engineering from alien technology.
Oh, yeah, the bullshit with, Steve Queer.
Yeah, there we are. I like that. That's a much better term for him.
Now, there was something I noted. I would guess that Oprah and Michael Aquino were at least somewhat acquainted, because they were both on the Council of Foreign Relations. I think that's accurate.
Well, definitely what Michael Aquino was part of was the World Affairs Council.
Okay. Yeah. I think Oprah was also part of that, I think.
It wouldn't surprise me.
She was one of the names. So I mean, it's clear that he was one of her friends, which is not surprising at all.
Thank you, and may explain a lot about how she's gotten where she's gotten and why she has all the privilege that she does. And
that may be the one black person he was talking about, where he said, "Oh, there was a black woman I said, you're gonna give this woman her blah blah blah," and I'm thinking, yeah, I guess he's talking about April. Oprah. Did I say April? What the
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I'd try to forget her name too. Honest to God, I try to forget Oprah's in our world. I got so tired of seeing her, basically all over the place. And the worst of it all was when she photoshopped her head onto Raquel Welch's body for the cover of TV Guide. You're probably too young to remember that.
Oh, shit. But, that's great.
Yeah, that was just bullshit. I mean, that's just... fuck that. I mean, at this point,
Well, see what we should do is we should get the Photoshop of, we should get the image of that and the image of Michael Aquino photoshopped on Indiana
Jones. That's an excellent point. I just thought of that. I thought of that right before you said it. Just put those side by side as just exercises in self-fantasy, exercises in fantasy and stuff. Honest to God, there was this one woman who was a fan of mine And somebody, I can't remember who it was, there was, there's different things people were doing with Photoshop and just having fun. The worst one was, who was this bitch? I can't even remember her name, but, Grude just despised her within a short, and the feeling was mutual. She despised me because she was a fucking idiot and thought something I said was offensive. And it's amazing what people take offense at. This is what you have to learn as a public speaker. You have to learn, of course, to be careful of what you say to a degree. I have much more freedom and leeway because I'm not nationally syndicated. I'm not getting paid to do what I do. The only payment I get is from you, the listener. So it's not like, say, for instance, who was that guy who said nappy-haired hose and he got into so much trouble? Do you remember that?
Some basketball guy, the guy who liked to bite people.
No. It was the, I can look it up. I bet you if I look up the term nappy-haired hose, I will find out the name of the guy. He was a radio announcer that destroyed
Don Imus?
Yes, it was Imus. Imus in the morning. That's right. It was, what was
I don't
his
even
first
know
name?
how
Don?
I fucking remember his name.
How could you forget it? It was, he had 6 kids. I'm just looking him up now. And Don Imus, yes, this was, he was, this was just, obviously he deserved everything he got. This is one of those moments that destroyed his career. And, that's what I thought of the other day in the latest transmission before tonight's. I was talking to Jameson Reese when I suddenly could not restrain myself. And I said, oh my God, what the fuck happened to her? And I saw this picture of Sinead O'Connor. And I just said, oh my God, what happened to her? He was hideous. I just said, maybe people will argue with that and say, oh God, that's taking it too far. Hideous. But,
Holy shit, what the hell happened to Don Imus?
Yeah, well, Don Imus, he always looked like a taxidermized.
He always looked...
Yeah. Cadaver. He didn't have a doctor. He had a fucking undertaker. And when it came to, Sinead O'Connor, she was like Don Imus. These are people whose careers were ruined with a single act. And, in the case of, Sinead O'Connor, basically she ripped up a picture of the Pope on stage. And, of course, Ireland was not ready for that. Still very much a staunchly Roman Catholic country in many ways. And certainly at that time, they just responded very negatively, and her life was derailed after that. And so basically, she was being interviewed by somebody for New York Magazine or maybe the New York Times. And, this was a very sympathetic interviewer, a female journalist who obviously felt sympathy for her. But it's, this woman just, her life ended at that moment. And whereas before she was physically attractive, everything she dealt with after that was, in backpedaling or backtracking from that. She, of course, this was the title of the article, was She Remembers It Differently. This is how she, and well, what else is she going to say? I mean, this destroyed her life. So her only way to live with herself is to rearrange the memory. She's revised the memory in her life to say, oh, this is what I've wanted. I wanted to live alone. She says, oh yeah, I've got this uncomfortable furniture in the house because I really don't like company. I like my own company. In other words, no one would talk to her, and she was left isolated. This is horrible. And so she turned into this dumpy old hag. It's just, aged by, decades beyond what her age should be. And, with Don Imus, of course, it all ended for him when he said that nappy-haired hose. It's obviously we have to be careful about what we do. The interesting thing is that I've done my best to basically predicate and just preface my life so that hopefully something like that doesn't happen. The problem with Don Imus is that he was doing all-nighters, and he was doing all-nighters into the early morning. That's why it was called Imus in the morning. He basically had to do all-nighters to get to everybody in the morning at all the time zones. And so what happens is when you're on the air for that many hours, your average person, you are trying to burn bandwidth, right? You're trying to fill in airtime. So you just start talking shit. And after a while, you lose track of what you're saying. And so you just start talking shit. This is when shit happens, right? You talk shit, shit happens, and so this is what happened to him. So, by the way, he also apparently used the term jigaboos, which I had no idea he said that. And jigaboos, that's almost creative. I mean, that's a slur that's so racist it's fallen from American usage. I mean, he had to dredge that out of the back of his brain. Anyhow, just obviously, well, he paid the price in terms of his career and such his life, right? It's like you can't feel sorry for him. He had too much to lose.
No, you can't. I mean, look. Well, he looks like something. He looks like a puppet from Crank Anchors or some shit.
Oh yeah. He does. He does. He looks like, you're right, like somebody was just purposefully. Well, they reanimated a cadaver. They put puppet strings on a cadaver and were just using it like a ventriloquist dummy. But then that's what he turned out to basically be. But with Sinead O'Connor, she did what she did, and it destroyed her life. I mean, you've got to be careful about what you do in the name of art, or in the name of, burning bandwidth. Of course, in my case, again, it's different. I'm not getting paid to do any of this. In terms of Sinead O'Connor, she was a professional performer, so she had certain obligations to entertain the public, but not necessarily enlighten them or push their minds to new limits. Art is ostensibly supposed to do that, but not popular art. Popular art really isn't about that. It's more towards entertainment than enlightenment. You just can't push your listeners or your viewers' brains to any great extent into some new envelope of existence, and that's something people like Jameson do to themselves. Staring backwards at the gray, right? That's
well, it's a complicated exercise, and
I'm sure. Yeah, no need to go into it. I will talk about it, in another transmission. But go on.
I've literally tried to explain it to people on Magic forums, and they're like, "What?"
No, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. And by the way, it has its basis in occult history. The two-faced god, the two-faced god, single-headed, two-faced, Janus, from where we get the name for the month of January. Janus is the god that could always look backward and forward. Came to represent that transition time between the years. Oh my God. Anyhow, so you spoke earlier of human sacrifice. Let me start with that and just go as far as I can tonight with the social observations to try and bring them to some conclusion in an arc of narrative. I haven't had a good arc of narrative going as of late, and that's been fine. The transmissions have been all right, and people have responded positively, and the listenership is increasing. And so our viewers are spreading the word, and that's great, and I appreciate that. All right. So when it comes to... thank you, Jameson. Was there anything else you want to bring to our attention before I start monologuing?
Nope, you can go right on ahead. Good night, folks.
Right.
I'll be in the background.
Thank you. Do stay. I always appreciate it that you hang around. And aside from all of that, let me see if I got enough liquid around to hydrate myself. And if I need to grab some more hydrating fluids or need to relieve myself of fluids, then I will contact Jameson Reese, who will hopefully be in the background. And of course, let me know if you have to take a trip someplace, and then let me know when you're back. Okay, so when Jameson Reese really brought up the human sacrificial, shall we say, motif, the theme, it's something that has a lot more importance than people realize today. I met one of the sickest sons of bitches in the world, who was the guru of the man who ran American Freedom Radio, a guy named, what was that fucker's name again? Something Ramirez, Danny Romero. Danny Romero was the son of a bitch. And where I worked, quote unquote, for about a month. And we are fortunate to have those episodes up, connected through my website, but also on the channels of John Warrington, etc. And when it comes to this idiot, Danny Romero, his guru was a guy whose name was, I forgot, and his name was a pseudonym anyway. He was always kind to me, but he definitely was obsessed with everything in our society that we consider to be of innocent purview, such as birthday cakes. He considered that going back to cannibalism, sweet meat, right? And then somehow he translated that in his sick brain to birthday cakes. This was the guru of Danny Romero, who is, of course, the Lord and Master, who is served by, who's that little Kiwi son of a bitch, the New Zealander puke who was interviewing me a few times and then basically took over American Freedom Radio. He was like the buttfuck boy of Danny Romero. I forget his name. All he ever did was ask for money all the time. Money, I'm desperate. Money, just this sad, lame, stupid individual. Help me out here, Jameson. Come on. You might remember this guy. New Zealander. Eastwood? No, not Eastwood. Vinny Eastwood! Yeah, that's right. Vinny Eastwood, right? That was it. Vinny Eastwood. Son of a bitch. That's right. It was Vinny Eastwood. Oh my fucking God. Let me look that up and see if I can find him. I'm even reluctant to do it because I'm afraid to see his face. Oh my God. Vinny Eastwood. Yeah, website and YouTube. And that pathetic son of a bitch calls himself Captain Ŵoaumphyieorai. Oh, he's looking more plump these days. He's plumped out, getting fat in his prebends. Oh my God. He now runs American Freedom Radio. I'm certain Danny Romero was looking forward to dying. He was already as fucking senile as it comes. But his guru was this fucker who went on for hours and hours. One time when they were considering me for employment there originally, employment, quote unquote, meaning you'd be able to promote yourself and ask for money on their station, like Vinny Eastwood always does, then you had to listen to this guy to see if you passed his filter. And this guy passed me through his filter. He was, very accommodating, very kind to me. But he was intolerable to me. He was just so sick and so obsessed with cannibalism, human sacrifice. I'm searching down through my contacts in the Skype because I know I had a contact with this guy and I might remember his name. It was something like Julius the Greek or something, is what this guy called himself. And if you ever listen to him, you would get physically nauseated. It just his mono fixation on human sacrifice and cannibalism was something pathological and unhealthy. And yet it is an important part of anthropology. So since I'm going to be talking about the Asia Pacific region, and this is something that President Biden has tried to, as well as every president before him, other than Trump, has tried to pivot to Asia. I think that this is an important thing to bring up. And so I want to concentrate on Oceania and the Asia Pacific region. In fact, I should always be trying to concentrate on the Asia Pacific region because that is, of course, the most important part of the world. Really, Europe has its place, but honestly, Europe gifted us the Third Reich, and the Third Reich relocated to Unterland. So Europe gave us what it had to give. That's and Europe may have more to give, but only if it'll take a while before we get there. It's not too long necessarily, but we're not going to get anything from Europe right now. So what we've got is, of course, the situation where Biden's pivot to Asia is challenged by China's rise, by climate change, and of course, Biden has filled his team with Asia experts, but none of them are like myself. For one thing, a few of them are indeed Asian, but not to the diversity that I manifest the Asian races in myself. So what we've got is basically a situation where there's not too much that necessarily can happen. We've just got to, give him credit where credit is due. Obama talked about a pivot to Asia. But Biden is actually doing it. And as I've said, the Americans have tried this under various administrations for at least a decade because they knew that it just has to be done. This is the fucking future. And unless they do this, they're not going to get anywhere. We're going to be stuck in the past. We're going to be stuck without a future because the future is fucking Asia. And if you haven't got that through your heads, you haven't got ahead. So in terms of that, let me try and get my head together. Get it out of my ass. I know I've had plenty of time, but believe it or not, I have to pay attention to a lot of the people when they're on. And so I want people to appreciate the fact that, it isn't always the opportunity for me to get my act together for analysis as I hope it will be, simply because a lot of the people are talking and they need attention, they need response. So not saying I'm babysitting them or whatever. It's just, how do we say it? Just part of the job. And even though I don't want to consider this a job, more or less this is therapeutic for me. And it's the best kind of therapy. And most people don't have this kind of opportunity. So I honestly want everybody to, appreciate what I appreciate. Now, in terms of getting my shit together, I would think that, the biggest problem we might have is that there would be no actual pivot to Asia. And if that's the case, then we're just going to have to adapt to things in this administration not being as good as we would hope. We're going to have problems, probably, with the pivot. And, there are those who would argue that the attempt to pivot to Asia was Obama's biggest mistake because of all of the problems we have domestically. But we've got to divorce this from Obama, and we've got to look at what we've got now. Obama did not succeed in this case, and we're going to have to make it succeed with Joseph Biden. Now, it's unlikely that it will succeed without myself being involved, and we'll probably get to the point of American collapse by the time that the need for myself as an individual is realized. So what we've got is a situation that is getting worse in ways that I'll explain. The culture wars will bring us to a shooting war. And of course, as always, I'm not just someone to talk out of my ass. What I say is based on many other academics and analysts and professionals. Only I'm able to take it much further than any of them ever have. And that's because they lack any of the insights that I have, because they don't have all of the vast depth and professional background. And indeed, it's that professional background that has always been attacked by so many of the people who have attacked myself. They attack my character. They're attacking the professional background that I proved that I had. And so when they do that, then you have to learn to ignore them, or you yourself will be in peril. You'll be in peril of never understanding the world around you. You'll be in peril of being forever incapable of understanding what's going on in the world around you. So definitely buckle up, and I'll start explaining it. I'll try and start explaining by, shall we say, current events, and then bring us into history. And the current events that will take us into the history, of course, all of that is, well, let's get started. See if I can get myself into the zone. Now, as I said, Barack Obama, in the past, I've said this, he was born in Kenya. And I'm so glad he became president, because Americans have got to get over this bullshit that you've got to be native born to be a leader of the American empire. As I've said before, all of the great leaders in history are not native born, because you need somebody who's a foreigner to ultimately lead your people into a cosmopolitan world. Even, as I've mentioned before, aside from the European examples that Westerners can comprehend, aside from pointing out that Alexander the Great was not Greek, he was Macedonian, pointing out that Napoleon Bonaparte was not French, he was Italian, ethnically Italian, born on the island of Corsica, where his mother fought against two empires, first the Austrian and then the French, for Corsican independence. Very similar. His mother was very similar to Tsai Ing-wen, the current president of Taiwan, whose party would prefer to see a Taiwan in and of itself, a nation called Taiwan, not the Nationalist Republic of China of my generations, what I would relate to as relocated to Taiwan and claiming the mainland, but rather a Taiwan in and of itself that relates more towards the Pacific, towards the Philippines, towards Polynesia, Polynesian Asia, than towards the mainland. That's what she and much of the current generation, the younger generation of Taiwan, would like to see. A Taiwan in and of itself where people call themselves Taiwanese rather than nationalist Chinese. I am not of that bent, but these people are. That was like Napoleon's mother and her concept towards Corsica. That did not happen. Ultimately, Napoleon became a hero of France. Adolf Hitler, of course, was not German. He was Austrian, which, despite speaking German, being ethnically German, has not reunited with Germany since the Second World War. And in terms of, shall we say, Stalin, Joseph Stalin was, of course, born in this little Caucasus Mountains principality, this nation state you can look up on the map in the region next to Turkey, and between Turkey and Russia you'll find little Georgia. And the Caucasus Mountains, in which that nation of Georgia is situated, is where we get the term Caucasian from. He viewed himself as a true white, a Caucasian, ruling over a land of Oriental Slavs, Slavic peoples that he considered completely expendable. So Joseph Stalin was very much a foreigner running a Russian satrap as a Soviet empire. So when it comes to Barack Obama, he was someone who was an African who, for a period of 8 years, ran the American empire, where the whites would say he ran it to the ground. They would say that this was representative of American decline in the same sense that they would feel the Nubian pharaohs represented the decline of the Egyptian empire. So, again, to try and place this into some context for you, until you adapt to these foreign rulers, your empire will be in collapse. It is the foreign rulers that actually will enable your empire to deal with the world. In the case of Islam, just so people understand this, in terms of the old video games produced by the people who gave you Red Alert, which is an ancient video game that's gone through multiple permutations, the premise for the Red Alert franchise was that Albert Einstein, as a Jewish individual, an American of Jewish descent, decided to apply his knowledge of physics to developing time travel and traveled back in time to assassinate my father, Adolf Hitler. The Red Alert franchise carries out the complete catastrophe that follows. The Red Alert franchise is all about how, without Adolf Hitler, to stop the Soviet Union conquers the world. The whole Red Alert franchise is about combating the Soviet Empire across the world stage. Now, the same people who brought you this incredibly accurate historical premise in the sense of the indispensability of Adolf Hitler as the savior of the world, brought you a series of games originally contracted for the Department of Defense called Generals, which pitched three sides. This is the classic strategic game scenario. There has to be three sides, one which represents a kind of balance of forces, another which represents sheer mass and brute force, numbers and brute power, and a third side which represents a terrorist network, asymmetrical warfare faction. So with the game Generals, when it was released to the public with all of the Department of Defense shit knocked out, it was about the United States versus the Communist Chinese Empire versus Islamic extremism in the form of the GLA. And the GLA was always presented as the asymmetric force that had the potential to conquer the world if the right general would lead it. The GLA was an acronym never explained because that was taken out by the Department of Defense. All the consumers of the video game got was the acronym GLA, and they knew they were Muslims, and they knew they were extremists, and they knew they were the asymmetric warfare unit that had the potential to take over the world, and you could game it so that they did. In certain scenarios where you're playing their side, you could win the game, win the world. But no civilian can tell you what the fuck GLA stood for. GLA was, of course, an Arabic acronym, and it stood for Ghazia Lige Al-Amir. The term Amir is very specific to the Arab world. It represents Amir, an admiral of the sands. An admiral of the sands because the sands are like a sea. And the Amir was originally the man tasked with helping the people on the Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca, reach Mecca safely. A kind of general in charge of protecting the civilians on the annual pilgrimage to Mecca, making certain that they would get there and back unmolested by anything. The Amir came to represent a kind of rank equivalent to shogun in Japan. The Arabic equivalent of shogun in Japan, which for those of you who don't know, shogun is like the supreme military commander. Very similar to the term that Chiang Kai-shek deemed or ranked himself generalissimo. So, if you hear the term the Japanese would use in the ancient days, the barbarian quelling generalissimo, the shogun of shoguns, then the equivalent to that in the Arab world would be the Amir. The equivalent in the Balkan world would be that rank held by Vladislav Tepes, titled, his knighted title being Dracula, son of the dragon. In terms of the language in Serbo-Romania, it would be his rank equivalent to Amir or Shogun would be Voivode. Voivode would mean a barbarian or infidel, a heretic quelling generalissimo, the ultimate military rank. The equivalent of what George Washington holds in the American spectrum of paradigm, where George Washington is the general of generals. Should George Washington reincarnate, or rather come back as himself, then his rank is considered above that of the president, who is your executive commander-in-chief. He is a five-star general by default, and by a honorary rank that goes only to George Washington, he is a kind of supreme commandant of all other generals in the United States in history. He's just given this position. It's like my father, Adolf Hitler, was called simply Der Führer, the leader, whereas everyone else had a affix to that title. By the way, as Jameson Reese says, if they clone George Washington's ass, he's defecting. I'll join him in that. By the way, George Washington was portrayed in the Assassin's Creed? The Assassin's Creed video games as the villain and the man to be assassinated with good reason. So there is a general, shall we say, coming to terms with history. It took over 200 years for video games to convey George Washington as the enemy that he is. So it hopefully will not take that long with modern technology, the telescoping. By that I mean the condensing of how long something takes to happen. Hopefully people will come to their senses much sooner concerning World War II and who won. And which side was the right side. So when it came to the concept of Ghazi Ali Jalemir, the point that I'm making, and the reason I bring up this ranking type of system, obviously in the Balkans, there was no Romania as of yet, but there was a Serbia. And there was a Wallachia, Moldavia, Transylvania, whom Dracula's father did rule Transylvania. And he himself was born a prince of Wallachia. And of course, you'll see his title as prince. He was never coronated as king. He didn't need to be. He had a rank far more powerful, the rank of voivode. So, just as the shogun was actually the real ruler of Japan for many generations at the time that the emperor was withdrawn from secular politics, so too the voivode was the real position of power in the Balkans. And in Serbia, you can look this up yourself, the northernmost region is known as Vojvodina. And, of course, it's spelled V-O-J-V-O, and it's pronounced Vojvodina, D-I-N-A. And it's named after Dracula. It's named after him in terms of his rank. So that, of course, in the Hungarian is Banat. And so Banat simply means, the Ban is simply the equivalent in Hungarian to Voivode in the Serbo-Romanian. So that people understand and grasp this, well, it's not too important that they understand and grasp that right now. More important with the Arabic point, when people look up the term Amir, you won't find much on it in English. If you could read the Arabic, and if you were more familiar with the Amir, take a look at Salman Sheikh, and he's the man to ask about the Hashishin and the old man on the mountain and the concept as it was manifested in the, oh God, what is it that the guy, the guy Keanu Reeves, John Wick. In the latest John Wick film, they show this figure that in a very real way rules a good part of the world in his own way through assassination, making him a kind of kingmaker that John Wick needs to ultimately meet with and confront and basically beseech so that he can survive. When Salman Sheikh speaks about that, he actually saw the film. I have not, at least not yet, and therefore have no real opinion on it. But I'll try and review it before maybe next transmission or the one after that, now that I've brought it up. The Amir would be more of an operational field marshal compared to the way that man is portrayed in the John Wick film, which is kind of like a spider in the center of a web. But with the Amir, who would potentially go out and conquer the world for Islam, put the world to the sword, the one thing that no Westerner really understands about the Amir, because, of course, in the Bedouin tradition, these kinds of men would never reveal their face, certainly never in public, only to their loved ones. Their face to the public is supposed to forever remain a mystery. Kind of like a Mexican wrestler. They call them luchadors, where they put on the wrestling mask and they never take it off again for the rest of their lives. I honestly can't understand how anyone would ever want to live like that, but that's supposed to be how that works. And, the funny thing about Mexican wrestlers, they're the heroes of these Mexican action films, and, they're not like muscular, cut and buff, ripped guys. They're like, they all look like Japanese sumo wrestlers is what they all look like. I don't get it, but it's what it is. It's like the Mexicans have that as kind of a relatable hero. And all right, but you get the luchador point. They're not even supposed to take that off even when they're having sex. There was a nice pornographic little piece that was done by Kayla Cleavage and Minka, where they were having sex with a luchador, and so that's that should be out there on the internet somewhere, and you can find that, and actually very well done, and I like it. But in terms of being a luchador, I just wouldn't want to be one. I just can't imagine having sex with a face mask on that covers your entire head. However, with the Arab warriors, the Bedouin tradition is such that their faces are covered to the open world, to the world outside their inner sanctum. And that's the way it should always be. So what Westerners have never understood was that the Amir is always whoever he is, and there's a point for this. The Arabic world is such that if you were to ask an Arab about how is it that the Arab world functions, most of them, quite honestly, would tell you that it doesn't. In other words, the closest that they could come to a kind of a function, if you could call it that, is that the Arabs would tell you, well, it is myself against my brother and I against the family, my family and I against the tribe, my tribe and I against the nation, my nation and I against the world. It's a graduated series of, a graduated series is what they would call it, a graded series of challenges that force them to cooperate at all. Yes, as Jameson Rees says, that's dark. It's one man against everything in the end. And usually they'll say it in reverse. The proper way they would say it would be something more along the lines of, my coalition, meaning like the United Arab Nations, such as the OPEC, the oil producing exportation cartel, something like that coalition. The coalition and I against the world, and they would bring it down to, after that, my nation and I against the coalition, my family and I against the nation, and my brother and I against the family, and then finally I against my brother. However way it's presented, you get the point. There is no real unity possible in the Arab world, because one thing that they really do not trust each other. And because they exist at this fragmented level, you might wonder why. Well, they've survived for thousands of years in the desert. The desert is the most hostile environment in the world, one of the most hostile. It's certainly up there with the Antarctic or the polar regions. Honestly, it's just as bad in its own way. And it brings out this kind of singular focus in survival. Basically, it's kind of like this. If you were trying to understand from a Western perspective, think of it like an emergency medical technician, a fireman, or firefighter. We use that term now to render the sex out of it, make it genderless. The firefighter, the emergency medical responder, the peace enforcement officer, or the police men, as they used to call them. Any of these kinds of blue-collar, danger, glamour professions. The first thing you are trained in any of these respondent professions, these responders, is you've got to take care of yourself. If you cannot maintain your health as an emergency medical responder, you're not going to be able to help anyone else. If, as a firefighter, you're not protecting yourself, not maintaining your oxygen, your oxygen tank to get you through those flames, making sure you've got enough to breathe on to render yourself conscious, making certain you don't get burned, etc., you're not going to be able to help anyone else. As a police officer, wear your vest, make certain that you call for backup. There's different things you do to keep yourself alive, or you're not going to be able to protect anyone. It all comes down to you've got to watch out for yourself first and foremost, or you're not helping anyone. Think of that projected onto every individual in the society, and you've got kind of an idea of the Arab mindset. It's if I don't take care of myself in this harsh environment called the desert, then I'm not going to be able to help anyone in the family or the tribe. So when you project that level of distrust among the tribes of the Arab world, and it's still very much fuck the nation state shit, the boundaries, the geographic boundaries they have only a postmodern influence in the sense of some way to interact with the world diplomatically, but honestly, it doesn't really hold sway over the Arab mindset in dealing with each other. It all falls back onto the tribal mindset. they do not trust other tribes, so there's only one way someone could become Amir. Obviously, if Amir is from one particular tribe, then all of the others would view him as operating only on behalf of their enemy tribes. When you take a look at, say, for instance, the movies about the Crusades, and you take a look at the concept of the, oh God, what was the name of that movie about the Crusades? I forget, Heaven's, I'll try and look it up, but they show, of course, the leader Saladin. It was, when it came to the leader Saladin, you might wonder how it was that he was able to lead the Arab world to victory against the Crusades. And in terms of his ability to do that, that is because it was called The Kingdom of Heaven. That's the movie I'm thinking of, is The Kingdom of Heaven. So they show Saladin in that film. And, he obviously leads the Arabs, and he's able to do so without question. Well, that's because he's not Arabic. Saladin was Kurdish. He was a Kurd. And if you ever ask any Kurds what they think about Saladin, whom the West acknowledges, to give you an idea of how the West acknowledges Saladin, Dante, who basically wrote the book about all the levels of hell, and Dante Alighieri portrays Muhammad the Prophet, peace be upon him, as in one of the lower levels of hell as a heretic, walking around eternally beheaded, holding his head in his hands aloft so that he may see the hell around him, while trailing his entrails from a gutted walking cadaver as the holder of the head. This is how he portrays the prophet of the enemies of Christendom. And that same man, in the highest level of hell, where there is no suffering or pain, where there is peace, the very first level of the righteous pagans, those who were Romans or Greeks of great philosophy who did not know the salvation of the Christ, those who came before Christ walked the earth but were good men and women, are portrayed on that first level of hell, the level of peace, the level of non-suffering, where they're in a kind of peaceful limbo and able to talk and interact with each other. And in that level of hell, the topmost level that most people would consider a kind of heaven, where there is no suffering and only the freedom to interact with other great minds, he portrays the Saladin. The Saladin, having died at that point in history when Dante wrote his Inferno, he portrays the Saladin in that level of hell, and is portrayed as, in Dante's words, the only Muslim among them all at that level. He considering most followers of Muhammad as destined for other levels of hell beneath that. But Saladin is up there with those people like Plato and the leaders of Rome, the great Caesars. Saladin is there, the only Muslim, and he's not even Arab. So the Christians had that deep a respect for this man, and that's because he allowed all believers, Jewish, Christian, to enter Jerusalem when he ruled Jerusalem. He allowed a freedom of movement of all faiths. He protected and guaranteed the safety of all faiths. He was known as the most noble of all the Muslims to Christendom, and the one man they would forever hold in respect and admiration to the point where they saw him as attaining a kind of heaven. So this was how respected Saladin was. But the only reason he was able to lead the Arab world to that decisive, that conclusive, that pervasive and influential a victory, well, he wasn't an Arab. So the Amir, the one thing that is required of an Emir is that he not be of any of the tribes. He must never be an Arab himself. So the one thing you know about the Amir, you may never know his identity, but the one thing you do know is whomever he is, he's not an Arab. That's how important it is to have a foreign leader. Any nation usually cannot aspire to a level of global interaction without that level of cosmopolitan experience. And even though certainly China and Japan have had their success, we also have to understand that they accomplished this through apocalyptic wars that were such that they really rendered a kind of interaction with the outside world almost impossible. Japan and China are still very much closed societies, and it's very difficult for anyone to integrate. It's certainly, that's an exception to the kind of worldly exchange that happens in the world outside of Asia. But that's what brings us back to Asia. Because Asia is not willing to interact with the world at that cosmopolitan level, then the rest of the world has to come to Asia. This is what America's leaders are conceding when they say it's time to pivot to Asia. And as I said, Americans have been attempting this for a generation now. And while Obama talked about it but was never able to even begin, Biden's actually doing it. So let me put that into some context and then lead us back into Polynesia, Oceania, and all these cultures of Asia that impact us in ways that you probably never imagined. So in terms of the 6 hours remaining, it'll probably take that long to get this done, to try and explain this. So I might as well get started. Little check around the, oh my God, let me see here if I've knocked something off the stream. No, here we are. Good. Still have that. Excellent. Good. All right. Checking in to make certain everything is transmitting well. Taking a look at quality of connections before I get started in on this. And with that, all right, let's get started. So when President Obama took office in 2009 and announced his administration would make a pivot to Asia, he hoped to offer a more future-oriented foreign policy. Bear in mind, this is a foreign leader of the American empire, truly had the potential to lead America into true greatness on a global scale because he was not some native-born fucking hick or yokel. One that would directly engage the communist Chinese empire and help buttress, reinforce the CHICOM or Chinese Communist rivals of the Japanese Empire and Asian India, and figure out the North Korea situation. In addition, Barack Obama saw opportunity for a world-shaking, a world-changing, a game-changing Asian trade deal that would both benefit the American empire and contain the communist Chinese menace. But in reality, Barack Obama was handed 2 Middle Eastern wars in Iraq and Afghanistan that were never going away. Certainly not overnight. Along a global economic meltdown that had to be dealt with before anything else. So his first major foreign policy speech, well, it was delivered in Egypt, and it was on Islam. And this is what impacted him domestically, with all of the white trash pieces of shit now being convinced that Barack Obama was a fucking Muslim. All based on his attempt to deal with what the white son of a bitch who misadministered America into the dirt before him had handed him when George W. Bush Jr. took a shit on his lap and left him hanging with a situation that simply was literally going to consume his administration and drag him into a third world war.
Take a moment. Appreciate the little.
How do you like that?
Little things.
Well, that's
like time spent together,
Let's
not sitting in.
And this Third World War was going to involve Syria. It was a world war in the sense that it would have directly challenged Russia and brought in a intervention that at that time in history he probably thought he could not afford. So all of that needs to be taken into consideration when you realize that then there was the Arab Spring, engineered by General Vallely, the co-religionist of Michael Aquino. And he was, of course, the individual who then created ISIS by emptying all of the prisons throughout North Africa and Southwest Asia, emptying the insane asylums, and giving all of these men fully automatic weapons and turning them loose on the innocent people throughout the Middle East in particular, to set it aflame and set the sands on fire in a way from which they would never recover. And then that's what led to the Russians taking advantage of the influx of the terrorist state of ISIS and establishing Vladimir Putin as the kingmaker in Syria, the man who decided the future of the Arab world based on his own evil intent and reckoning, his balance against American power, handed to him by Michael Aquino and General Paul Vallely, the man who helped him co-author the book Mind War. A horrible civil war beginning in Syria, and another about to get heated in Yemen, even then, while Barack Obama was president. And in a fitting end, Barack Obama's major trade deal, the triumph of his administration, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, blew up because of domestic politics, and his final major foreign policy accomplishment was about the Middle East, the Iran nuclear deal. But now, years later, the pivot to Asia is happening. But the person accomplishing it is Barack Obama's vice president, Joseph Biden. Biden's move on Wednesday of midweek last, or the week before, formally declaring that United States troops would leave Afghanistan by mid-September, was only the latest in maneuvers that suggest that while Biden is interested in the Middle East, it is just another spot on the map that is not as important as the Communist Chinese Empire. Not even the prospect of some grand Middle East peace between the Israelis and Palestinians, something pursued by every American president since James Earl Carter, is on the front burner. Israel definitely noted that it took nearly a month in office for Joseph Biden to have a phone call with their chicken shit dictator, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. If Donald John Trump declared he was America first, then Biden's central foreign policy premise might be called keeping Communist China second. On Friday of a week agone, the week before Yesterday, or last week, President Biden welcomed the first foreign head of state to Washington. Now, which country got the first invitation, or which country ever gets the first invitation, is usually a signal about the new administration's priorities. And in this case, with this administration, in case you hadn't noticed, the first invitation went to the Empire of Japan. And among the most important topics was Communist China. Biden is very focused on fixing a souring relationship between South Korea and the Japanese Empire, America's closest allies in Asia, aside my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, which they can never acknowledge. And along Taiwan are the other two keys in the triad to containing Communist China. Most of the action with the Biden administration, and by the way, I don't know if any of you can hear that moaning out in the back. I'm positioned near the window, and if you do hear that, there are homeless people who are now literally wailing outside in the back. If you can catch that through the mic, that would be interesting. If anyone can hear that, you let me know. If Jameson says he can't hear it, that's probably for the best. Probably the eeriest sound imaginable. And I would prefer wolves myself, rather than the wailing of the homeless in the night. But I'm hearing it outside. And he's asking me to position the mic. And really, I don't think there's way I can do that. But yeah, it's a pity I have to listen to that shit. You know, I can't relocate right now. But most of the action with the Biden administration and the tensest conversations have been about Communist China. While the American political discussion is about COVID metrics and Dr. Seuss, if you might remember, Biden's administration has been busy trying to build a coalition opposing Communist Chinese actions against a Muslim minority that also happens to occupy the most important economic strategic point for China's future, the Chinese Northwest, which of course is properly and historically East Turkestan, known in the Chinese language as Xinjiang, and hyphenated to include the Turkic Caucasoid minority that populated it historically, the Uyghurs, within the name of Xinjiang Uyghur, as well as, on Biden's part, registering concerns over Hong Kong. But the week thereafter all of this came to pass, Biden sent a delegation to my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, the island nation the Communist Chinese Empire claims it controls, to shore up confidence in my country of allegiance that America has Taiwan's back as Red China ramps up its military aggressions. In fact, the biggest clue that Biden was going to pivot to Asia came when he selected Antony Blinken to be his Secretary of State, a man whose job was to focus on Asia as the Deputy Secretary of State in the Obama administration. It is not all Asia, of course. The world is a complicated place. And so on Thursday of those weeks past, Biden announced sanctions against the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire for their cyber attacks during the Trump administration. This was, of course, followed up by a Russian attack on our gas infrastructure, which had the potential to cripple our nation had our technicians not pulled us back from the brink. Biden also had a call in those weeks following with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin about the then developing Russian aggressions in the Ukraine. And there was also the deteriorating situation in the Northern Triangle nations in this hemisphere that has led to more migrants on the U.S. southern border. Further, Biden hasn't entirely left the Middle East either. He wants to re-up conversations about having the United States re-enter the Iranian nuclear deal that Trump exited. Still, Biden has tied his foreign policy to the Far East in ways no modern American president has done. Maybe ever. And for that reason, it's important you understand not just Asia, but that great ocean in the Pacific that lays as the Mediterranean of the planet Earth. The great body of water which all must traverse from one side of the Pacific to the other. That Oceania in which those islands dot the sea. And it's on those islands, in the archipelago of Indo-Asia, in the Malayan realm, where we really go back to the example of human sacrifice that makes my point in the enforcement of social inequality. You see, to mourn the death of aristocrats, the Niue people of Borneo performed a sacred ritual that began at sunset with the tying of a slave to a pole. It involved dancing throughout the night, while stabbing the victim, and then climaxed with the slave collapsing in a pool of his own blood at sunrise. In other parts of the world, methods of human sacrifice included bludgeoning, drowning, strangling, burning, decapitation, burial, and even being used as the rollers to launch a newly built canoe in the Pacific. Now, how could something as costly as human sacrifice have become so common in early societies as to be the norm on islands that lost all communications with each other in the vastness of the largest ocean, covering the majority of the surface of the world? And why did these rituals need to be so dramatic, so gory? Now, anthropologists and historians have put forward the social control hypothesis of human sacrifice. And according to this theory, sacrificial rites served as a function for social elites. Human sacrifice is proposed to have been used by social elites to display their divinely sanctioned power, justify their status, and terrorize the underclasses into obedience and subordination. Ultimately, human sacrifice could be used as a tool to help build and maintain systems of social inequality. Hereditary social inequality was the first form of social complexity to have emerged in human history, and gave rise to chiefdoms, kingdoms, and ultimately political states. By helping to build and maintain social inequality, human sacrifices could have helped us establish the kinds of modern societies that we live in today. Now, one line of support for this theory is found in the archaeological record of southwest North America, where the remains of ritually slaughtered individuals have been found in the same regions as the remains of early hierarchical societies. However, up until now, this idea has never been rigorously tested. But back in New Zealand, at the University of Auckland, where Tom Pellegrino, the man who became the science advisor to James Cameron in all of his films from the Titanic to Avatar, got his degree, or rather the credit equivalent thereof. Just as I've always said, I've got the credit equivalent of 2 master's degrees, but I never turned in my theses, that's thesis in the plural, for either master's degree in order to get the degree itself, because there was not professionally anything that I needed. I didn't need it to work in the professions I was in, and to me at that point, there was no point. It is, in the end, less important than the knowledge itself. However, this lack of a degree is what led the bomber mafia to destroy Tom Pellegrino, character assassinate him, and deprive him of his working relations with James Cameron when he unleashed a book about Hiroshima that he was forced to recall and destroy, and then re-release in a completely censored version that the United States Strategic Air Command, the U.S. Air Force, would accept for public consumption. At that University of Auckland that produced Tom Pellegrino and elsewhere, they recently tested the social control hypothesis using a sample of 93 Austronesian-speaking cultures and publishing their findings in Nature magazine. Now, all the Austronesian family of cultures that populate the Pacific Ocean originated in my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, where on the 100 islands of Formosa, where the nationalist Chinese government reestablished itself with a Chinese minority over the indigenous population, whose original roots lay in headhunting and cannibalism. Those Aborigines, the ancient Taiwanese, even then influenced by an influx of Chinese emigres, developed outrigger canoes thousands of years ago, and became some of the greatest ocean voyagers in all human history. Thousands of years before the Viking sagas, the Austronesians had begun their great expansion, sailing west to Melanesia, known today as the African super island of Madagascar, sailing east to Easter Island, its proper name Rapa Nui, and south to Aotearoa, known today as New Zealand, a total area they conquered covering more than half the entire world's longitude. Conquered by my Taiwan, the earliest empire in all human history. In early Austronesian cultures, a wide range of events called for human sacrifice, including burying an important chief, preparing for war, constructing a new canoe, appeasing the gods, or simply hoping for a season of plentiful crops. The victims tended to be of low social status, and the perpetrators were the social elite. While it might have been the gods who demanded the ritualized human sacrifice, as your own God, if you're a Christian who believes in the Old Testament, demanded the sacrifice of firstborn sons to test the faith of his followers. It was often the chiefs and priests who conveniently got to choose the victims. By collecting data on Austronesian cultures from the historical records of early explorers, missionaries, and anthropologists, the University of Auckland, which produced Tom Pellegrino, and other affiliated universities in their project, built the Pulotu database of Pacific religions. And as part of the Pulotu database, they identified whether traditional Austronesian cultures practiced human sacrifice, and the extent of inherited social inequality within societies. Social inequality, including such things as hereditary slave castes and ruling lineages. And they confirmed that human sacrifice was surprisingly common. It occurred in almost half of the cultures they studied, 43%. While it was relatively scarce in egalitarian societies, human sacrifice was practiced in the majority of cultures with strictly inherited class systems. This proves that there is indeed a relationship between social inequality and human sacrifice. But it still doesn't tell us whether human sacrifice leads to social inequality or vice versa. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? And so using a language-based family tree and statistical methods developed by evolutionary biologists, the University of Auckland was able to model how human sacrifice and social inequality evolved in the prehistory of Austronesia, the ancient Taiwanese Empire. These phylogenetic methods enabled them, the postmodern universities on New Zealand, to target causality by modeling the order in which human sacrifice and social inequality tended to arise, as well as the effects they had on one another. They found strong support for the social control hypothesis. Human sacrifice helped to build strictly inherited class systems and prevented cultures from becoming more egalitarian. The overlap in religious and political authority allowed ritualized human sacrifice to be used by social elites to build and maintain social inequality. In Austronesian cultures, specialist religious knowledge, such as how to perform elaborate prayers or magical rituals, could be handed down through elite family lineages. In many cases, these families claimed to be favored by the gods, or to have descended from them. Religious superiority was used to justify social status, and often the chiefs and priests were either one and the same person or drawn from the same lineage. There be innumerable ways in which religious beliefs and practices favored those in charge. Exempli Greciae, the Bugotu of the Solomon Islands, where there were tremendous battles in World War II round Guadalcanal, believed that the gods demanded food sacrifices, but for the food to make its way to the gods, it first had to be eaten by the high priest. We also know from ethnographic descriptions that those who were out of favor with social elites had a habit of being sacrificed. This highlights how ritualized human sacrifice could be used by social elites to remove dissidents, instill fear, and justify authority in all early Austronesian societies. Now, despite being scarce today, as we envision it, or understand it, or rather miscomprehend it, human sacrifice was performed in early human societies throughout the world based on that first of all empires, the ancient Taiwanese conquests. During the first dynasty of ancient Egypt, the graves of the pharaohs were accompanied by retainers, or human sacrifices, who were believed to provide assistance in the afterlife. In Europe, mutilated bodies are found buried in peat pits, the bog mummies, some of which are up to 8,000 years old, and accompanied by religious paraphernalia such as crucibles, idols, and sacred plants. Aztec high priests extracted the beating hearts of victims in front of visiting dignitaries from competing communities. Often the victims were themselves captives from one of the competing communities, and the dignitaries returned home trembling in fear. Religion is often unfalsifiable and can express all too human whims. When religious truth is placed in the hands of a powerful social elite, religion can become a tool for nothing more high-minded than building and maintaining social control. That control is most vividly and bloodily seen through the widespread use of ritualized human sacrifice. Our man Jameson Rees said, today it's called incarceration. No, it's the police murders that we keep on seeing. This is what Black Lives Matter is responding to, in a way that whites seem completely unable to comprehend, because they're on the top tier of that caste system that sacrifices these young black men to emasculate the black community in their maintenance of social control. Human sacrifice is used in the United States today, this side of the Pacific. The earliest tie you have to my native Taiwan, that barbarous aspect that you refuse to let go of. But then we come to the crash of these Pacific kingdoms that is popularized in historical consumption. There is what I've called e-historicity, historical illiteracy. What is worse is historical idiocy. The idea that the Maya, whom I relate to in the sense that when I was presented with a Mayan zodiac and one of the Mayans, they still exist, you know, a viable ethnos, a tribe, read my sign, it was found that I was born under the sign of the vulture, the carrier of the dead to the other side of the veil. And the idea that the Maya, or the people of Rapa Nui, the Easter Islanders, experienced an apocalyptic end makes for great television, but really bad archaeology. We're talking Indiana Jones level abuse at this point. Which brings us to beg the question, do civilizations actually collapse? Let me define what the idea of civilizational collapse says about history itself. There's a common story of how the Maya civilization was wiped out. They fell foul of unstoppable climate change. Several periods of extreme drought withered their crops and killed off thousands in their overpopulated cities. In 2007, the year my late and sainted sire died, the man who raised and guided me, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, retired George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was thanatized, processed unto death. That year, Richardson Gill wrote that there was nothing they, the Maya, could do or could have done. In the end, the food and water ran out, and they died. The jungle reclaimed the cities with their palaces and pyramids until they were rediscovered in the 19th century by intrepid explorers. Many cities remain lost in those jungles in the Amazon. For all intents and purposes, lost forever. There are still the need for intrepid explorers. Likewise, we all know that the people of Rapa Nui, the Easter Islanders, chopped down all the palm trees on their small, isolated island to clear farmland for their ever-growing population and to move their characteristic Moai statues, the giant Moabs, not realizing that they were eroding their landscape, reducing their food production, and ultimately cutting themselves off from the bounty of the sea and the possibility of escape. The Europeans who found the island in the 18th century wondered how such primitive people could ever have had a civilization developed enough to carve those majestic stone heads. You know, the ones that all look like H.P. Lovecraft. Now, these stories comest from frequent reports in the mass media for public consumption, from luridly titled historical documentaries such as the History Channel's Who Killed the Maya?, released the year before my father died, 2006. These are the people who bring you ancient aliens, mind ye. Or the BBC's Ancient Apocalypse. That was the title. Subtitled, The Maya Collapse, which aired over 2 fucking years, from 2012 through 2014. I mean, BBC, these are the people who ultimately killed Princess Diana by forcing her into an interview. Oh, by the way, Jameson Reese has their right. What their acronym stands for, BBC, British Bullshit Channel. Thank you. And for the History Channel, he calls it the Hysterectomy Channel. There we are. Anyhow, when it comes to public consumption of historical misinformation, it most especially sources from books on the environment and sustainability. Jared Diamond. I mean, he's Jewish. I'm not saying that just because of his last name, like, hey, Jared Diamond, he must be a Jew. No, Jared Diamond is as Jewish as you can get by, this is public knowledge, and his genealogy is well known. And he brought us the best-selling Collapse, subtitled How Societies Choose to Fail or Succeed. That was released in 2005 and became the Bible of Bill Gates. And it's still only one of many works that recount these apocalypses, ensuring that they have reached an audience of millions. There be similar stories about many other past societies, whether it be the Puebloans of the southwestern United States, the Arappans of the Indus Valley, or the ancient Mesopotamians. It has even been claimed by some that climate change has been the major driver of collapse, and by others, such as Bill Gates's prophet, Mr. Diamond, that deforestation and environmental damage have very often been to blame, if not nigh always. Think of Alternative 3, which Peter Moon mentioned earlier. I could go into that for hours. That could take an entire transmission. But just so that you know some general background of Alternative 3, understand this. That was to Britain what the War of the Worlds was to the United States. It was printed in book form as an afterthought. Alternative 3 was simply, as a book, the screenplay rewrit into book format for legibility for the television program, which was broadcast only once in the United Kingdom, the same year that Star Wars was released, circa 1977. Later broadcast in Australia, Canada, and New Zealand as the fictional hoax it was, an heir to Orson Welles' radio production of The War of the Worlds, purporting to be an investigation into the United Kingdom's contemporary brain drain. Alternative 3 uncovered a plan to make the Moon and Mars habitable because of climate change. 1977! And a terminal environmental catastrophe on Earth itself. The program was originally meant to be broadcast on April Fool's Day. people. All Fool's Day, the 1st of April, 1977. But its broadcast was delayed until the 20th of June, even though the credits explicitly date the fucking film to the 1st of April. In the credits, you can review yourself if you get a copy of the fucking film. Alternative 3 ended with credits for the actors involved in the production and featured interviews with a fictitious American astronaut. As we said, its most important point was that the astronauts were completely mind-swiped, brain-drained. But the program itself was originally presented as an edition of an Anglia TV series called Science Report. Again, the intended transmission date being for All Fool's Day on the 1st of April, but Anglia was unable to obtain an ITV network slot for the program on that date due to strike actions taken via labor disputes. The script was originally written by Chris Miles and David Ambrose. Music being supplied by Brian Eno, a portion of his score being released on the album came out in 1978 called Music for Films. Now, apart from the presenter, Tim Brinton, all the characters in the program were played by actors who were explicitly credited at the end. The problem in Britain is that in order for a person to transition from a news anchor, a person who's in a position of public trust, the British Empire, based on hundreds of years of experience, knows far more than Americans there's a difference between fiction and fact. So whenever a news anchor says, you know, I want to quit being a news anchor, a talking head, and I want to go into acting, I want to do sex scenes and action, I'm tired of sitting here with people just seeing my head, Tim Brinton wanted to be a star. And of course, in Britain, that's against the law. In case you didn't know it, they can't confuse fiction with fact in Britain. You cannot keep your job if you become an actor. So he said, okay, I'll quit being a news anchor and I'll become an actor. And they said, great. Well, this was the perfect transition role for him because he was known all over Britain as a news anchor. This is what caused the War of the Worlds effect. Wasn't released on April 1st, had a genuine news actor as the anchor in the film. Everybody thought Tim Brinton was speaking on behalf of the British government that the climate is collapsing, you're all going to die, and we're moving people onto Mars thanks to... Who's the fuck is that millionaire's name again, Jameson? That piece of shit says he's going to move us all to Mars. You know, can't remember that fucker's name because, you know, he just makes me sick. God, is Jameson there? Maybe he's on mute. Let me look him up. Millionaire to Mars. All right. And that should bring up... How can you not remember his name? Man, stop doing drugs, dude. Come on. It's the, you're talking about the 72-year-old millionaire, dude, I'm fried. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Lay off that shit. What is, are you doing stuff while we're on air? I mean, dude, at least wait till a day off. Musk. Dude, Musk. It's Musk. I mean, you know, come on. Billionaires who plan to colonize space live in a fucking dream world, all right? Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk's plans to colonize space are even crazier than we knew. You know, these people, you know, Jameson Reese is saying it's a cult burnout, man. What are we going to do with this lad? All right. You get my point with the crazy billionaires. They want to realize Alternative 3 because they buy into its bullshit propaganda that your world is dying. By the way, Des O says Richard Branson, whom I personally hate. Good choice. Good call. Wrong guy. He just got a $44 billion contract with the British government because, you know, he's a fucking Brit. And, you know, who else are they going to give it to than one of their own, right? Son of a bitch. Last thing on earth we need is to give that motherfucker more money. That's the guy whose airline stole everything from me when I went to Australia and was supposed to stay there for over 2 weeks. Wound up staying there well beyond that. Almost never left there. And the only reason I got out alive was a wonderful woman who ultimately, Pamela Duff, made it possible for me to bring Noreen Helphand with me so that she was my battering ram for getting the hell out of there. I slapped her into a wheelchair that we stole, and the last thing they wanted was some crip to go on welfare in Australia, so they did anything to send her home, and she said she couldn't come home without me pushing her wheelchair and wiping her ass, so they sent me home with her. Otherwise, I was wiped off the records as soon as I got there, as never having been on some kind of transportation to get me there, and was considered basically an illegal immigrant, and was going to go to worse than jail. I was going to be exiled to where they keep the illegal immigrants off of Australia and on shitholes like Nauru Island, which is, you know, a shithole in the Pacific where they mined out all of the bird shit for phosphorus that covered the island from millions of years and left only a stinking crater hole in the middle that they put all the immigrants in waiting to go to Australia. Anyhow, according to the research presented in Alternative 3, the missing scientists disappearing from the British Commonwealth were involved in a secret American/Soviet plan. A Russo-American US/RUSS, us-Russ plan in outer space, and further insisted that interplanetary space travel had been possible for much longer, which it had been, than was commonly accepted, as was a historical fact, covering their ass concerning the Reich's, you know, WAPs, or UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon. And, of course, the episode featured an Apollo astronaut, Bob Groden, played by a man named Shane Rimmer. What a name, huh? Like Stephen Outrim. Who claimed to have stumbled on a mysterious lunar base during his moonwalk. You know, one of our bases, as in the Russo-American condominiums bases, a great condominium. Anyhow, it was further claimed that scientists had determined that the Earth's surface would be unable to support life for much longer due to pollution, leading to catastrophic climate change. Remember, this was released in 1977. They had a so-called physicist, a Dr. Carl Gerstein, played by a man named Richard Marner, who claimed to have proposed in 1957 that there were but 3 alternatives to this problem. The first alternative was the drastic reduction of the human population on Earth, which many of you will insist is the route Bill Gates has taken. The second alternative was the construction of vast underground shelters to house government officials and a cross-section of the population until the climate had stabilized. Which, of course, you would ask, why wouldn't they do that when it's so much cheaper, more practical than going into outer space? This was basically a quiet acquiescence to the reality of the fact that Unterland had been conquered by the Thousand Year Reich and now held the Underland. The third alternative, therefore, the so-called Alternative 3, was to populate Mars via a way station on the moon. Now, the program ends with some detective work. Acting on information from Groden, the reporters determined that Ballantyne's videotape requires a special decoding device. After locating the decoder, The resulting video turns out to depict a joint American and Russian landing on the Martian surface in 1962, the year before my late and sainted sister was born. Now, the program was made with stock film used at the time to appear like a conventional documentary program. And that is, of course, the killer. Within minutes of the program ending, within minutes of the actual broadcast, Anglia television was flooded with telephone calls demanding more information. Callers were told the program was a hoax. The Times on the 21st of June reported, independent television companies last night received hundreds of protest calls after an Anglia program, Alternative 3, gave alarming facts about changes in the Earth's atmosphere. It was a hoax originally intended for April Fools. It also pointed out that several of the characters in the program were played by well-known actors. Now, in terms of Nick Austin, who was the editorial director of Sphere Books, when Watkins' adaptation, or the adaptation of the screenplay, was commissioned and published in book form that Peter Moon referred to, he said that the book was the best chance I'd ever be likely to get to participate in a hoax of truly Guy Grand proportions. The best thing of its kind since Orson Welles' War of the Worlds radio broadcast. And he went on to say he was both delighted and disturbed by the Alternative 3 controversy, and added that the reasons a clever hoax openly admitted to be such by its creators should continue to exercise the fascination it so obviously does, the best part of a generation after its first appearance, is beyond my feeble powers of analysis and explanation. In other words, people are just too stupid to analyze. But for those of you who are interested, the author Michael Barkun, surname spelled B-A-R-K-U-N, devotes a few pages to Alternative 3 with a more detailed explanation of this hoax. It's featured in The Study of Conspiracy Theory, Subculture, and Literature, entitled A Culture of Conspiracy, subtitled Apocalyptic Visions in Contemporary America, that was published circa 2003, wherein Barkun writes that Alternative 3 was clearly a hoax, and not only because it was intended for broadcast on All Fool's Day. The interviews with all the supposed scientists, astronauts, and others were far too dramatically polished to have been spontaneous, and in any case, the episode's closing credits name all the actors who took the roles of interviewees and correspondents. So, even though it was artfully produced for its day, the show's counterfeit documentary style could scarcely have been expected to fool many. But, as the Anglia TV spokesman put it, we felt viewers would be fairly sophisticated about it. Of course, they were totally wrong. There's nothing stupider than either a Brit or an American. And whether they're the Pommies or the Yanks. As Barkun himself reported, television and newspapers were swamped with inquiries about Alternative 3, and Anglia Television's sale of the book rights to Leslie Watkins still caused the tale to spread far beyond the United Kingdom to here in the United States. This is where we've inherited the madness of the billionaires who now want to move millions onto Mars and the moon based on the completely bogus scenario of Alternative 3. I mean, I'm left shaking my fucking head. This deserves a bit of an analysis. As a child, Elon Musk would read comic books and sci-fi novels and dream of fantastical worlds. And here we now have this tech entrepreneur on the verge of visiting one in his own mind. Musk's focus narrowed some 20 years ago while poking around NASA's website. He's just basically net trawling. And he noticed that there was no timetable for any manned mission to Mars. And so he called the lack of vision shocking. There's nothing shocking about it. Nobody is going to fucking Mars under the kinds of situations we're suffering from here on Earth. Now, Musk was already a millionaire from the sale of a software company. So he ditched Silicon Valley for Los Angeles in order to be closer to the aerospace industry, setting his sights on the stars. Now, Jameson Reese is saying, oh, well, I understand that Musk is autistic, so I've heard it explains a lot. But no, let's not defend this guy. And also, as Jameson Reese well knows, that's an insult to all people along any end of the autistic spectrum. He says he's not defending him. Okay, good point that needs to be made. At any rate, the future of space is now propagandized, marketed as being completely in the hands of madmen like Musk and other free-spending, big-dreaming billionaires, including Amazon's Jeff Bezos. But what would this future look like? Well, there's a book out now by Fred Nadis, surname spelled Nadis, entitled Star Settlers, subtitled The Billionaires, Geniuses, and Crazed Visionaries Out to Conquer the Universe. In which he says, I see guys like Musk almost like medieval cathedral builders with this multi-century project that they're willing to take their time and their livelihood. Now, that said, even the author himself thinks these billionaires are dreaming a bit too big. Now remember, Musk is the founder of Tesla, and he claims that all his earthly business ventures are just a way to fund his true passion, colonizing Mars. And his company, SpaceX, is planning to send humans to the Red Planet in 2024. Within a single century, Musk envisions reusable rockets blasting off every 2 years and ferrying some 200 passengers at a time, ultimately establishing an outpost of 1 million people. Now, honestly, this is the work of nation states. It's actually a planetary mobilization project. The idea of madmen with money doing this is, well, it speaks for itself. It's completely unclear in Musk's own words how these unfortunates in these overflow colonies are supposed to survive. At its closest, Mars is some 35 million miles from Earth, and a trip would take around 9 months, like childbirth. And once they got there, the problem explorers will face is that Mars's atmosphere is much thinner than Earth's, and the planet generates no electromagnetic field, meaning it gets pounded by cosmic rays and other energy harmful to us humans. That's really challenging. It's not quite as simple as SpaceX has ever made it out to be. It's not like in the movies where you see that stupid movie, The Martian. That you get to see Matt Damon is somehow surviving like he's in Palm Beach or something. Doesn't even fucking make sense. That's as realistic as, the fake moon landings. The Americans did land on the moon, but, the fact that nobody believes them is really something they fucking deserve. Anyhow, Musk has offered only sketchy details of what off-world, well, life off-world might even look like. Any Mars colony would have to be self-sustaining and not rely on supplies from Earth. That much is certain. So Musk has suggested that food be grown on hydroponic farms, either underground or in an enclosed structure, to protect the crops from radiation, because Mars's surface gets about half the sunlight Earth does. Whatever plants that can be grown will likely have to be supplemented with artificial lights. And powering those lights, well, that's no small challenge. Where's that come from, Mr. Musk? So Musk says the farms will be powered by solar panels, though he's never offered any details. He just told Popular Mechanics last year that it's really pretty straightforward. Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go there yourself then, Musk. In the same interview, Musk suggested that Mars's inhabitants might live under a glass dome with an outdoorsy, fun atmosphere, until the planet gets terraformed. Artificially transforming the planet to make it more Earth-like with a livable atmosphere. But that problem also, that plan itself presents its own problems. A 2018 NASA-sponsored study concluded that terraforming Mars is impossible by science and technology as we understand it today, because there's not enough carbon dioxide locked in the soil to release into the air. But Musk himself, of course, instead suggests exploding 10,000 nuclear missiles over Mars's surface in order to melt the planet's ice reserves, thereby releasing the carbon dioxide locked within. And his company has even produced Nuke Mars t-shirts. I mean, that's all you're going to get out of this, is a goddamn t-shirt that says Nuke Mars. As if we haven't nuked everybody. We gotta nuke Mars. Like, what the fuck did the Martians ever do to you? Anyhow, of course, as Jameson says, radioactive atmosphere plus water raining that acid down on your ass. Nice. Yeah, and even scientists are divided on whether that idea would even work. Penn State climate scientist Michael Mann has told U.S. News and World Report, by the way, this is an article from back in 2015, I'm flipping open. There are so many things that could go wrong here, it's difficult to know where to start. That's science and their input. Look, we're going to have to make these planets our own. It's not going to happen through billionaires. Not even Bezos and his post-Amazon company, Blue Origin, which are also focused on moving off-world and onto space colonies. Bezos is worried that the Earth's resources will be gone in a few hundred years, spurring the need to leave. And Bezos draws much of his inspiration of his vision from the works of Gerard K. O'Neill, who was a Princeton physicist who in the 1970s laid out a grand design for space colonies that you see in the Gundam Mobile Suit series out of Japan, produced immediately after Star Wars as the Japanese response to Star Wars via the anime, where the Japanese introduced the first quote-unquote giant robots in the weaponized sense that Americans have come to know and love. And a million times better than Star Wars it is, as Jameson Reese attests, and I agree. Now, O'Neill envisioned, as you'll see in Mobile Suit Gundam, whenever you look it up on YouTube, he envisioned two giant counter-rotating cylinders, rotating in order to create artificial gravity, joined at each end by a rod. And these massive structures would be about 4 miles in diameter and at least 16 miles long. The interior of each cylinder would offer controlled climates and temperate weather with an Earth-like landscape consisting of forests, artificial rivers, and mountains. And to protect from cosmic radiation, the cylinders would be lined with moon rock. Plants, pigs, and chickens might be raised for food, and low-gravity sports would serve as major entertainment, especially when you lost control and just kept, going from one. At least you wouldn't go out into space. You're within the, you're within the canister. Now, there's a movie fairly recent that portrays this. I believe the title was Elysium, and it was about the elite moving into space. Yes, it was released in 2013. It's an American science fiction film, written, produced, and directed all by the same guy. It's a one-man job, Neil Blomkamp, starring Matt Damon, who also played The Martian. I mean, this is all this fucker does, is play like he's living on other planets. I mean, if there's anybody who would be hired for any false moon landing, this is the guy who would do it. This is all this fucker does, is false landings on other planets. So, at any rate, the colonists in the movie Elysium, you see them in apartments overlooking farmland, and the living conditions in the colonies are, they're conveyed as much more pleasant than any place on Earth. And that's what O'Neill wrote they would be back in 1974. These people are programming you for apocalypse. Now, with certain technological advances, yeah, and still ghetto as hell is what our man Jameson is saying. That's what it would turn into. Believe me. Honestly. Think of housing projects in space. What was the name of those two black guys in space on that TV series? Okay, let's see. Black Guys in Space. Let's see this. It was a comedy, of course. It shouldn't have been, but that's what it was. Let's see if I can get the name for it. I gotta admit, it was funny as fucking hell. And it was, Homeboys in Outer Space. Was that it? The sitcom? One season, 1996. That must have been it. Homeboys in Outer Space. Yeah, comedian Flex and Daryl Bell. Yes, there we are. That's what it would turn into. The ghetto in space. That's where they would stick all the blacks. They tell them it's so much better than on Earth. Yeah, and then it's what's the first? I can't resist this. Okay, I'm gonna go to hell for this. Yeah, the first message from the colonies. Where my chick? Where my chick? Anyhow, now, O'Neill envisioned these cylinders being able to grow to encompass some 30,000 square miles, allowing room for up to 700 million people. So these colonies would be parked in stable orbits between the Earth and the Moon, first calculated by the French mathematician in 1772, known as Lagrange points. Yeah, and Jameson Reese said, good luck getting any sane black person up there. Shit. Who said they were voluntary? Dude, you don't have a choice. This would be at gunpoint. Anyhow, O'Neill did calculate that on all 5 of our Lagrange points, there is room for several thousand colonies. Now, Bezos is a fan of O'Neill's designs, showing his age, or betraying Bezos' age, and he has himself said that he one day envisions 1 trillion of us living on space colonies, though, of course, Naddis, who wrote the book on it, based on these madmen that he's interviewing, he predicts that's hundreds of years away. Not necessarily so, but certainly this is not going to be through these idiots. It's going to be through planetary mobilization between nation states, or nation states, rather regional hegemons, superpowers in competition with each other. Of course, the Amazon founder has declared it's his generation's job to begin laying the groundwork for the colonies so that future generations can actually construct them. It was last year that Bezos told the 10 Days at a Washington, D.C. press conference that, the kids here and your children and their grandchildren you're going to build the O'Neill colonies. Now, a colony on the moon might be a more realistic bet in some of our lifetimes. Making it to the moon is the objective of the Japanese technologies billionaire Yusaku Maezawa, who tweeted earlier this year that he is looking for a girlfriend to join him on a trip to, our closest orbiting body. Our planetary sister, the moon itself. Now, of course, when I looked up what little was written about the Japanese plan by Natus, he learned from Mr. Yusaku Maezawa that the most likely habitats will be simple modular units on the moon, built on Earth itself and then flown via rocket to the moon. But the really tantalizing prospect that Maezawa has proposed is the moon's lava tubes, which are massive underground tunnels made by lava flows on the moon. Living inside those offers protection from radiation and a more stable temperature, about -4 degrees Fahrenheit, than the surface. You see, this is, whoever takes the moon will do to the moon what the Thousand Year Reich-In-Exile has done to Unterland. Make it yours and rule the subsurface. Instead of Subterra, it would be Subluna or Subselene, the true names of the moon. Now, of course, scientists are not yet certain how big or deep these tubes are, or what they might look like inside. Now, there's a magazine that's titled Moon Miner's Manifesto, in which the science fiction fan Peter Koch, surname spelled Kokh, once described a civilization of thousands of people living on the rocky terrain, almost like setting up camp in an earth cave. Sunlight piped down below via shafts or optical cable bundles. Elevators built to carry inhabitants to the surface. Ultimately, what the Americans are not reckoning with is that the Third Reich has already sealed these tubes and pressurized them, just like within airplanes, creating their own breathable habitats beneath the surface of the moon since World War II. So, the real problem that none of these dreamers have been able to solve is human procreation, which might be extremely difficult in space. Never mind the challenges of having sex in diminished gravity. The radiation in space would itself render males temporarily and females permanently sterile. In one Russian experiment, rats were unable to produce babies in space. And when these space rats returned to Earth and mated with regular rats, the offspring tended to have significant abnormalities. In other words, when you come back from space, your sperm is so mutated you create monsters. The Russian documents on these monster rats, that'll take another transmission. Of course, other bodily functions might suffer in space as well. Take a sleep, for example. Our bodies are cued by light exposure and the 24-hour day. On the moon, however, a day lasts more than 27 Earth days, severely screwing with human circadian rhythms. Mars's day is actually very similar to Earth's. And one solution to equip habitats with lights that simulate the sun might help. The compartments then get darkened for night. Of course, what about peeing and pooping in diminished gravity? The early astronauts had to do their business in a bag, with bits sometimes missing and floating around their space capsule. Nothing like little bits of piss and shit and puke all floating about because you're going to puke in zero gravity. But in the future, waste will be recycled. So you can literally eat it. You know, there was a 2017 paper in the Journal of Life Sciences in space research that detailed a compact bioreactor that could recycle, you know, numbers 1 and 2 into an edible goo. Chocolate pudding! Yeah, them pops! Put sugar on top of shit and it'll taste good. Well, enough sugar on top of shit. Now, even with so many potential complications, you know, we can all appreciate the vision of the billionaire space explorers. We just can't count on them as individuals. What we now are presented with is the fact that what was once fringe thought, escaping to the stars, has been inching toward the center. So a profound cultural change is underway as we shift from thinking of ourselves as an earthbound species to one of spacefarers. Now, whether we be worthy candidates for dispersal through the solar system or ultimately the galaxy remains an open question. But we must make this happen in order to ensure the immortality of the human species. Of course, when it comes to hard vacuum, we need to survive in the environments where we're transported to our new settlements. We need to be able to survive on those settlements themselves. We're ultimately going to see different species of humanity that will evolve specifically as the transportation specialists, others as the settlers. The humanity itself will become many subspecies of what today we would consider aliens. Now all of this brings us back to Earth, and the stories of civilizational collapse that bring us to the concept of the dying Earth. By the way, Chris Collins was bringing up Howard Hughes as a visionary mad billionaire. Marky Milk says, dude, your humor is awesome. Thank you, sir. Oh, yes, at any rate. So all of these stories, Alternative 3, and all of the so-called genuine histories presented by History Channel and BBC and about the collapse of the Maya and, Easter Islanders. These stories are always presented as cautionary tales to frighten us into correcting the error of our ways. Biblical lessons a la Sodom and Gomorrah, so that we all stop fucking each other in the ass. Stop slapping each other with the butt sex, or we're all gonna die and turn to salt. Lest we bring about the end of our own global civilization by greenhouse effect, which is the term actually used in Alternative 3. That's where it comes from. An April Fool's joke. And, of course, all of these stories that are, well, take the word history. His story is what it is. HIS-story. His story. That's all that history is. Whoever hijacks the narrative. And these narratives promote an ethic of environmental responsibility that we ignore at our peril. It is no coincidence that they focus on climate change, human-caused environmental impacts, and overpopulation, because these three factors are the major global concerns of our times. They have a strong appeal to us because of the ubiquity and antiquity of disaster-based stories. Period. Daily, the mass media machine shows us images of both real and fictional disasters, earthquakes, famines, plagues, tsunamis, and so on, and these are recycled into yet more fact and fiction in an ongoing process of cultural production and continuity. All part of that human storytelling narrative. When we think of what a collapse would look like, we already have a ready-made set of ideas and mass production images that immediately come as to mind. But are these stories of historical collapse actually true? Is that really what happened to the Maya and the Easter Islanders on Rapa Nui? In the view of many archaeologists, collapse is not quite so simple. The silver bullet theories grow less convincing the closer they be scrutinized. As the eminent archaeologist Sir Mortimer Wheeler so sagely pointed out in his work that was published and released in the very year I myself was born. From out of my mother's womb to first lay my eyes upon this vale of tears, his work entitled Civilizations of the Indus Valley and Beyond, yes, published the same year as the release of Star Trek, 1966. He wrote, "The fall, like the rise of a civilization, is a highly complex operation which can only be distorted by oversimplification. It may be taken as axiomatic that there was no one cause of cultural collapse." And like jargon in any field, collapse has specific meanings that can be understood or taken out of context. Now, many archaeologists follow Colin Renfrew's, his surname spelled R-E-N-F-R-E-W, Renfrew's Approaches to Social Archaeology. That's the title of his book, Approaches to Sociarchaeology, published 1984, and Joseph Tainter's work entitled The Collapse of Complex Societies, a personal favorite of mine, published in 1988, which both see collapse as an abrupt political change and reduction in social complexity that has knock-on effects throughout society, visible to archaeologists in the material culture itself. In other words, when it's that bad, you're going to find it literally in stone, or at least covered in dirt that will provide material objects that indicate how badly the society declined. Objects become much simpler. People stop producing, any of the complex art. If we think of complexity in terms of the parts of a particular society that it has, or the levels in its social hierarchy, we can visualize this kind of collapse quite easily. By the way, Jameson says, decadence. Well, that's appreciated, but no, it's not decadence. Decadence implies, orgiastic partying, and you're fucking kids and animals, and saying, I don't give a shit. That's decadence, okay? What you're really trying to say is degeneracy. That's what H.P. Lovecraft is describing when he describes people literally dehumanizing. There you are. He says it's the context in which Lovecraft used the term. Yeah, degeneracy, not decadence. Decadence is basically, party hardy till you die. I don't give a shit. There's no future. Enjoy yourself in the now. That's like it's well beyond that, of course. That would be fatalism. Decadence is like literally everything's going good and you're doing that anyway because you really don't give a shit. Decadence is what we have portrayed. As I said, one of the greatest works that's underappreciated, but it's great not for the reasons that many females like it. A lot of women look at it as a feminist piece, and it's written by a lesbian. It's entitled The Fifth Sacred thing. By the way, Peter Moon knows more about this woman than I do, who wrote that book. And I have to look that up, The Fifth Sacred Thing, to get the name of this woman. And Starhawk. I'm sorry, that's awful. I don't mean to say that with that latent giggle. Starhawk, that's fine, that's her name. Anyhow, she's lesbian, and the book is very much a lesbian book, and but it's got, male characters and whatnot, but it's definitely the actual part of the book that is its greatest contribution is the exposition on the so-called angels. And the angels are bred for the snuff films, for the snuff parties. In other words, the torture, rape, and ultimate human sacrifice, the killing of young children. These are like altar babies, but they're bred for the sexual perversions and exploitation of the elite. And they're called angels, and they're all blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic Aryans. And those that escape their fate and grow up to be avengers of their kind are called avenging angels. So that is, definitely a part of the book that is very haunting. She doesn't have the guts to even delve into it. It's basically touched upon, and then she moves away. It's too painful for her to even do more than touch upon it. It's kind of like the book about, the film by that horrible Steven Spielberg character about the AI child, Steven Spielberg. I forget what that is titled. It might have been just titled AI child Steven Spielberg. Let's look up that shit. He's a pervert anyway. And so if we look that up, let's see if we find something here that comes up. So AI, artificial intelligence. Now, this is supposed to be a sci-fi drama, 2001, directed by Steven Spielberg. That must be it. This was supposed to be about a child hologram produced for sexual abuse. That is what the film was originally about, and they did not have the guts to pursue that, and instead made it all about, healthy self-esteem and positivity and shit. And therefore no one ever gets into these subjects. Douglas Dietrich gets into them because I've dealt with the reality of what it's like to abuse intelligences other than our own with the Biofax Simulacra. And like Jameson said, if they had gone the way they were supposed to, it would have made Spielberg's inner freak come out. But let's take a look at the subject matter from some other sources. In the work entitled After Collapse, which was released 2006, Glenn Schwartz compiled a useful list of circumstances in which archaeologists identify collapse. To read from the book in front of me: the fragmentation of states into smaller political entities, the partial abandonment or complete destruction, complete desertion of urban centers, along with the loss or depletion of their centralizing functions, the breakdown of regional economic systems, and the failure of civilizational ideologies. Now, for some non-archaeologists, such as Jared Diamond, the old Jew who has become the guru of Bill Gates, and who approaches collapse from an ecological perspective, collapse means primarily population collapse, the deaths of many people, megadeaths, and of course, significant cultural, political, and social change, like you have when nobody's left alive. Anyhow, archaeologists might also identify decreases in population, but this is not their primary characteristic of collapse. Take the Mycenaean culture of the late Bronze Age in Greece. Several states with central palaces developed by around 1400 BCE, or before the Christian era. That means, before Christ. And 1400 years before Christ, at the heart of each palace was a distinctive building called a megaron. Now, these throne rooms had large central hearths surrounded by 4 columns and a throne in the middle of the right-hand wall. They were usually decorated with elaborate frescoes. Now, Aegeanists, those people who are specialists in the Aegean Sea between Greece and Turkey, link the development of kingship with the development of this architectural schemata, which is the material expression of a distinctive ideological system. We know that there were kings because some of the palaces kept selective records of goods and materials that came in and went out or were stored on clay tablets in the linear B writing system. These mention a figure called the Wanax, W-A-N-A-X, who could appoint people to positions, took part in ceremonies, and held the most land. Now, around 1200 years BCE, before the Christian era, 1200 years before Christ walked the earth, perhaps over a span of but a few decades, the palaces were destroyed in fiery events. Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, and others. Though there was rebuilding at some sites, most clearly visible at the major site of Tiryns, where a new palace was built over the earlier megaron's foundations, it followed quite a different architectural form, without the hearth and 4 columns. Linear B fell out of use for record keeping, and, we surmise, the system it represented came to an end, or at least reduced significantly in scale. The palace at Pylos, which had been the center of a large territorial kingdom in Mycenae, was abandoned. Around Greece, the number of visible sites drops considerably in this post-palatial period, though conspicuously not in the parts of Greece that had had no palace centers to begin with. There was no more building of impressive tholos, or beehive tombs, that are spelled Tholos. These beehive tombs that the kings of Mycenae had built. No more building of grand Mycenaean fortifications, or of public works such as bridges, harbors, and drainage. You know, those sewers that pump all our shit away so we can leave cleanly on the surface of the earth. It seems clear that we can usefully term what happened in Mycenaean Greece around 1200 years before Christ walked the earth as a collapse. But there were continuities. Mycenaean pottery styles were retained, and the tradition kept alive for another century and a half before other styles were developed. Religion endured. Many late Bronze Age gods, such as Zeus and Poseidon, were worshipped in historical times. It's likely that the fall in the number of visible sites reflects the conflict and instability that started in the years before 1200 BCE and continued into the 12th century of the Christian era itself. The rural sites might also have become generally smaller and less visible as the population came together at chosen sites. And as archaeologists know us, sometimes there are just blank spots in the evidence. Some periods and places where we know that people and societies are just very hard to detect. The late Bronze Age Greeks did not suddenly disappear, although a drop in population over time is likely. What is significant is that the palace-based ideology ended, and some of its symbolism was deliberately rejected. Mycenaeans could have kept linear B writing or megaron suites, but did not. The term Wanax for king was at some point replaced by the word Basilius, which in Mycenaean times had no grand associations. Whomever was in charge after 1200 BCE wanted to do things differently. And perhaps they were in no position to reimpose the kind of authority that had existed earlier. And the collapse would have been felt more or less keenly depending upon one's social position. For small-scale farmers, perhaps there was little change save for an end to the palace-sponsored feasts and building projects, and the occasional requirement to send resources to the palace would have ended. Some would like to blame the Mycenaean collapse on climate change or environmental damage in combination with overpopulation, which made the kingdom's continued subsistence precarious. But the evidence for this is limited indeed, and not at all unambiguous. There be, for example, no evidence that the population of Greece has ever been high enough to outstrip its resources. Certainly not in the late Bronze Age. There is also very little paleoclimatic evidence from which to posit a destabilizing mega-drought around 1200 BCE, and none of it cometh from the parts of Greece that collapse. What we do have comes from core samples as far afield as the Adriatic, across from Italy, and Israel. Only two sources are from Greece, one from Lake Vulkaria in west-central Greece and the other from the eastern Aegean. Given that conditions throughout Greece can vary considerably at any one time, let alone the variation across the eastern Mediterranean or the sea as a whole, it is somewhat premature to claim a climate-induced collapse based on current evidence. There is active research currently underway in Greece itself, of course, but even if we do find better evidence of climate change, how do we tie it to collapse in a satisfactory manner beyond the mere fact of coincidence? Id est coincident, as in they were incident, they manifested at the same time. And while some scholars have imagined relentless exploitation of the soils and excessive woodcutting by the palaces, others see no trace of agricultural problems or food supply in either the archaeology or textual records. In the Argolid, on the eastern Peloponnese, where such impacts might be expected to have been the greatest, the continued occupation of sites and even expansion at Tiryns suggests that there were no problems with subsistence. We also need to think about what we apply the term collapse to. What exactly was it that collapsed? Well, very often it's suggested that civilizations collapse, but this isn't quite right. It is more accurate to say that states collapse. States are tangible, identifiable units, whereas civilization is a more slippery term referring broadly to sets of traditions. Now, many historians, including Arnold Toynbee, the author of the 12-volume work entitled A Study of History, published between the years of 1934 through to 1961, have defined and tried to identify civilizations, but they often come up with different ideas and different numbers. Yet we have seen that while Mycenaean states collapsed, several strands of Mycenaean material and non-material culture survived. So it would seem wrong to say that their civilization collapsed. Likewise, if we think of Egyptian or Greek or Roman civilization, none of these collapsed. They transformed as circumstances and values changed. Values. That'll bring us to the culture wars later. We might think of each civilization in a particular way, defined by a particular type of architecture, or art, or literature. Pyramids, temples, amphitheaters, for example, but this reflects our own values and interests. It is the same with the Maya and with the Easter Islanders of Rapa Nui. In both cases, civilization and state have been confused and conflated. The Maya world has spread across a huge area with many different environments, from the dry northern Yucatan Peninsula to the river-fed lowlands in the south and beyond into the mountains. It was an old and interconnected world of cities and kings, divided up among superstates of wide influence and more modest kingdoms that could fall under the spell. There were probably 60 to 70 independent states. The fortunes of all waxed and waned. It was a bigger and more complex world than the late Bronze Age Greece. With the Maya, we should be seeing a series of state collapses over a period of around 3 centuries, the so-called Terminal Classic period from 750 to the year 1050 of our Christian calendrical era. Not rapid, singular, civilizational collapse. States within the Maya culture zone collapsed, though not all did. And again, the specific parts of culture associated with the divine king ideology were rejected, and that meant a change to material culture itself. The Maya specialists, James Amers, at the State University of New York, and Giles Iannone at Trent University in Canada, recently suggested that we should see collapse as a stage that occurs at different times in different places across the Maya world. Sometimes it is very clear what happened in a specific collapse, as at Cancún in the Pasion River region of the southern Maya lowlands. Around 800 years of the Christian calendrical era, 800 AD, 800 Anno Domini, in the year of our Lord, there was a fierce battle in that city, one the defenders had little time to prepare for. Palisades of wood and stone had been started, but never finished. Spearheads were found across the site, while human remains had signs of injury from spears and axes. The battle was lost, and the city's rulers and elite were massacred and dumped in cisterns, together with their regalia. King Khan Max, and presumably his wife, were buried in shallow graves nearby. The city's grand buildings and monuments were systematically defaced or destroyed, and the city was abandoned. Now, this story, gleaned from the archaeological evidence on site at Cancún, tells us about an individual rapid collapse, the violent end of one Maya state and its elite class. It was undoubtedly terrifying and traumatic for the defeated. It came at the hands of an unidentified enemy, which the anthropologist David Friedel at Washington University in St. Louis says might have been a noble's revolt, a peasant's revolt, or an outside attack. We just don't know. We can only guess at the motivation for this attack. The Maya did not disappear. Those cities were abandoned, and over time the population fell and aspects of classic Maya life changed. The rule of the mighty holy lords, the Kuhul Ajwa, was rejected. They were still there, living in a complex society, when the Spanish arrived in the 16th century. Cities and trade remained, and the Maya collected their wisdom in books. During and after the period of the collapses, new cities were founded or refounded. Chichen Itza, Mayapan, and Uxmal in the dry northern Yucatan, and rivalries between noble families continued. Periodically, cities would be abandoned by elite groups or sometimes by the entire population. This happened for several reasons: infighting and political intrigue, famine and plague. At Mayapan, we know from historical records the noble Xiu clan massacred their Kokam rivals, usually cited as the reason for its abandonment in 1441 through 1461 of our Christian calendrical era. But the city might have suffered endemic violence for 200 years before this. Perhaps Cancún and other classic Maya cities had similar problems that eventually led to their collapse and abandonment. Almost 900 years, nigh a full millennia, after the massacre at Cancún, in 1697, Anno Domini, the armies of the Spanish destroyed the last independent Maya kingdom, the kingdom of the Itzas, based at the island city of Nochpiten. As Christians, they destroyed the pagan idols that they found, but they did not kill the royal family. Nochpiten's last king, Ajan Kenek, was captured and baptized and renamed Joe Pablo. Poor son of a bitch. And Joseph Pablo learned Espanol. And speaking Spanish, he ended up living in the colonial town of Santiago de Guatemala. And it was the Christian Spanish who sought to destroy the ancient Maya culture. Thousands of Maya books were burnt. You know, only 4 of them remain today that we know of or have access to. And Maya families were broken up with children forcibly re-educated. Even so, millions of Maya descendants live in Central America today. So the idea of a collapse of Maya civilization seems just wrong, and it carries with it the wrong kind of implications. That the Maya all disappeared, or that their post-collapse culture is less important or less worthy of our attention. That the Maya people of today somehow aren't people anymore. Via many individual collapses, classic Maya society transformed through the terminal classic into the post-classic, a development that is hardly surprising when compared with the changing map of Europe across any 5-century period of half a millennia, half a thousand years. Maya society continued to change with the arrival of the Spanish. And through the colonial and modern eras, if we value the Maya's so-called classic period more than their culture at other times, including today, this is our choice. But it is one that should be recognized as such and questioned. Now, Easter Island, properly Rapa Nui, one of Western culture's favorite tales of collapse, is now routinely exploited as a story of eco-disaster and a warning to all of the dangers of mistreating the global environment. It is a story about eco-collapse that caused population collapse that finally brought about political and societal collapse. You know, the Moai, the H.P. Lovecraft heads, so central to the islanders' lives, could no longer be moved, so they were abandoned. Some even left unfinished in the quarry at Rano Raraku and toppled. A new religion, the Birdman cult, took over. Thousands died. What survived was an impoverished and ignorant society of maybe 2,000 people eking out a squalid living, eating rats, among the glories of their former civilization. Value judgments about and characterizations of the lifestyle of the islanders are entirely subjective. The early visitors had different opinions and gave mixed reports of what they found. The Dutch explorer, Jacob Roggeveen, in 1722, said that they brought a great abundance of sugarcane, fowls, yams, and bananas, and that there were large fish, crabs and shellfish, rats, and plenty of fresh water. He thought the land very fertile because of its volcanic origin. Other reports, it is true, were less positive, but no doubt the island's fortunes fluctuated and visitors came in good or bad years. The islanders had developed an effective agricultural and subsistence strategy. They used walled gardens called manavai that provided shelter from the wind and increased moisture, a technique called lithic mulching, where stones and pebbles are used in the soil to prevent erosion and increase temperature. Archaeology has revealed a number of such farms, located both near the coast and in the uplands. Eating rats was just another rational strategy. I've eaten them myself. Not ones that I've caught in the urban wild, mind you, but those served in Chinese restaurants on the sly when I ask for them. Supposedly farmed. Well, maybe they did catch them out in the back somewhere. Though you might find it distasteful, this is just a cultural sensibility. The Romans ate dormice. These dormice were but another rodent. Yet we never react with disgust at their habit, or think of Romans as particularly primitive. The boat technology of the islanders also seems to have been well adapted to the resources available. It is true that they could not build massive dugout canoes, but this might have always been the case. Such canoes were not built from palm wood. Instead, the islanders used small pieces of wood glued or stitched together to construct canoes up to 3 or 4 meters in length, capable of carrying several people several kilometers out to sea. The canoes might have been, as visitors pointed out, leaky and in need of constant bailing, but they worked. Recorded in a number of visitors' reports from 1722 to 1870, and with no reason to doubt that such boats were built earlier, it's evident that this was a long-lived and practical tradition. Now, pre-contact Easter Island culture did change. Why should it have not? Why should it not have, is what I mean to say in the proper English, perhaps. Using Chinese syntax is often still a habit to me. But that it collapsed in any sense, population or culture-wise, is unclear. On balance, it seems unlikely that there was ever a unified, complex state on the island that could collapse. There were chiefs in later times. The Easter Island expert, Terry Hunt, himself sees no evidence that the population of the island ever grew higher than around 4,000 individuals, a level that is far from unsustainable. The evidence for a pre-contact population collapse, a key part of the eco-disaster model, is far from conclusive. The moai carving did stop, but the existing moai remained important for around a century. This is demonstrated by the trouble taken by enemies to topple them, ritually killing them and removing their power. Most statues were upright in 1722, but by 1744, some had been toppled. 60 years later, 20 still stood. By 1830, there were 8. In 1868, not a single moai remained upright. In other words, the moai culture was still live in the period to which collapse is usually assigned, around 1680 AD and after. The real problem that Easter Islanders faced was not any climate change or ecocidal destruction of their own environment. It was not that their way of life was unsustainable. It was, once again, outsiders who brought disaster and change. With them came animals, disease, and perhaps worst of all, in its own way, Christianity. And I say that as a true Christian. As with the Maya, the local culture was targeted for destruction. The population was drastically reduced by slave raiding. From 1862 to 1863, many islanders were kidnapped, abducted en masse, and put to work in the salt mines of Peru, or in the guano mines of the Chinca Islands, where they choked to death on powdered bird shit, digging up phosphor for fertilizer in America, applied on American farms, where the people who had built the Moab statues died so that American farmers could fertilize the food that fed the white trash of North America. There might have been as few as 750 islanders left by 1864, the time of the American Civil War between the states. If there was any collapse, this was it. As H.V. Barclay, the captain of His Majesty's ship, the Topaz, said, circa 1868, "It be a sad fact that in these islands, as in North America, wherever the white man establishes himself, the aborigines perish." So why are apocalyptic stories of civilizational collapse so appealing, in contrast with the more complex and nuanced narratives tentatively suggested by too many archaeologists? At least since the early 20th century, we have all been looking forward to the end, on a global scale, spanning popular and, yes, academic culture. The father of modern futurology himself, H.G. Wells, announced in a 1902 lecture delivered to the Royal Institution in London. Well, what he said verbatim was, "It is impossible to show why certain things should not utterly destroy and end the human race and story. Why night should not presently come down and make all our dreams and efforts vain. Something from space, or pestilence, or some great disease of the atmosphere, some trailing cometary poison, some great emanation of vapor from the interior of the earth, or new animals to prey upon us, or some drug or wrecking madness in the mind of man." And so stories of mass destruction, societal breakdown, and civilizational collapse run deep in our culture. From Sodom and Gomorrah, destroyed by a wrathful God, to the destruction of Atlantis, submerged under the sea after a massive earthquake. A worldquake it would take to do something on that scale. No matter whether literally true or not, these remain two of the most well-known stories in our society. Dramatic and vivid, easy to imagine and see. The destruction of Pompeii has captivated audiences for centuries, spawning theatrical reconstructions known as volcano entertainments, replete with dancers, fireworks, and an erupting volcano, whilst novels such as Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton's best-selling novel, The Last Days of Pompeii, published in 1834, and feature films and documentaries, in addition to the many popular and scholarly books. By the way, Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton was the man who brought us this vision of the subterranean world that captivated the Allied mind into believing that it captivated Hitler's mind. They're saying that he believed in the Sphinxes, the Mothmen of Unterland, that Bulwer-Lytton wrote of in his novel. Oh God, what was the title of that work? I believe it was oh God, I can't even remember it. It was he wrote more than I ever thought he did. The Coming Race. That was published in 1871 and was republished online as Vril, The Power of the Coming Race. You know, it was retitled that earlier while it was still in print circulation back in the Stone Age of zebra print and Gutenberg publishing presses. I'm being rather facetious, but you get my point. And that, of course, was portraying a race of sphinxes beneath the earth with wings that would, according to some, become more the inspiration for Mothman than Adolf Hitler's visions of Unterland. But certainly, they portrayed a world beneath the surface, a subterra, where civilization flourished, antithetical to man. The Nazis became those nightmare sphinx, those moth sphinxes, to the Allied world, left to scavenge and scurry across the surface of the earth. In literature and film, too, there have been so many contributions that have shaped and continue to shape the ongoing discourse of collapse. In apocalyptic fiction, we can trace a line from Mary Shelley's, yes, the Mary Shelley who graced us, Frankenstein. Her novel, The Last Man, which is enormous in its length. A book the size of the old telephone books, published in 1826 about what Jameson Reese fantasizes to be. He had to bring that in there. And Jack London's The Scarlet Plague, published in 1912, to more recent contributions of, Margaret Atwood's, the woman who gave us, oh God, what's the name of the kingdom again in The Handmaid's Tale? I keep forgetting. Handmaid's Tale, America name. All right. Let's see if I can get anything out of this. And of course, I'm sure I won't get shit. Let me see. The Handmaid's Tale. Come on. Give me what's the name for America in that tale, somebody. Basically, the dystopia, Gilead. That's it. Gilead. Found it. But thanks to the Pacific Ocean and Canada, there are two states decidedly out of Gilead's reach. Alaska and what I presume to be Hawaii. I'm not seeing the rest of the Senate. Basically, where is Gilead in North America? Many people are asking that question. By the way, she's writing this as she's going along. This was written decades ago, but it's now coming into kind of so Alaska and Hawaii are the United States in exile, the two states that are united still. and the rest of it's turned into Gilead with lots of pockets of resistance and unease, and the places where the grip of Gilead is not nearly as firm. So there we are. And aside from all of that, to get back on track of narrative, if I can catch my train of thought, it's amazing to me how sometimes I can lose it. But aside from Margaret Atwood's Gilead, she actually wrote another book you probably never heard of, Oryx and Crake, released in 2003. I don't know much about it other than the fact that it's civilizational collapse themed, and Cormac McCarthy's The Road, published in 2006, along with Sarah Hall's The Græcororszámãn Army, published in 2007, the year my father passed. The Græcororszámãn Army is but one among many other works that can come to mind, not all by Sarah Hall or Cormac McCarthy or Margaret Atwood, but in film, apocalyptic, post-apocalyptic, and general disaster movies are a favorite genre, often dwelling on current concerns such as cometary impact or climate change. Armageddon from 1998. The film, entitled 2012, released in 2009, because they had to get it out before 2012 so that people could review it before the world ended. Or The Day After Tomorrow, released in 2004. Contagion, released the year my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Sujinlin Dietrich, was murdered, 2011, the year of Fukushima Daiichi. And San Andreas, 2015, to mention a few. When I look up apocalyptic films, a filmography for apocalypticism, as opposed to the bibliography thereof, which I reviewed earlier. Now, such stories can have serious staying power. Richard Matheson's novel, I Am Legend, published in 1954, has been made into 3 films across the decades. We are obviously captivated by the what-ifs of the end of our wider society, our institutions and way of life, about what would happen if some mega event took place. How would we act? What values would we have? Those values again. I'll get back to that. So we are primed by our cultural inheritance to see past collapses as apocalyptic events. As storytelling animals that we be, tales of civilizational collapse are attractive. They have an internal consistency that gives them narrative logic. But there is also a psychological aspect to thinking about collapse, past and present. Looking at past collapses, we can feel superior, technologically and morally, to earlier peoples and societies. We know why they failed and how we can succeed in such a narrative, so our sense of progress is reinforced. There might be a tinge of Schadenfreude even. Now, of course, that's a German term, and everybody gets pissed off when I start speaking foreign languages. Well, languages are full of loan terminology. Fucking look it up. It's spelled SCHADENFREUDE. It's a pleasure derived by someone from another person's misfortune. The experience of pleasure, joy, self-satisfaction that comes from learning of or witnessing the troubles, failures, or humiliation of another. Schadenfreude is obviously a complex emotion where, rather than feeling sympathy, one taketh pleasure from watching someone's misfortune. And you can relate that word by saying schadenfreude is enjoyment obtained from the troubles of others. When you teach your kids about it. The word Schaden in German means damage or harm, whereas Freud means joy or pleasure. So Schadenfreude, the German word for damage pleasure or gratuitous sadism. At any rate, that is the basis of American enjoyment of life. Turning that to the possibility of near future collapse, by imagining ourselves standing on the precipice of some epochal change, we make ourselves feel more important. We are living at a key time, and we have the power to affect global civilization, either positively or negatively. The stories of the Maya and climate change, and the Easter Islanders' ecocidal self-destruction suit those who want to make a dramatic argument about our own mistreatment of the environment in modern times and the possible fate of our own civilization. Thereby, they are dramatic, media-friendly, soundbite stories that convey moral and practical lessons, hence they are commonly found in environmental literature and the mass media. There has been a trend to explain all other collapses in the same way. But all such stories, that's all they are, appropriate the histories of past and indigenous peoples and reconstruct them as modern Western-focused parables. They dwell on the supposed failures of pre-modern and non-Western societies rather than stressing their resilience in the face of difficulties or recalling the Western role in their eventual cultural destruction, brought about by the very tellers of the tales. This is how Americans, as the ultimate apex of the West, blame the victim. Well, you see, these native Pacific Islanders brought it on themselves. See, them little brown niggers down south brought it on themselves. And Americans, all the West is alleviated of all responsibility. The states collapsed. Civilizations or cultures transformed. People lived through these times and employed their coping strategies. They selectively preserved aspects of their culture and rejected others. Archaeologists, historians, and others have a duty to tell the stories of these people, even though the mass media machinery might find them less satisfactory. And writers who appropriate history for moral purposes need to think carefully about what they are doing and what they are saying. They need to make an effort to get the history as right as possible, rather than dumbing it down to silver bullet theories. In the 1617 work entitled The Travels of Pericles and Sigismund, authored by Miguel de Cervantes, it be writ, prudent men should judge of future events by what has taken place in the past and what is taking place in the present. Just looking around us, we can see the trouble we are in. We can see the threats to our overpopulated world, to our overly complex and thus increasingly vulnerable society and way of life. We simply do not need to make us to other people's histories into lessons for ourselves. When the evidence for environmentally driven collapses in the past is so weak, and the evidence for contact era atrocities of white extermination of all other races on Earth be so strong, it'd be a wonder that the former is the focus and the lesson rather than the latter. We should be instead asking ourselves what exactly we should be learning from history. Because there be only one conclusion to draw. The white man was the meteorite the mass extinction event that destroyed the earth. The rise of the white man was the death of humanity itself as a species. If you claim, well, the white man produced the Roman Empire, which, as I said, had Caesar not been assassinated, would still be extant today. But who was allowed to call the Roman Empire home? As I said, the Roman Empire was not of the West. It was neither East nor West, but center, the center of the world as they saw it. The Mediterranean, encompassing Asia, Africa, Europa, all of this, their world. But Vandals, Goths, Vandals from where we derive the term vandalism, Goths from whence we derive the term Gothic, the Alemanni, the Sueves. These tribes of barbarians, each and all enlisted, enslaved, even eventually enthroned. The Romans grappled endlessly with the status of ethnic peoples in their vast empire. That brings us to the other point that can never be escaped in our postmodern world, the reality of race. Race is everything. A series of bizarre nighttime incidents in the woods of Northern Europe. No, not the Rendlesham fucking forest and the goddamn UFOs around an airbase. I mean around 360 Anno Domini, 360 years into the Christian calendrical era, reveals the perils that outsiders and foreigners faced in a world dominated by the white empire of ancient Rome. For centuries, many ethnic tribes of Alans, Katie. Okay, we've just experienced what I'm told is a collapse in communications. I need everyone to respond and tell me whether or not I can be heard. Do respond. Jameson Reese says I am audible, but that may be on the Skype. I need a response on the medium in which we are transmitting. It says we have an excellent connection. Okay, I'll presume we're live, but do respond. Everybody respond whether or not you can hear myself, and I will take reassurance from that. But as I said, in this North European incident so long agone. 360 communal era by modern calendrical or modern chronometric detachment from religiosity. By then, for hundreds of years already, the ethnic tribes of those outside the walls of Rome, more on those walls soon enough, the Alans, the Cadi, the Marcomanni, the Sueves and Vandals, had called those arboreal forests of Europa their home. The Orarchs, or the Orarchs of the wood, east of the Rhine River and north of the Danube, had long been territory unclaimed by Roma's empire, but the tribes' connection to the land itself, their resistance to using the Mediterranean languages of Latin or Greek, and their penchant for animal skin styles of dress perennially nagged at the sensibilities of classical elites who disparaged them collectively as barbarians. It was around the year 360, in particular, that a Roman-sponsored headhunter, ostensibly to keep the border secure, kidnapped, killed, and terrorized one of these tribes, the Alemanni, who dwelt in that region, on the forested frontier. At that forested frontier of the Roman Empire, such covert military operations of nighttime mass murderers sent to invade tribal land, whom the Romans rewarded handsomely by the scalp. This is where the tradition of scalping started. The goddamn white man out of the center of what you consider your civilization contributed to widespread ethnic stereotyping about peoples on the border. Ethnic biases pervaded civilian culture, both before and after the 4th century. Using the pseudoscience available to their classical world, Romans inferred character traits from geographic location and from the influence of the stars. Greek and Latin writers readily conjured images of northerners who had been born under the constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor as too bearish and frigid to be civilized. Classical audiences viewed the Alemanni's neighbors, the Vandals, as effete, greedy, and treasonous, although most populations who lived beyond the comfort of the Mediterranean olive groves, in fact, would come to be denigrated in similar terms. By the late 4th century, equating any ethnic group who had migrated into Roman cities, such as Goths or Scythians, with four-footed creatures, was a common practice of xenophobic commentators. Contemporary romance would enliven these migrants' statelessness with a literary flourish from Homer, the author of the Odyssey. In these trying times of conflict, one Christian clergyman said, quoting the Iliad, society needed to drive out these ill-omened dogs. It's hardly surprising, given the size of Rome's empire, which crossed 3 continents and would fit snugly inside the borders of roughly 100 modern nations, that the number of ethnicities mentioned in the ancient sources is head-spinning. You see, Rome only had one superpower conflict against Carthage. It, after that, established, for all intents and purposes, global hegemony over its part of the globe, its hemisphere, in which all other conflicts throughout the remaining days of empire were border conflicts, regional conflicts against insurgencies. Had Caesar not been assassinated, he would have led Roma into another superpower conflict against the Parthian Empire of the Proto-Persians. He likely would have won, knowing Caesar. And as I said, he would have been within reach of Asia. Hell, Roma would have bordered China. It would have become a gunpowder empire, accessing China's technology and thereafter enabling the fulminatum, the burning powder, to lend a lethality to its legions that would have enabled it to rule what would become a Western empire in Cold War conflict with the empires of the East, but in control of the Silk Road and the trade out of Oriental India to maintain its economy. It never would have died. But once Caesar was assassinated, everything was a backstep war, a bush war, simply to maintain the boundaries that it had. This is directly parallel to the American empire manifest today. Only one true superpower conflict against the Axis. And afterwards, everything is an insurgency, a counterinsurgency, against first communism, then Islamism, finally just people trying to cross the border. A backstep bush war in an eternal retreat. In terms of Rome's own records of what this long retreat was like, Rome's enemies, their insurgents, from the Maori and Gauromantes of the empire's Saharan borders to the Thracians and Galatians of the Balkans and beyond, to the mountainous interior of Asia Minor, to the Palmarines, Idumeans, and Nabateans dwelling on Rome's distant deserts, dozens of groups had their own recognizable customs, histories, origin stories, languages, and beliefs. They were as instantly perceptible as the trouser-wearing Parthians, whom Caesar would have warred against, the curious cap-wearing Phrygians, and the Thracians garbed in neither classical togas nor tunics, but in their preferred dress of pelts. Yet even as foreign traits elicited snickers and sometimes forceful reprisals from traditionalists, who by the 4th century succeeded in convincing Rome's toga-wearing, sandal-sporting politicians to ban the wearing of boots and trousers on the streets of Rome, foreign cultures thrived and changed everything from the sounds heard at the local market to the dishes offered at the table. By the 1st century of the Christian era, Syrian dates and Egyptian olives competed for shoppers' attention in the Italian markets, as those regions and their people became incorporated into Roman power. In a similar process, a couple of centuries later, Persian pears were included in a popular herbed cheese spread. And while wine in classical times was ubiquitous, imported to Italy from vineyards as distant as Ghiazza in the 5th century, it was also well known that should a Roman ever want a refreshing alternative, Egyptians or residents of Lusitania in Portugal could oblige. Their cultures were famous for brewing beer. It would be misleading to treat the politics of ethnicity, largely framed in terms of skirmishes with barbarians on the battlefield, as a uniquely 4th century concern, however. Ethnicity was a visible fact of life in ancient Roman society from the city's earliest years as a monarchy in the 8th century Anno Domini, when the Romans first began to forge a multi-ethnic identity through their cultural engagements across the Italian peninsula. From Oscans, Sabines, Piscine, Ligurians, Etruscans, and Umbrians, to, of course, the local Latins of central Italy, some 30-odd tribes dwelled up and down the Italian peninsula during the early era, continuing into Rome's formative years as a republic 200 years later. As the ancient writer Dionysius of Halicarnassus so put it, the city of Roma's demography was a motley assemblage of Opicians, Marsians, Saunites, Tyrrhenians, Brettians, Umbricans, Ligurians, Iberians, Celts, and others, in his words, some of whom came from Italy itself and some from other regions. Many of these groups had not only their name. In scenes on pottery and lines of poetry, they circulated common myths about their shared descent and revered stories about their ancestors' wanderings and their geographical origins. They identified with their land, cultivated their own religious practices, languages, and customs, and fostered a sense of solidarity with each other. Greek residents of important Italian trading ports, such as Naples, kept alive the language, art, culture, and customs of Greek colonists who had originally settled round the Bay of Naples, while to the north, elite families of Etruria made public displays of their worship at local Tuscan sanctuaries, where they left dedications in the Etruscan language to specifically Etruscan gods. By the time the Romans had conquered a majority of the Italian peninsula, in the beginning of the 1st century of the Christian calendar, these groups and their traditions had made the Roman Republic a multi-ethnic society. The pioneering Latin poet Ennius came from one such family, whose complicated heritage was still widely acknowledged by a Roman of a much later period. The imperial writer, Aulus Gellius, said, Ennius used to say that he had 3 hearts because he knew how to speak Greek, Oscan, and Latin. As myself, with English, Nihongo, the language of the Japanese, and Putonghua, the language of the Chinese. Historians are fortunate to have such an insightful second-hand perspective on Rome's murky adolescent years, but Ennius's experience was undoubtedly not unique. The rising city on 7 hills, Roma, was a collection of ethnic neighborhoods. Etruscans on Caeliane, Sabines on the Quirinal, major arteries that pumped people through the city, such as Vicus Tuscus, or the Tuscan Way, preserved the feel of the people whose distinctive languages, clothes, and customs spilled into the streets. The capital's defining feature, as one political handbook put it, in the first century of Christianity, was its conglomerate of ethnicities. Almost inevitably, questions of who belonged followed, arising during some of the Republic's most intense periods of contact between different groups. After the wars with the North African superpower of Carthage in the 3rd and 2nd centuries of the Christian era, for example, well, before Christ walked the earth, 300 to 200 years before the redemption of man by his Messiah, but after the exterminatory war with their rival superpower of the Mediterranean, in which Rome saw catastrophic losses on the battlefield and significant territorial expansion into Africa itself. Stereotyping the defeated Carthaginian people and their supposed faults became as second nature to many residents of Italy. The practice included everything from isolated name-calling, as Latin writers who saw themselves as culturally superior skewered the extinct Carthaginians for their trickery, caliditas, whilst praising Romans for their sensibleness, to the adoption of a set of unquestioned colonialist, imperialist assumptions, which worked their way into homework assignments at school. Literally, questions were asked of Roman children. Should Carthage be destroyed or handed back to the Carthaginians? Or should a colony be established there? Now Cicero, who never mentions whether school children or their instructors were asked to justify, let alone acknowledge, the ethnocentric premise of the curriculum, did say that the string of essay questions was an excellent illustration of a multifaceted rhetorical case that combined a challenging number of ideas. Romans recognized the danger, of course, in trying to force together a functioning society from so many disparate customs and backgrounds, seen most clearly in their refusal to implement a universal language, such as Latin, across their many provinces. Being Roman meant accepting a healthy tension between a wide variety of cultural practices in artistic expression, language, and dress, while providing the building blocks of a common experience in law, civic religion, and political ritual. Still, by the time Roma emerged from the civil wars of Caesar's era, the young advisor and worried cultural ambassador Mecaenas is reputed to have cautioned Roma's first emperor, Augustus, that a ship of state manned with a crew of every ethnicity risked becoming waterlogged, by which he seemed to admit that, for all its vaunted diversity, Roman society would struggle to cohere without articulating at least some common principles or values. Citizenship became ancient Roma's great leveler. Even before Caesar's death in 44, the 44th year after Christ, and Mecaenas' reservations about the return of monarchy in the political order of the new Augustan age, The Romans had figured out a strategy for building a functioning civic society from its disparate residents by offering them citizenship rights. When 4,000 Roman soldiers at the Iberian colony of Cartea married local women, had families, and yet themselves were denied the rights of Romans living in Rome, the men petitioned the Senate, who agreed to grant them a special legal status. Latin rights, as the Senate called them, gave the men in Spain a modified place in Roma's political community. By the early empire, 48 years into the Christian era, Augustus's step-grandson, Claudius, himself born in Gaul, was determined to extend citizenship beyond Italia, including to Gaul, or France. Beyond the Alps, he told the Senate, in regions such as Gallia, Narbonensis, and Gallia Comata, were talented men who would make good advisors and civil servants. And the Roman Senate, in its wisdom, agreed. By the 2nd century, the age of Rome's greatest territorial might and unmatched cultural influence, both citizens and, more importantly, emperors regularly came from provincial origins far beyond the 7 hills of the Tiber on which Roma had been built. The process of incorporating Roma's many ethnicities into a functioning civic society through citizenship continued for at least 3 more generations in this piecemeal fashion. Then in 212 of the Christian calendrical era, 212 years after Christ, Anno Domini AD, the Emperor Caracalla granted to every freeborn person the same legal rights and protections of citizenship. And that was the watershed change. Ancient Roma had then become a multicultural empire of equal citizenship status before the law, regardless of one's ethnicity. 212 AD was the year your world changed. It used to be that scholars of the ancient world customarily stopped discussing the history of citizenship precisely at this moment in Roma's story, as if Caracalla's universal grant to the free people of the Mediterranean marked the pinnacle of classical antiquity's social and legal evolution. To hear the medieval historian Patrick Gary tell it in his highly influential book entitled The Myth of Nations, published in 2002. Once the emperors offered citizenship rights to everyone, the distinction between who lived outside the empire and who lived inside meant nothing. For decades, a version of this questionable claim appeared in academic studies suggesting, incorrectly, that with the arrival of the later empire, politicians had, once and for all, solved the problems of integrating different ethnicities into the Roman state. In fact, 212 Anno Domini on the Christian calendar led to the development of new problems. Foreigners who crossed the border and chose to settle themselves or their families on Roman land would live permanently as second-class people. They could be sold into slavery at a whim, had no rights to bring grievances before a Roman judge, and lacked the protections of property afforded by making legally recognized wills. What's remarkable is that, even as they recognized these injustices, those who came in search of greater opportunity or left their homelands out of necessity, as many did, still found creative ways to navigate Rome's two-tiered legal system. Neither before the democratization of Roman citizenship in 212 on our Christian calendar, nor after had identifying with an ethnic group or living in a cosmopolitan city alongside people of other ethnicities been particularly easy. A shared language, such as Latin or Greek, brought citizens and non-citizens together, as did a packed calendar of holidays and secular games, which fostered civic pride. But even with these efforts to forge civic community, many challenges persisted. Romans of more traditional stock lamented the arrival of this colorful world of Far Eastern spices, unusual fashions, and garbled languages, disparaging it as nothing short of an environmental degradation. Juvenal, from whence we derive the term juvenile, a satirist of the 1st century of our Christian calendrical era, did quip, "Why are the Syrian rivers polluting our Tiber?" While many in his audience laughed, at least a few shared his hostility, a situation that grew only worse a century later, when a Roman could come from any of the empire's distant provinces and cultural or linguistic backgrounds. You see, bigotry and cultural superiority came as hand in hand with Roma's push to build a multi-ethnic society. By Anno Domini 235 of the Christian calendrical era, 2 decades after the Emperor Caracalla's citizenship decree, when the first half-Allan, half-Gothic emperor, Maximus, was crowned from the borders of northern Thrace, he was roundly shouted down in the Senate for being a Cyclops, the Homeric bogeyman of Odysseus's travels. That probably meant his dick was big enough that people thought he could see with his one eye. Men and women of unusual ethnicities were often equated with wild animals. By the 3rd century of our Christian era, public monuments regularly characterized boastful emperors with strings of ethnic-based titles after their names. Parthicus, conqueror of the Parthians. Dacicus, conqueror of the Dacians. The Romanians. Just as one was declared Parthicus, conqueror of the Parthians, meaning conqueror of the Persians, Dacicus, conqueror of the Dacians, was the conqueror of the Romanians. They even changed the name from Dacia to Romania. Get it? Named after Roma itself. It became the Australia of the Roman Empire. Then there was Gothicus, conqueror of the Goths. No, not all the kids with the black clothes and the mascara. The Germanic tribe, from whence we inherited, ultimately, the Gothic tradition we identify with cathedrals. Each adjective lined up after an emperor's name, the way athletes arrange their trophies. I've acquired this ethnicity we've brought to heel. By the start of the 4th century, imperialism increasingly meant the conquest of these ethnic groups, and where victory proved impossible, a visible marker of exclusion. Tall, unscalable brick walls became the acceptable alternative. Ancient Roma was on its way to closing its gates. To, ironically enough, building a Chinese wall. It's a tragedy that so many of the tens of hundreds of these ancient peoples' histories have been lost. There are no more ethnic Swaves, or Vandals, or Galatians, or Nabateans. In trying to fit in, some ancient individuals evidently gave us up too much. Scholars have a technical way of describing this disappearance of a quality so malleable as to be fragile. They say, in the academic terminology, ethnicities decompose. Yet the problem of how to welcome individuals of different ethnicities never went away, as some Romans hoped it would. According to one scholar's estimate, there were between 1 and 2 million foreigners, peregrini, each from a different ethnic background, living within the borders of the 4th century AD Roman world, Pax Romanum, of the 4th century of the Christian calendar. Many endured terrible treatment through no fault of their own, simply due to prejudice. Gamblers at the racetrack, lamenting their lost winnings, would lash out against foreigners in an irrational frenzy, as one 4th century writer himself observed, and put to record. Almost every Roman family, one bishop said, owned a Gothic slave. Remarkably, those peregrini of varying ethnicities kept coming as cooks, merchants, and soldiers, Vandals, Goths, Alans, Alemanni, and more, a century before the fall of the Western Empire. Roma's ship of state was far from the waterlogged vessel that the first emperor's advisor feared it would become. The long-established ideal of Roma as a place of opportunity and cosmopolitanism still drew people to its cities. By one calculation, at a rate of perhaps 0.5% per generation. 0.5% in exact numeric percentile. One tribal Gothic chief reported in the 380s of our Christian era, during a state visit to the growing eastern capital at Constantinople, that I see now what I have often heard of with unbelieving ears. Hundreds of thousands of people were flowing together in its markets and streets like a flood of waters streaming from different regions. None of these new arrivals would ever gain the rights of citizens. The historian Ralph Matheson has explained that there is simply no evidence of any foreigner being formally granted Roman citizenship after the year 212 of our Christian era. On the Christian calendar, more specifically. These rights would remain the exclusive purview of people who lived within the boundaries of the empire as they had been drawn in Caracalla's time. For Roma, the implications of its unwillingness to address that problem, year after year after year, were a harbinger of difficult times ahead. Absent any political leadership, a new emperor Claudius or Caracalla, for example, foreigners in Roma would have no access to what earlier generations understood as an eater, or via a path to citizenship. Everyone from xenophobic town councilors to bigoted vegetable sellers, bath attendants, or clergy expected foreigners to change their ethnic dress, speak the classical languages in public, and otherwise abandon their ethnic ancestral ways if they wanted to find acceptance. Behavioral requirements that would have sounded as deeply unreasonable and unrealistic in the 5th century as they be patently discriminatory today. By the year 410 on the Christian calendar, one outsider, a Goth named Alaric, had had enough. For the first time in 8 centuries, the city of Roma would be mercilessly attacked. Did the Romans have the intellectual tools to describe, articulate, and address the challenges and opportunities that ethnicity posed for their society? In the ancient languages, foreigners constituted what Roman writers called nationes, gentes, or civitates. Many, modern translations can vary. Nations, people, communities. Nationes, nations. Gentes, people. Civitates, civitates, communities. But most ideas were variants of a trusty ancient Greek standby word. Ethnos. Ethnicity, as we would call it, was such an ever-present fact of ancient Mediterranean life that some Christians, during their fight for integration, pretended that they, too, should constitute their own ethnic group if it could bring them greater social status. Like the Bosnian Muslims in Bosnia, who are as Slavic as any Serb or Croat, as any Srpski or Hrvatski. But they call themselves Bosanski, even though they're ethnically Serbo-Croatian. They would call themselves Muslims as an ethno-religious status. So the Christians had actually pioneered that in the days of ancient Roma. Yet the modern understanding of what ethnicity is and how it functions seems so far removed from the classical world's intellectual frameworks that it's easy to understand why the Romans themselves struggled with it. Modern writers, or postmodern writers, enjoy a full range of vocabulary to describe ethnicity, with the consensus that ethnicities are best understood when they be active. In studies of every historical time and place, you can find ethnicities variously characterized as elusive, or contested, or even constructed. They can be displayed, performed, mobilized, embodied, and manipulated, even switched on or off, if the setting so allowest. Much of this conversation has been established for generations, ever since the anthropologist Frederick Barth's book entitled Ethnic Groups and Boundaries, published circa 1969, identified ethnicity as a social phenomenon, one that arises primarily at the boundaries of belonging, the assumption that ethnicity resides in any one person or group has almost universally been discredited. There's a dynamic, multifaceted, even mutable aspect to ethnicity, which is as widely admitted today as it is almost universally absent from the work of classical writers, who favored rigid notions of identity and clear-cut origin stories, bordering on the mythical and fanciful. People's ethnic origins are no longer presumed to be, as ancient writers frequently supposed, primordial. Of course, it's hardly odd that classical writers rarely ventured into this depth of modern analysis. Contemporary concepts such as creolization or bricolage, or the analyses of interacting cultures based on middle ground theories pioneered in studies of colonial indigenous North America, were light years ahead of the Romans' own pre-modern conceptual frameworks. The ancients tended to simplistic observations, gross stereotypes, and the occasional charitable comment. Caesar's claim that Gaul was divided into 3 parts was based on his knowledge of the 3 ethnic groups: the Belgians, the Aquitani, and the Celts, who all dwelled within its borders. The world beyond the empire was downright strange, or so the Roman attorney Apuleius so said, filled with people who were truly remarkable both for their stupidity and for their cleverness. Different groups, well, he so explained, produced people of differing talents. As raw material for writing about ancient Roma's ethnicities, these written sources admittedly might not take us very far. Given the lopsided nature of the evidence from the ancient world in general, from elite monuments, rich tombs, and extremely literary offerings, Roma's ethnicities also rarely, if ever, speakest for themselves, although the discovery of even the most mundane artifact can sometimes open up new horizons. Belts, rings, razors, combs, pots, cups, plates, bracelets, hairpins, even nail clippers or cleaners. All the personal effects that an individual might imbue with their expressions of their own culture might not compassed with a personal story or even a name. But to archaeologists and historians, they have become nice illustrations of ethnicity's slipperiness. A distinctive-looking brooch found at the empire's northern Pannonian border has an equal chance of being a sure piece of ethnic Pannonian jewelry as it does an expression of a transplanted outsider who chose to embrace the popular fashions of their new surroundings. And while an unexplored frontier might have seemed to Romans an undifferentiated landscape of hostile tribes, through the careful elucidation of differences in style and shape, local artifacts, a handy loop and broad blade nail cleaner used by indigenous peoples in eastern Britain, a circular disc and lattice-worked copper preferred in the west of England, all speakest loudly in their own way. If the study of ethnicity is to hold any purchase for ancient Roma, a good starting point might be to recognize, as the historian Louis Revel has put it in her books entitled, her work was entitled The Ways of Being Roman, published in 2015. And, as she said, the good start is to recognize that a group's ethnic identity is always being constructed in relation to other ethnic groups. But more work needs to be done to go beyond consensus definitions and the fashionable formulaic cultural analyses that they regularly produce. The highly political, frequently imbalanced, and often patently unjust relation between different ethnic groups deservest more historical scrutiny than was ever given by the Western world. By the way, Dezo says, I can hear in the United Kingdom. Thank you. Thank you, Dezo. I don't know if Dezo is male or female, but my love be unto them, their participation. Deeply appreciated. Oh, I've got 6 messages. Let's check what people are saying in the 6 messages. Basically, well, they're basically a lot of hearts. Okay, that's cool. And aside from that, let's turn to what's been done with ethnicity in our day. Where this takes us now, based on the historical precedent that I've articulated for you. Let me gather my breath, get myself together. We've got about 3 hours left. It's 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Yeah, a little less than that. Let's make it happen. Based on everything I've articulated thus far as the opener, the precedent, pop culture today is obsessed not with the struggle of ethnicity to the degree that it should be, or in the way it should be, but rather with the battle between good and evil. Traditional folktales, however, never were obsessed with any battle between good and evil. So, what changed and when? That's what brings us to the good guy, bad guy myth that Peter Moon alluded to. The first time we see Darth Vader doing more than heavy breathing in the original Star Wars, released in 1977, he's strangling a man to death. A few scenes later, he's blowing up a planet. He kills his subordinates, chokes people with his mind, does all kinds of things a good guy would never do. But then the nature of a bad guy is that he does things a good guy would never do. Good guys don't just fight for personal gain. They fight for what's right. Their values. This moral physics underlies not just Star Wars, but also film franchise series such as The Lord of the Rings, released from 2001 through 2003, and X-Men from the year 2000 on to forever. But not just in film franchises, also most Disney cartoons. Virtually all our mass culture narratives based on folklore have the same structure. Good guys battle bad guys for the moral future of society. Now, these tropes are all over our movies and comic books, in Narnia and at Hogwarts, and yet they do not exist in any original folktales, traditional myths, or ancient epics. In Marvel Comics, Thor has to be worthy of his hammer, and he proves his worth with moral qualities. But in ancient myth, Thor is a god with powers and motives beyond any such petty idea as worthiness. In old folk tales, no one fights for values. Individual stories might show the virtues of honesty or hospitality, but there's no agreement among folk tales about which actions are good or bad. When characters get their comeuppance for disobeying advice, for example, there is likely another similar story in which the protagonist survives only because he disobeys advice. Defending a consistent set of values is so central to the logic of newer plots that the stories themselves are always reshaped to create values for characters such as Thor and Loki, who in the 16th century Icelandic Yeda had personalities rather than consistent moral orientations. In other words, they were divine characters with a lot of character, but not a code. Stories from an oral tradition never have anything like a modern good guy or bad guy in them, despite their reputation for being moralizing. In stories such as Jack and the Beanstalk or Sleeping Beauty, just who is the good guy? Jack is the protagonist we're meant to root for, yet he has no ethical justification for stealing the giant's property. Hell, he'd steal his wife if he wouldn't sink bodily into her vagina. He would have fucked her. Does Sleeping Beauty care about goodness? No, she's just waiting for some bloke to wake her up so he can fuck her. Does anyone fight crime? Even tales that can be made to seem like they are about good versus evil, such as the story of Cinderella, do not hinge on so simple or simplistic a moral dichotomy. In traditional oral versions, Cinderella merely needs to be beautiful to make the story work. In The Three Little Pigs, neither the piglets nor the wolf deployed tactics that the other side wouldn't stoop to themselves. It's just a question of who gets dinner first, not good versus evil. The situation is even more complex in original epics, such as the Iliad, which does have two teams, as well as characters who wrestle with moral meanings. But the teams don't represent the clash of two sets of values in the same way that modern good guys and bad guys do. Neither Achilles nor Hector stands for values that the other side cannot abide, nor are they fighting to protect the world from the other team. They don't symbolize anything but themselves. And though they talk about war often, they never cite their values as the reason to fight the good fight. The ostensibly moral face-off between good and evil is a recent invention that evolved in concert with modern nationalism. What I would call the fatherfuckery of patriotism, love of the father. It's a fatherfuckers propaganda campaign, and ultimately, it giveth voice not to any ethical vision at all, but instead a political one. Most folklore scholarship since the Second World War has been concerned with archetypes or commonalities among the folktales, the implicit drive being that if the myths and stories of all nations had more in common than divided them, then people of all nations could likewise have more in common than divides us. It was a radical idea when earlier folktales had been published specifically to show how people in one nation were unlike those in another. In her study of folklore, entitled From the Beast to the Blonde, published circa 1995, the English authoress and critic Marina Warner rejects a reading of folktales as popularized by the American child psychologist Bruno Bettelheim as a set of analogies for our psychological and developmental struggles. Warner argues instead that external circumstances make us these stories resonate with readers and listeners through the centuries. Still, both scholars want to trace the common tropes of folklores and fairy tales insofar as they stay as the same or similar through the centuries. Novelists and filmmakers who base their work on folklore also seem to focus on commonalities. George Lucas very explicitly based Star Wars on Joseph Campbell's book entitled The Hero with a Thousand Faces, published way back in 1949, which describes the journey of a figure such as Luke Skywalker as a human universal. Dr. J.R.R. Tolkien used his scholarship of Old English epics to recast those stories in an alternative, timeless landscape, and many comic books explicitly or implicitly recycle the ancient myths and legends, keeping alive story threads shared by stories new and old, or that old stories from different societies around the world share with each other. But less discussed, if ever at all, is the historic shift that altered the nature of so many of our modern retellings of folklore. To wit, the idea that people on opposite sides of conflicts have different moral qualities and fight over their values. That shift lies in the good guy, bad guy dichotomy, where people no longer fight over who gets dinner or who gets Helen of Troy as their prize, but over who gets to change or improve society's values. Good guys stand up for what they believe in and are willing to die and kill for a cause. This trope is so omnipresent in our modern stories, movies, books, even our political metaphors, that it is sometimes difficult to see how new it is, or how bizarre it looks, considered in light of either ethics or storytelling. One of the gifts presented by my biological father, Adolf Hitler, to outstanding children of the Third Reich was an edition of the Grimm Brothers fairy tales. When the Grimm Brothers wrote down their local folktales in the 19th century, their aim was to use them to define the German Volk, the Deutschen Folk, and unite the German people into a modern nation. The Grimms were students of the philosophy of Johann Gottfried von Herder, who emphasized the role of language and folk traditions in defining values. In his treatise entitled On the Origin of Language, published in 1772, before there was even a United States, Von Herder argued that language was a natural organ of the understanding, and that the German patriotic spirit resided in the way that the nation's language and history developed over time. Von Herder and the Grimms were proponents of the then new idea that the citizens of a nation should be bound by a common set of values, not by kinship or land usage. For the Grimms, stories such as Godfather Death, or The Knapsack, the Hat, and the Horn revealed the pure form of thought that arose from their language. Die deutschen Sprache, the German tongue. The corollary of uniting das Volk, the people, through a storified set of essential characteristics and values is that those outside the culture were seen as lacking the values Germans considered their own. Von Herder might have understood the potential for mass violence in this idea because he praised the wonderful variety of human cultures, which is why Adolf Hitler loved his works and shared it with the youth of Germany as a gift. Specifically, von Herder believed that German Jews should have equal rights to Christian Germans. Still, the proto-nationalist potential of the Grimm brothers' project was gradually amplified as its influence spread outside of Germany across Europa into all the satellite states surrounding das Vaterland, or the fatherland of my folk, and the Belgians and the Dutch and the Polish and all the surrounding folklorists began writing books of proto-national folklore specifically to define their own national character without praising the wonderful variety of human culture or advocating equal rights of minorities. Not least, many modern nations went on to realize the explosive possibilities for abuse in a mode of thinking that casts the other as a kind of moral monster. Their target, ever and always, mine own German Volk. In her book entitled The Hard Facts of the Grimms' Fairy Tales, published in 1987, the American scholaress Maria Tatar, from whence many people derive that term abused for the conspiracy of the Tartarian Empire loose upon the internet, which I'm not going to deign with addressing today. She remarks on the way that Wilhelm Grimm would slip in, say, adages about the importance of keeping promises. And she argues that, rather than coming to terms with the absence of a moral order, he persisted in adding moral pronouncements even where there was no moral. Now, such additions established the idea that it was values, not just dinner, at stake in the conflicts that these stories dramatized. No doubt, the Grimms' additions influenced Bettelheim, Campbell, and other future folklorists who argued for the inherent morality of folk tales, even if they had not always been told as moral fables. As part of this neo-nationalist consciousness, other authors started perverting the old stories to make it a moral distinction between, for example, Robin Hood and the Sheriff of Nottingham. Now, as I've mentioned before, in the complex genealogy of Chinese lineage, the woman who gifted you the Great Wall of Vietnam, the woman who gifted you the Vietnam Memorial Wall, Maya Ying-lin, bears my same Chinese surname, Lin, and is known as my half-sister. She has faced nothing but persecution from Vietnam veterans all the way up and through to and including my own gang stalkers for what she contributed unto you. That which so many of your veterans credit with saving their lives, they hate because this lifesaver was gifted by an Asian, whom they consider the enemy simply because of her race. And when it comes to Maya Ying-lin, the wall warrior who did so much for you, her very name, when you analyze Maya in Roman mythology, Maya Maestas is the earth goddess. And as with her classical Grecian template, Gaia, Mother Earth, the Roman Maya, symbolizes youth, life, rebirth, love, and sexuality. There is, of course, a star by that name, some 385 light years away from Earth itself. And in terms of the very name in Chinese that came to spell out the Maya Ying-lin, when you take all the characters together, those characters, those Chinese iconographs, which provide the last name Lin, forested is what that name means. The forest. Ying. And, of course, Maya. Maya in the Chinese requires two characters of the traditional iconography to write. Maya Ying-lin's entire name as a nominal convergence, what all of the characters mean together, the family and first name elements combine to transliterate as the bravely valiant flower, or the creme of a generation of youth, of handsome British heroes from the English wilderness. Her very name as a composite, first, middle, and last, are evocative of something allegorical to Robin Hood's medieval Sherwood forest rangers. But what original did these men represent and manifest? Their story was changed as we entered the modern age. Before Joseph Ritzen's 1795 retelling of their legends, earlier written stories about the outlaw mostly showed him carousing in the forest with his merry men. He didn't rob from the rich to give to the poor until Ritzen's version, written to inspire a British populist uprising after the French Revolution. Ritzen's rendering was so popular that modern retellings of Robin Hood, such as Disney's 1973 cartoon or the film entitled Prince of Thieves, released in 1991, are more centrally about outlaw moral obligations than any outlaw hijinks. The Sheriff of Nottingham was transformed from a simple antagonist to someone who symbolized the abuses of power against the powerless. Even within a single nation, Robin Hood, or a single household, Cinderella, every scale of conflict was restaged as a conflict of values. Or consider the legend of King Arthur. In the 12th century, poets writing about him were often French, like Chrétien de Troyes, because King Arthur wasn't yet closely associated with the soul of Britannia. What's more, his adversaries were often literally monsters, rather than people who symbolized moral weaknesses. Like Shazam fighting the 7 deadly sins in the modern movie. By the early 19th century, when Tennyson wrote Ideals of the King, King Arthur becometh an ideal of a specifically British manhood, and he battles human characters who represent moral frailties. By the 20th century, the word Camelot came to mean a kingdom too idealistic to survive on Earth. Once the idea of national values entered our storytelling, the peculiar moral physics underlying the phenomenon of good guys versus bad guys has been remarkably consistent. One telling feature is that characters frequently change sides in conflicts. If a character's identity resides in his values, then when he changes his mind about a moral question, he is essentially swapping sides or defecting. This is not always acknowledged. Exemplar gratiae, when in the PBS or the Public Broadcasting Service series entitled The Power of Myth, was serialized in 1988, the journalist Bill Moyers discussed with Joseph Campbell how many ancient tropes Star Wars deployed. They didn't consider, a decade after its release, how bizarre it would have seemed to the ancient storytellers had Darth Vader changed his mind about anger and hatred and switched sides in his war with Luke and the rebels, which he did in one Marvel variant, donning his exact same cape and armor, all in white. Contrast this with the Iliad, where Achilles doesn't become Trojan when he is angry at Agamemnon. Neither the Greeks nor the Trojans stand for some set of human strengths or frailties, since their conflict is not a metaphor for some internal battle of anger versus love. Switching sides because of a transport of feeling would be incoherent. In Star Wars, the opposing teams each represent a set of human properties. What side Darth Vader fights on is therefore absolutely dependent on whether anger or love be foremost in his heart. Bad guys change their minds and become good in exactly the same way in countless, ostensibly folkloric modern stories. The Lord of the Rings, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which was syndicated from 1997 through to 2003, of which Lena Shea was a big fan thereof. The Harry Potter series, which regaled us in theaters from 1997 through the year my late and sainted sire, George Dietrich, died, 2007, Anno Domini. When a bad character has a change of heart, it's always a cathartic, emotional moment, since what's at stake for a character is losing the central part of his identity. Another peculiarity in the moral physics of good guys versus bad is that bad guys have no loyalty and routinely punish their own. Whether it's the sheriff of Nottingham starving his own people or Darth Vader killing his subordinates, bad guys are cavalier with human life and they rebuke their allies for petty transgressions. This has been true since the earliest modern bad guys, though it scarcely exists among older adversaries who might be hungry for human flesh, but don't kill their own. Good guys, on the other hand, accept all applicants into the fold and prove their loyalty even when their teammates transgress. Consider Friar Tuck getting drunk on ale while Robin Hood looks the other way, or Luke Skywalker welcoming the roguish Han Solo on his side. Good guys work with rogues, oddballs, and ex-bad guys. Plus, their battles often hinge on someone who was treated badly by the bad guys crossing over and becoming a good guy. Forgiving characters their wicked deeds is an emotional climax in many good guy, bad guy stories. Indeed, it's essential that the good side is a motley crew that will never, ever reject a fellow foot soldier. Again, this is a point of pride that seems incoherent in the context of pre-modern storytelling. Not only do people in ancient stories not switch sides in fights, but Achilles, say, would never win because his army was composed of the rejects from the Trojans. In old stories, great warriors are not scrappy recruits. There for the moral education. They're experts in the dealing of death. These are warriors in a war where their side is their ethnicity. And what they're fighting for is their survival or extermination. Stories about good guys and bad guys that be implicitly moral, in the sense that they invest an individual's entire social identity in him, not changing his mind about a moral issue. Paradoxically enough, end up discouraging any moral deliberation. A perversity in and of itself. Instead of anguishing over multidimensional characters in conflict, as we find in the Iliad, or the Mahabharata, or Shakespeare's Hamlet. Such stories today rigidly categorize people according to the values they symbolize, flattening, as Jameson Rees says in his messages to myself, flattening all the deliberation and imagination of ethical action into a single thumbs up or thumbs down. Either a person is acceptable for team good, or he belongs to team evil. Which means you're either with us or against us. And, of course, if you're not with us, you're gonna die. The only logical conclusion. Good guy, bad guy narratives might not possess any moral sophistication, but they do promote social stability, and they're useful for mobilizing people to sign up for armies and fight in wars with other nations to exterminate other races. Their values feel like morality, and the association with folklore and mythology lends them a patina of legitimacy, but still, they don't arise from any moral vision. They are rooted instead in a political vision, which is why they do not help us deliberate or think more deeply about the meanings of our actions. We kill because we're good. All the others must die because they're evil. Like all of Europe's perversion of the original German Grimm stories, they be but a political tool designed to bind nations together to exterminate the folk they deem the other, as the Brits, the French, the Soviets, and the Americans bound together to exterminate the German race. It's no coincidence that good guy, bad guy movies, comic books, and games have large, impassioned, and volatile fandoms. Even the word fandom suggests the idea of a nation or kingdom. What's more, the moral physics of these stories about superheroes fighting the good fight or battling to save the world does not commend any genuine empowerment. The one thing the good guys teach us is that people on the other team aren't like us. In fact, they're so bad and the stakes are so high that we have to forgive every transgression by our own team in order to win. We have to do what would make the other side recoil, to exterminate them to the last, that we even be considered the victor as the last race standing. As the Americans sought the annihilation of the Axis cultures in World War II and failed, and ultimately lost the war because they weren't the good guys. They were the bad. Andrea Pitzer, the authoress of a work entitled One Long Night, which is subtitled A Global History of Concentration Camps, published in 2017, which be about the rise of the idea that people on opposite sides of conflicts have different moral qualities, has chronicled therein that 3 inventions collided to makest concentration camps possible: barbed wire, what was called devil wire in the old frontier West. Guns were drawn over barbed wire because a man's cattle couldn't cross the line, and it would contain his cattle from feeding and starve his stock. Barbed wire collided with the invention of automatic weapons and the invented belief that entire categories of people should be locked up as genetically evil. But the evil is in their very genes, because they're the other, and therefore evil. Why you Americans were able to round up and lock up every Japanese in America, which cost you a population that would have led you into a golden age. But instead, they all evacuated to return to Japan or relocate to Brazil, where they comprise its middle class. And they compromise what was before a static black-white situation and rendered it functional, whereas before it would have fallen without a buffer of a middle-class Asian population to do all of the functional work, while the whites party and the blacks languish in unemployment and poverty. So when we read, watch, and tell stories of good guys warring against bad guys, we are essentially indoctrinating ourselves that our opponents would not be fighting us at all. Indeed, they would not be on the other team at all if they had any loyalty or valued human life. In short, we are forever rehearsing the idea that moral qualities belong to categories of people rather than any individuals. It is the Brother Grimm's and the philosopher von Herder's enlightened vision turned to blacklight and pervert it to its anti-logical neo-nationalist conclusion of patriotic fatherfuckery that implies that categories of people should be locked up. Most manifest in that cinematic atrocity, the 2017 Wonder Woman. When my gang brother Beaver watched that and I asked him afterwards, knowing full well it was portraying World War I, I asked him who was Wonder Woman fighting. The Nazis, he said. Because they took the Germans of World War I and made them into Nazis. One of the things, Amanda, you pointed out was she couldn't believe when I told her Wonder Woman kills a historical character in the movie, General von Ludendorff. And she kills him when historically he survived World War I. And Amanda, you said the Wonder Woman of the original comics would never have killed anyone any more than Superman. But you see, all of that has changed with the good guy, bad guy narrative. Watching Wonder Woman at the end of the 2017 movie give a speech about preemptively forgiving humanity because she's not a human. For all the inevitable offenses of the Second World War, she's forgiving humanity for crimes not yet committed in her speech at the end of that film. I was reminded yet again that stories of good guys and bad guys actively make a virtue of letting the home team in a conflict get away with any expedient atrocity. She is advocating the genocide of the German people in that film. It is a propaganda film against the Germans as a race. Because they're not on the side of Wonder Woman. They're all evil. And they all deserve to die. This is exactly what the chicken shit nations around Germania have attempted to do for centuries. Later simply being fronted by the greater superpowers surrounding Germania, from the near abroad to the far abroad. Circles of containment and ultimately genocidal antithesis. Germany in the center of its own world of hostile powers, forever seeking its eradication from the surface of the earth. Adolf Hitler realized the only hope was a retreat from the surface of the earth itself, and took what people that he could into the promise of the world below, where they could finally prosper and thrive, away from the threat of endless genocide. Sammy Romero says, "Good night, Doug. Catch up with the rest tomorrow. God bless." Jameson Reese expresses his envy of Hitler and the Reich in exile and their escape from the eternal conflict, the eternal persecution. In terms of, let's see now, where I go from here. Let's see what time we have left. We have 2 hours. I'm told that YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, and as such, the viewers are experiencing buffering. I need some feedback. Everyone tell me, if they will, how you're receiving our signal. Is the technical quality of my audio coming through? And of course, I will assume I do need feedback. I want people to respond. Sammy Romero, if you can hear me, respond before you leave. And other than that, I expect response from our man Jameson, of course, the most immediate respondent. Chris Collins, Marky Milk. Okay, so I presume the yep means we're being heard. It's not very definitive, but I'll presume that it's definitive enough. I think it's the all for the upvotes. Yes, he says. Thank you. I think it's the all for the upvotes. Continue with those. We have many people watching who have provided them. God bless you all who support us. And this brings us back to the culture wars. Let's get into these fucking values here. These are the values that have fucked us all up. The values of extermination. It is these culture wars, the culture war, that will break democracy itself. Now, 30 years ago, the sociologist James Davison Hunter, then a 30-something sociologist at the University of Virginia, who now leads the University of Virginia's Institute for Advanced Studies in Culture, popularized the concept of culture war. Now I'm getting some signals. Oh, good. Another response, I believe, on let's take a look at this. Yeah, again, a comment a few seconds ago. He says, no buffering, Doug, sounding clear. God bless you, son. Love you, Sammy Romero, and your dear brother, Isaac. God bless him. Promise to try and talk to him sometime soon. It's been an overwhelming month. You know, you let him know he's always on my mind, as are you. God bless both of the brothers Romero. Wonderful human beings. No relation to Danny of American Freedom Radio. And thank you so much for that response. That's remarkable. And it shows that we have very little delay in reception of the sound signal. Wonderful. Okay, so as I said, the sociologist James Davison Hunter, he now leads the University of Virginia's Institute for Advanced Studies in Culture, and 'tis he who popularized the concept of culture war. Popularized it, not coined it. He didn't coin the phrase, but he made it known. Today, he sees a culture war that's gotten worse, and that spells trouble for the future of the American experiment. Now, back in 1991 was when I was in the Gulf War, with America gripped by a struggle between an increasingly liberal secular society that pushed for change and a conservative opposition that rooted its worldview in divine scripture. The sociologist James Davison Hunter wrote a book and titled it with a phrase for what he saw playing out in America's fights over abortion, gay rights, religion in public schools, and the like, entitled Culture Wars. Now, Hunter himself, as I said, did not invent that term, but his book vaulted it into the public conversation, and within a few years, it was being used as shorthand for cultural flashpoints with political ramifications. He hoped that by calling attention to the dynamic, he'd help America, in his words, come to terms with the unfolding conflict and, perhaps, defuse some of the tensions he saw bubbling. Instead, 30 years on, Hunter sees America as having doubled down on the war part, with the culture wars expanding some issues of religion and family culture to take us over politics almost entirely, creating a dangerous sense of winner-take-us-all conflict over the future of this country based on the good guy, bad guy narrative. Noting the insurrection on January 6th, when a mob of extremist cultic supporters of Donald Trump stormed our American Capitol in an attempt to overthrow the legal results of the 2020 election, Dr. Hunter observed, and here I quote his tea at length from his work, "Democracy, in my view, is an agreement that we will not kill each other over our differences, but instead we'll talk through those differences. And part of what's troubling is that I'm beginning to see signs of the justification for violence. Culture wars always precede shooting wars. They don't necessarily lead to a shooting war, but you never have a shooting war without a culture war prior to it, because culture provides the justifications for violence." So what changed? In the latter half of the 20th century, Hunter himself confirmed that the culture war was, on some level, a cultural conflict that took place primarily within the white middle class. But today, as that conflict has grown, instead of just culture wars, there's now a kind of class culture conflict that has moved beyond the simple boundaries of religiosity. To quote us from Hunter again, "The earlier culture war really was about secularization, and positions were tied to theologies and justified on the basis of theologies. That's no longer the case. You rarely see people on the right rooting their positions within any biblical theology or ecclesiastical tradition. Nowadays, it is a position that is firmly rooted in fear of extinction." Back in 1991, politics still seemed like a vehicle through which we might resolve divisive cultural issues. Now, politics is primarily fueled by division on these issues, with leaders gaining power by inflaming resentments on mask wearing, or transgender students competing in athletics, or invocations of cancel culture, or whether it's okay to teach that many of the founding fathers had racist beliefs. And this reality, that the culture war has colonized American politics, is troubling precisely because of an observation Hunter made back in 1991 about the difference he saw between political issues and culture war fights. He said, "On political matters, one can compromise. On matters of ultimate moral truth, one cannot." So where does that leave us? What does it portend for the decades yet to come? Is there a way to bridge these cultural impasses? And amid all of this, is there any source for optimism? Let's start with the basic question. Whether we're talking about 2021 or back in 1991, when Hunter's book Culture Wars came out, what is it that we mean by the term culture war? Well, in a world that has politicized everything, there's a sense that politics is both the root cause of the problems we face and, ultimately, the solution. But the larger argument is that politics is an artifact of culture in and of itself. It's but a reflection. Culture underwrites our politics. So when it comes to culture war, there be two ways of thinking about it. One, probably the most prevalent way, is to think of it as a political battle over certain kinds of cultural issues, like abortion, sexuality, family values, church-state issues, and so on. And therefore, the culture war is really about the mobilization of political resources, of people and votes and parties around certain positions on cultural issues. In that sense, a culture war is really about politics. But the bigger story is about the cultures that underwrite our politics, and the ways in which our politics becomest reflections of deeper cultural dispositions, not just attitudes and values, that goes beyond our ability to even reason about them. When we talk about culture war, it's really about both things. In simpler terms, I would make the distinction between the weather and the climate. Almost all journalists and most academics focus on what's happening in the weather. Today it's cold. Tomorrow it's going to be warm. The next day it's going to rain. When the climatological changes that are taking place be so much more interesting in their ultimate implications. And it's those that are really animating our politics and polarization, animating dynamics within democracy right now. An important demographic and institutional structural shift has taken place in recent decades. The changes Hunter himself was looking at in his book Culture Wars had largely happened over the 30 years prior publication, basically since the early 1960s, the decade into which I myself was born, with the civil rights movement, the sexual revolution, the gay rights movement, women's lib, and the backlashes that followed. It's now 30 years again since that book came out. The culture war changed in that span of time. Modern higher education has always been a carrier of the Enlightenment, and in that sense, a carrier of secularization. What happened in the post-World War II period, as we understand it popularly, was a massive expansion of higher education and the knowledge-based economy, all to prevent the homecoming soldiers from mutinying and tearing society down. Because there were so many of them, they had to be integrated. You couldn't simply not pay them, as the government refused to do after World War I, leading to the bonus marchers, the camping out in front of the White House, and ultimately Generals MacArthur, Eisenhower, and Patton being sent to disperse them by any and all means of force necessary, leading to the deaths of mothers and children in front of the White House, as Patton led a cavalry charge to stomp on the bellies of pregnant women, forcing them to spontaneously abort their babies when they ran their horses right through the tents in which families lived, and then deployed gas, which caused children suffering from asthma to choke to death on their own vomit. Gas outlawed for use in war. Deployed on veterans who had fought in World War I, the government never had to pay them. Too many soldiers from World War II to do that to. Millions of men returning home, not simply expeditionary forces. They had to educate them all. PBS called it Prosperity with a Pen Stroke, the GI Bill. And with that came a larger cultural shift. What used to be the province of intellectuals now became the province of anyone who had access to higher education. And higher education itself became one of the gates through which the move to middle class or upper middle class life was made. With that came profound cultural change. The 60s revolution and the political, cultural, and sexual protests at the time essentially became institutionalized. And it challenged fundamental notions of what was right decent, good, fair, and so on. And in a way, what you had in the late 1970s into the 80s and 90s was a reaction against the challenge represented by that structural change. Conservatives, especially conservative Christians, whether Catholic or Protestant, found themselves on the defensive against progressive notions of family structure, family values, sexuality, abortion was or maybe the critical issue. Martin E. Marty, the church historian from Chicago, once said that after the Volstead Act and the Scopus monkey trial, evangelical Protestants became a cognitive minority, a minority within intellectual realms, but remained a social and behavioral majority that basically owned Middle America. What we have seen since is a continuity of those structural changes. The Enlightenment and post-Enlightenment culture got carried by universities and other important cultural institutions, and these cultural institutions are dominated by supermajorities of progressives. Conservatives see this as an existential threat. I emphasize that because that's such an important phrase. They see it as an existential threat to their way of life, to the things that they hold sacred, to their very existence as the white race. So while the earlier culture war really was about secularization, and positions were tied to theologies and justified on the basis of theologies a la Martin Luther King, that's no longer the case. You rarely see people on the right rooting their positions within a biblical theology or ecclesiastical tradition. Nowadays, it is a position that is mainly rooted in fear of white extinction. The dividing lines of the culture war are different now than they were 30 years ago. What abortion was to culture wars in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, maybe even beyond, when it really was, or was really the critical issue, is now being replaced by race. The earlier culture wars were a cultural conflict that took place primarily within the white middle class. It's not that minorities didn't have positions on those issues or weren't divided themselves, but race was never a very prominent part of that conflict. And it has reemerged in part because just as earlier manifestations of the culture war were ultimately a struggle to define the meaning of America itself, this is also. Latent within those struggles is a conflict over the meaning of America itself. 2008 was a really important year, insofar as the Great Recession accentuated an important distinction within the white middle class. Now, this has to be put into some context because the overwhelming majority of you are too young to remember the year 2008. You don't remember the Great Crash. And so I'll have to explain the real cost of the 2008 financial crisis. The aftermath produced a lost decade for European economies and helped lead to the rise of anti-establishment political movements here and abroad. Now, the uplifting story of economic recovery thereafter, it overlooks the political consequences of financial collapse in America and overseas. Now, the demise of the investment bank Lehman Brothers, Lehman, which happened in the Ides of September back in 2008. It'll be a while before the next anniversary thereof. As a matter of fact, let me do a quick calculation of the number of that anniversary. Well, let me clear that. And 21 minus 13 years. No, it's got to be more than that. 2008. See, right? 13 years. Holy shit. That's good. How the fuck did you do that? Yeah, September the 15th of 2021 will be 13 years after the big collapse that changed the world. Thank you, Jameson. He did that in his cough syrup saturated mind. That's incredible. Thank you. And the demise of the Lehman Brothers Investment Bank presaged the biggest financial crisis and the deepest economic recession since the 1930s. After Lehman filed for bankruptcy and great swaths of the markets froze, it looked as if many other major financial institutions would also collapse. And on September 18th of 2008, Hank Paulson, the Secretary of the Treasury, and Ben Bernanke, the Chairman of the Federal Reserve, went to Capitol Hill and told congressional leaders that if they didn't authorize a $700 billion bank bailout, the financial system would implode. This was going to be the end of the world as you fucking knew it. And it very well would have went down like that if it were not for several factors that stabilized the situation. So to get into it, and this requires some explaining because economics is difficult, understand that some Republicans reluctantly set aside their reservations. The bailout bill passed. The panic on Wall Street abated. And then what? Well, the standard narrative is that the rescue operation succeeded in stabilizing the financial system. The American economy rebounded, spurred by a fiscal stimulus that the Obama administration pushed through Congress in February of the next year, 2009. When the stimulus started to run down, the Fed gave the economy another boost by buying vast quantities of bonds, a policy known as quantitative easing. And eventually the big banks, prodded by the regulators and by Congress, reformed themselves to prevent a recurrence of what happened in 2008, notably by increasing the amount of capital they hold in reserve to deal with unexpected contingencies. This is the basic story that Paulson, Bernanke, and Tim Geithner, who was the Treasury Secretary during the Obama administration, told in their respective memoirs. It was given an academic imprimatur by books like Daniel Drezner's The System Worked. That's the title of his fucking book. The System Worked. And it's subtitled, How the World Stopped Another Great Depression. You know, that came out in 2014, not that long ago. And of course, this history is, on its own terms, well, perfectly accurate. In the early 1930s, when the authorities allowed thousands of banks to collapse, the unemployment rate soared to almost a quarter of 100 percentile. 25% in the soup kitchens and shanty towns sprang up across the country. The aftermath of the 2008 crisis saw plenty of hardship. Millions of Americans lost their homes to mortgage foreclosures, and by the summer of 2010, the jobless rate had risen to almost 10%. That was just 10 years ago. But nothing of comparable scale to the crash of, the 1920s through the 30s. Today, the unemployment rate has, we've got the COVID factor, and that's what kicks it back up again. I'm not going to go into that because that'll take us onto another track of narrative that really will take us through the next transmission. And this one's difficult enough where it may well do that in a sense, but I'm going to do my damnedest that it doesn't. Right now, according to the civilian unemployment rate per the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 2 hours ago, let me see now, we've got a 2% civilian unemployment rate, seasonally adjusted. I think this is what they're saying. And I won't overdwell on it. It's basically, if that's true, it's pretty fucking low. Not really what I expected. As a matter of fact, in terms of, yes, this is, let me see, unemployment rate in the United States. These are averages. During the COVID-19 pandemic, adjusted for April of 2021, the seasonally adjusted is measured, how do you calculate this? Why can't anybody give it straight up? Dude, this is like, anyhow, fuck it. If you're employed, you're fucking lucky and you know it. We know it's pretty fucking bad. I'm getting shit by state. View 48 more rows after Alabama, Alaska, and Arizona. Fuck you. This is all, just, anyhow, Jameson says they have to flex the complexity. Understand this much. The unemployment rate is the percent of the labor force that is jobless. It's a lagging indicator, meaning that it generally rises or falls in the wake of changing economic conditions rather than anticipating them. So when the economy is in poor shape and jobs are scarce, the unemployment rate can be expected to rise. When the economy is growing at a healthy rate and jobs are relatively peaceful, it can be expected to fall. So if I take a look at something complete, like Jameson says, these people are just trying to sound smart. The unemployment rate right now, the U.S. unemployment rate, let's specify. And let's see what we fucking get, if anything. And it's 6.1 fucking %. That's pretty fucking high. Now I'm getting there. Okay, we've got it. We're at 6.1% unemployment rate. Okay. And that is, much higher than it was, about a decade ago in 2010. Or, maybe 2014 or so. Fuck, what year am I thinking about? In 2018. In 2018, yeah, pre-COVID. That was pre-COVID around the year 2018. And this was, Donald Trump was president. Unemployment was 4%. So we've got 2% above that. By the way, they always undermeasure this, just so you know. And there's much more, of course, to the story of 2008. And it goes well beyond that uplifting Washington-based narrative I've just related before we got into the riddle of unemployment. Now, Jameson says everyone got fired for storming the Capitol. Fuck, we can only hope. Oh my God, I pray that that's the case. So it says we've got an excellent connection, and we've got 1.5 hours left. Let's see what I can do in an hour. But basically, the Colombian economic historian Adam Tooze, surname spelled Tooze, points out in his book entitled Crashed, subtitled How a Decade of Financial Crises, as in the plural, crises changed the world. And he points out that we're still living with the consequences of 2008, including the political ones. Now, using taxpayers' money to bail out greedy and incompetent bankers was intrinsically political. So was quantitative easing, which is a tactic that other central banks also adopted following the Fed's lead. It worked primarily by boosting the price of financial assets that were owned entirely by rich people. And so as wages and incomes continued to languish, the rescue effort generated a populist backlash on both sides of the Atlantic. Austerity policies, especially in Europe, added another dark twist to the process of political polarization. As a result, and I'm reading from Tůj's book here, the one entitled Crashed, financial and economic crisis of 2007 through 2012 morphed between 2013 and 2017 into a comprehensive political and geopolitical crisis of the post-Cold War order. One that helped put Donald Trump in the White House and brought right-wing white nationalist parties to positions of power in many parts of Europe. And in his book, Tůj essentially concludes, things could be worse, of course. A 10-year anniversary of 1929 would have been published in 1939, when the world was in World War II. We are not there, at least not yet. This is what he says in the book. We're not there at World War III, at least not yet. But this is in his book I'm reading this from, but this is undoubtedly a moment more uncomfortable and disconcerting than could have been imagined before the crisis began. So, from this book I've learned that in the years leading up to September 2008, many U.S. policymakers and pundits were focused on the wrong global danger, which was the possibility that the Communist Chinese Empire, by reducing its huge holdings of United States Treasury bills, would crash the value of the dollar. Meanwhile, American authorities all but ignored the madness developing in the housing market and on Wall Street, where bankers were slicing and dicing millions of garbage-quality housing loans and selling them on to investors in the form of mortgage-backed securities. By 2006, this was the case for 7 out of every 10 new mortgages. This is just fucking incomprehensible that this was allowed to happen, and how could it happen without anyone noticing? So, Tůj does a competent job of guiding readers, like myself, through the toxic alphabet soup of mortgage-based products that Wall Street cooked up to hide its slime trail. MBSs, CDOs, CDSs, and so on. He looks askance at the transformation of commercial banks like Citigroup from long-term lenders into financial supermarkets, service providers for a fee in the decades before 2008, and he rightly emphasizes the enabling role that successive administrations played in this process, not the least of which was Bill Clinton's. But the great merit of Tůj's tome, which, by the way, if you buy this book to read it yourself, it runs more than 700 pages, is its global perspective. Tůj maps the fallout as far afield as Russia, Red China, and Southeast Asia. He lays out the role played by European banks and cross-border flows of financial capital, and he provides a detailed account of the prolonged crisis in the Eurozone, which is not a separate and distinct event, but follows directly from the shock of 2008. Now, the subprime fever, it originated in these United States, but it soon spread to European behemoths like Deutsche Bank, HSBC, and Credit Suisse. The Germans, the British, and the Swiss respectively. And by 2008, close to 30% of all high-risk U.S. mortgage securities were held by foreign investors. And although the major international banks were domiciled and regulated in their individual countries, they were operating in a single integrated capital market. So, when the crisis struck and many sources of short-term bank funding dried up, the European banks were left tottering. In some respects, they were in even worse shape than the American banks because they needed to roll over their dollar-denominated mortgage assets, and Europe's central banks and lenders of last resort, the European Central Bank, the Bank of England, and the Swiss National Bank, didn't have enough dollars to tide them over. Now, Paulson and Bernanke didn't predict any of this when they made the fateful decision on September 14th of 2008 to let Lehman Investment Bank fail. Paulson, in particular, was keen to escape the label of bailout king, which he had been saddled with earlier in the year after orchestrating a rescue of Bear Stearns. An international banking disaster was avoided only because the Fed agreed to provide its European counterparts with virtually unlimited dollars through currency swap arrangements and to give troubled European banks access to various emergency lending and loan guarantee facilities that it established in these United States. The U.S. Federal Reserve engaged in a truly spectacular innovation. It established itself as liquidity provider of last resort to the global banking system. But the Fed hid all of what it was doing from the American public, which was already choking on the American bank bailout. It wasn't until years later, as a result of the Dodd-Frank Financial Reform Act and a Freedom of Information lawsuit filed by Bloomberg News, that these details even emerged. The sums involved were astronomical. According to Tuja's tally in this book, the Fed provided close to $5 trillion United States dollars in liquidity and loan guarantees to large non-American banks. It also provided roughly $10 trillion to foreign central banks through currency swaps. As with the $700 billion bailout for domestic banks, practically all this money was eventually repaid with interest, but had the full scope of what the Fed was doing emerged at that time, there would have been an uproar. Fortunately for the policymakers, there was no leak. An official at the New York Federal Reserve, which helped enact many of the covert lending programs, told Tuj, when he was preparing the materials to write this book, that it was as if a guardian angel was watching over us. These are the people who lied to you about World War II. They hid $5 trillion fucking dollars. We can't even get over $1 trillion for stimulus here back home. And they were giving this to everybody else on earth. How could they not be able to hide World War II from you when they can hide this? Many of the politicians who came to be associated with the financial crisis and the bank bailouts weren't so lucky. In 2009 and 2010, the center-left parties that occupied positions of power in the United States, Britain, and Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the New United Germany, all suffered electoral setbacks. In Berlin and London, new center-right governments committed themselves to slashing budgets and reducing deficits, which rose sharply as jobless rates went up and tax revenues went down. Keynesian economists warned that the recovery was too fragile to withstand any austerity measures, but many conservative economists strongly supported them. United Germany itself recovered even after it passed a balanced budget amendment to its constitution and enacted the deepest spending cuts in the history of the Bundesrepublik Deutschland, the Federal Republic of Germany. Yet the refusal of Europe's largest and most powerful economy to act as a locomotive and to help offset deflationary forces elsewhere was to have some very negative consequences for the Eurozone as a whole. One can understand why the Germans evaded that responsibility to the very Europe which had always sought their extermination. But in this book, Tuj dwells at length on the European transition from stabilization to austerity, which coincided with the emergence of a sovereign debt crisis in three peripheral members of the Eurozone: Greece, Ireland, and Portugal. The Euro crisis, which is all too oft framed as a story of spendthrift governments run amok, herein is revealed that the real sources of the trouble were underlying faults in the Euro system and the creation of too much credit by private sector banks, the same phenomenon that led to the subprime debt crisis in these United States. In 1998, 11 continental countries adopted the euro as their common currency, including the big three: United Germany, the French Republic, and Italia. Greece followed suit the next year. 7 more countries have joined since, at least. Under the euro system, individual countries gave up the freedom to set their own interest rates and adjust their own currencies. Instead, there would be a single interest rate set by the European Central Bank in Frankfurt and a single exchange rate set by the market. Member countries were also obliged to meet strict targets for their budget deficits. Over time, many of the weaker European economies came to chafe at these restrictions. At first, though the system seemed to be a miracle drug, investors had traditionally treated countries like Greece, Ireland, and Portugal as risky bets and demanded generous yields on the bonds those countries issued. After these countries adopted the euro, however, international investors loaded up on these bonds as if they were on a par with French and German bonds, even as yields fell. So, of the nearly 300 billion euros worth of bonds that the Greek state had issued by the end of 2009, more than 200 billion were foreign-owned. In retrospect, the enthusiasm for this debt represented a credit bubble every bit as glaring as the American one that had seen Moody's and the like conferring AAA ratings on subprime dreck. Although Greek bonds were denominated in the same currency as United German bonds, they were backed by the shaky Greek state. What made the situation even riskier was that Europa, unlike these United States, had no Fed to serve as a stabilizing force in the event of a crisis. The European Central Bank was prohibited from buying newly issued bonds directly from member governments. And for a long time, it was reluctant to buy previously issued bonds on the secondary markets. It also lacked some of the lending and liquidity facilities that the Fed had set up in 2008 and 2009. Moreover, the Eurozone had no centralized fiscal policy that could help member countries that ran into trouble. When serious problems emerged in Greece, Ireland, and Portugal, and the markets gyrated, the European political system was gripped by paralysis. The quandary of how to deal with Greece was especially acute. By the middle of 2009, it had become as evident that the small Mediterranean country wasn't just suffering a liquidity crisis, it was insolvent. Its gross domestic product was plummeting, its budget deficit had risen to about 13% of the GDP, its gross domestic product, and the yields on its bonds had skyrocketed. What Greece needed to do was to restructure, to agree with its creditors to reduce their claims. Yet, many Eurozone voters, notably those in United Germany, were in no mood to do any favors for the Greeks, or the Irish and the Portuguese. This reluctance is often attributed to a Teutonic belief that Southern Europeans, and Greeks in particular, are lazy and improvident. Now, Touge emphasizes another factor in this book. After the 1990 reunification of Germany, the government in Berlin spent more than $1 trillion United States dollars worth of funds rebuilding and subsidizing the East. By that time, Angela Merkel, herself a former Ostdeutschen, or East German, it must be remembered, took over as Chancellor. In 2005, the rich southern states, including Baden-Württemberg and Bavaria, were fed up. Well before the Greek crisis broke, the most prosperous regions of West Germany had made clear their refusal to take responsibility for other people's debts. In May 2010, over 10 years ago by now, obviously, the European Union, in concert with the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, agreed to lend Greece 110 billion euros, which the country used to retire some of the debt that was owned by foreign banks and investors. Since the debt was retired at or near its face value, this amounted to a disguised bailout, not for Greece, which merely substituted one form of debt for another, but for the foreign banks that had bought Greek bonds. Although the banks, such as France's BNP Paribas and Germany's United Germany's Commerzbank, got off lightly, the Greek people didn't. The Greek people did not. And in return for the new loans, the European Commission, the European Central Bank, and the IMF, the Troika, that included the International Monetary Fund, insisted on drastic cutbacks in government programs. In textbook Keynesian style, these retrenchments sent the Greek economy into even deeper recession, further diminishing the country's capacity to ever repay any of its debts. The harsh treatment that Greece received set the template for the lending agreements that the Troika then made with Ireland, Portugal, and Cyprus, all of which had banking crises of their own. Combined with United Germany's insistence on adherence to fiscal targets and its refusal to adopt a stimulus, this policy produced a lost decade for the European economy and contributed to the rise of anti-establishment political parties like Syriza in Greece, Podemos in Spain, and the Five Star Movement in Italy. Nor did this draconian approach do anything to stabilize the euro system as a whole. On the contrary, the markets became alarmed in 2011 and 2012 about the creditworthiness of several larger European countries, especially España, Spain, and Italy. The spreads The difference between the yields on Spanish and Italian bonds versus those of, well, on United German bonds rose sharply, signaling distress. In Washington, Tim Geithner and other American officials who had learned how quickly financial problems could spread from one region to another, looked on in dismay. At the annual meeting of the IMF in September of 2011, the year my late and sainted mother died earlier that year, Geithner warned of a cascading default, bank runs, and catastrophic risk if the Europeans didn't construct an adequate firewall. Behind the scenes, Geithner enlisted President Barack Obama to exert pressure on Angela Merkel and other European leaders to mimic some of the steps that the United States had taken in 2008, encouraging them to create a proper bailout fund and turn the European Central Bank into an effective crisis fighter. The pressure didn't work. As the market tremors increased, so did speculation that the Eurozone might break up. It was left to Mario Draghi, the president of the European Central Bank, to restore some calm. On the 26th of January, circa 2012, you remember that year all the idiots said the world was going to end. Mario Draghi, who is a worldly Italian economist who earned his PhD at MIT and subsequently worked at the World Bank, the Italian Treasury, and Goldman Sachs, gave a speech in London arguing that markets and foreign governments had underestimated the political capital invested in the European currency. He promised, "Within our mandate, the ECB is ready to do whatever it takes to preserve the euro, and believe me, it will be enough." Now, Draghi provided no details about what the ECB might do, and some observers were at first skeptical. In his memoir, Geithner wrote, "Ridiculous. Totally impromptu." And in the book that I've just finished, all 700 pages, Touge cites this extensively, but the speech proved to be a turning point. In September of 2012, Draghi announced that the ECB was now prepared to buy bonds issued by individual Eurozone countries, a move that finally created a Fed-style lender and buyer. He'd convinced Angela Merkel and her finance minister that there was no alternative. At the same time, the members of the Eurozone set up a permanent bailout fund, the European Stability Mechanism, or ESM, with a lending capacity of 500 billion euros. So the Draghi formula, America's formula, was self-fulfilling. The market stabilized. The Eurozone was saved by Americanization. On the other side of the Atlantic, here in the States, the enduring question was, at what price? Now, underpinned by explicit and implicit governmental guarantees, the Western financial system survived the Great Crisis, and in some ways it appears to be more robust than it was before 2008. A recent analysis from the Bank of International Settlements, which is a Basel-based institution that has been at the forefront of efforts to strengthen the lending system, noted that big banks are, on average, now holding twice as much capital as they did before the crisis, and have adopted various other reforms. Yet banks remain highly indebted and highly interconnected. Everyone knows that in a 2008-style panic, they could still go down like dominoes, and that only large-scale public intervention would be able to save them. As a result, the general expectation is that were another crisis to occur, governments and taxpayers would again step into the breach. The too-big-to-fail problem hasn't gone away. It may even be more acute than before, because a wave of mergers during the last crisis left the banking industry more concentrated than ever. And banks aren't the only potential threat to financial stability. According to the Basel report, asset managers now control nearly $160 trillion, more than the worldwide holdings of the banking industry. During a market sell-off, as warned in the report cited in this work, some of these firms could face pressures, such as a surge of investors eager to cash out. That would lead to a downward spiral. Other analysts point to the dangers of lofty stock prices and rising indebtedness among non-financial corporations, many of which have been borrowing heavily to finance stock buybacks and other ventures. A recent McKinsey study showed that in the past 10 years, the amount of outstanding corporate debt has tripled across the world. In the United States, almost 2/3 of non-financial debt is rated as junk or one notch above junk. As noted in this cited study, roughly $3 trillion of this questionable credit is set to mature within the next 5 years, which means at this point, considering the publication of the book, its year, we're nearing that time now, or we'll be there within a year or two. If the economy falters, or if interest rates rise sharply, many corporations may find themselves in the position of new mortgage holders a decade agone, unable to repay or roll over their debts. More than 4 decades agone, the economist Hyman Minsky observed that periods of stability and investor optimism, such as the one we enjoyed over the past few years under the Trump administration when Wall Street was riding high, tend to amplify the dangers posed by a financial system based on easy credit. If the benefits of financial risk-taking were plentiful and widely shared, it might be worth society's time to play the odds and bear the cost of the occasional blow-up. But these days, who believes that an unleashed financial sector is good for anybody but financiers? If the United States and other countries, the long-term, in these United States and other countries, all the long-term costs of the financial crisis and the Great Recession thereafter were enormous. The economic recovery that began, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research in the summer of 2009, was weak and uneven. Growth in the gross domestic product, wages, capital investment, and productivity continued to lag for most of the ensuing decade. In November of 2013, but 5 years after the bank bailout, Larry Summers, President Barack Obama's top economic advisor during his first term, suggested that the American economy had entered an age of secular stagnation, a term that was coined in the 1930s but had fallen out of favor with all but a small group of Marxist economists. With the economy in the doldrums, the technocratic argument that it had been necessary to save Wall Street in order to save Main Street fell on deaf ears, and an alternative narrative gained widespread currency. The entire game had been rigged. It wasn't just supporters of the Tea Party and Occupy Wall Street who said so, both of them extremists at either end of the political spectrum. In the 2016 election, Donald John Trump and the communist Bernie Sanders both offered versions of this story I've just articulated to you now. The Democratic Party establishment managed to overcome the communist Sanders insurrection, but Donald John Trump carried disaffected Republicans and some disaffected Obama voters too through Election Day. Resentment of Wall Street and Washington elites was only part of Trump's platform. Fanning racial fears and hostility towards immigrants was another key element. But it was one of his final, enduring messages. As Toosh points out, in the 700 pages I finished reading, the last television ad that the Trump campaign aired featured headshots of Janet Yellen, the chairwoman of the Federal Reserve at the time, and Lloyd Blankfein, the chief executive of Goldman Sachs, while Trump himself, in an alarmist voiceover, warned that a global power structure had made decisions that robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities. A few days later, Trump won enough states to eke out his victory. Overshadowed by memories of 2008, the 2016 election, but 2 presidential terms later, delivered the most extreme verdict imaginable. Since then, Republicans in Congress have eliminated some of the financial regulations that were put in place after 2008. They have reduced capital requirements for all but the very biggest banks and sought to weaken the Volcker rule, which bars any bank from speculating in the markets on its own account. Meanwhile, Trump himself adopted during his misadministration a neo-isolationist stance on many issues, raising the question of how his misadministration would react if another financial crisis threatened the global economy had he been reelected. Fortunately, that didn't happen. It was still possible while Toosh was writing this book, and that was his greatest fear on publication. Toward the end of his book, Toosh returns to the fragile cross-party coalition that took shape in September of 2008 in order to hold the United States together and provide the underpinnings for the global stabilization efforts of the Fed and the Treasury. Now, could such a response even be replicated today? Now, at the time this book was written, Trump was in the White House and the Republican Party controlled Capitol Hill. So Toosh wrote, "It is an open question whether the American political system will support even basic institutions of globalization, let alone any adventurous crisis fighting at a national or global level." Now, even with Trump gone, nobody can say for sure where the next financial crisis will come from. But one thing we do know: Donald John Trump and the Republican cultic base, as sponsored by the Russians, were busy hastening it along, even as they undermined the very architecture needed to deal with it throughout the Trump misadministration, weakening America for Russia's final blow, a cyber hack to hit us where it hurts in capitalism, our goddamn pocketbooks. Mark my words, Vladimir Putin's next attack will be our financial institutions. And he'll simply drain those virtual dollars out of your goddamn purse, as if you had it wide open while walking down the street and a snatcher came along to run his way with it. As I said, 2008 was a really important year, insofar as the Great Recession accentuated an important distinction within the white middle class going back to that white middle class, oh so powerful, all too powerful. It drove a wedge between the middle and lower middle, or working class, and the highly trained, professionally educated managers, technocrats, and intellectuals, basically between the top 20% and the bottom 80%. And that meant there were now class differences that were overlaid upon some of these cultural differences. And in surveys that were conducted by Dr. Hunter himself at the Institute for Advanced Cultural Studies at the University of Virginia, they tracked all that. In 2016, the single most important factor in determining a Trump vote was being stupid as shit and never having the mental capacity to ever earn a college degree. So now, instead of just culture wars, there's now a kind of class culture conflict between the educated and the ignorant. Rather, between the educated and the illiterate. With a sense of being on the losing side of our global economy and its dynamics, the resentments have only deepened. That became most obvious more and more over the 4 years of Trump, and part of Trump's own diabolical genius was understanding the resentments of coming out on the losing side of global capitalism. For someone who was all about winning, you're going to get tired of winning all the time. He consistently propagandized America as the loser on the world stage. And that was how he won. By the way, our man, Mr. Derek Talley says, great show this morning. I'm up getting ready for dialysis. Everyone maintain him in thought and prayer. Now, this is reflected, too, in the ways in which progressives speak about the downtrodden. Most of the time, it is in terms of race and ethnicity, immigration, and the like. It is not about the poor per se. That's a pretty significant shift in the left's self-understanding. What's behind that shift? Well, if you became an advocate for the working class in America, you'd be an advocate for the very base itself of Trump voters. Again, there's a class-culture divide, a class element that overlays the cultural divide. And they, white, non-college educated voters, voted en masse for Donald John Trump. That in and of itself be but symptomatic of the root issue, which be that the white working class are the inherent carriers of racist and misogynist, sexist misunderstandings and ways of life. Straightforward materialist social science would say that people are voting their economic interests all the time. But they don't. The evident contradiction of people voting against all their economic interests only highlights that point. That in many respects, our self-understanding as individuals, as communities, and as a nation trumps, to apply the most apropos of puns here, all of those things that matter to our very survival. Along those lines, there can be a tendency, especially on the political left, to talk about culture war issues as being distractions that are raised in order to divide people who might otherwise find common cause around, say, shared economic interests. This is communist ideological perversion infecting the reality we have to contend with. Because we are specially, not specially, but as a species, specially constituted as human beings by the stories we tell about ourselves. The very nature of meaning and purpose in life are constituted by our individual and collective self-understandings. How that is a distraction, as the Bernie Sanders communists would say, from our economic issues of class solidarity is beyond me. Like my biological father Adolf Hitler, I see no sense in the communist philosophy. Our man in Romania, Ungurianu Iulian, says, still fascinating how DDD presents all deep nuances. Thank you, sir. Now, as you know, those who have listened to me for more than a short period, people will fight to the death for an idea, for an ideal. I myself have been criticized since the early 90s for using the word war in the term culture war. But I was trained by Michael Aquino himself in phenomenology, in which he be taught to pay attention to the words that people themselves use. And in interviews I did with those on the front lines of culture war fights, people would say, you know, it feels like a war, even on the left. I always talk about this sense of a struggle for one's very existence. Mein Kampf is yours, my struggle be thine own. The struggle for a way of life. This is exactly the language that is also used on the left, as it is abused on the right. On the left, it be employed in a much more therapeutic fashion. When you hear people say that, for instance, conservatives' very existence on this college campus is a threat to my existence as a trans person or a gay person, when they're saying that, the stakes for them are truly ultimate. The radicalized right will exterminate them. The question is, what is it that animates our passions? I don't know how one can imagine individual and collective identity and the things that make life meaningful and purposeful as somehow peripheral or as distractions. There's a passage Dr. Hunter himself wrote 30 years ago that seems particularly relevant to this point. It reads, "We subtly slip into thinking of the controversies debated as political rather than cultural in nature. On political matters, one can compromise. On matters of ultimate moral truth, one cannot. This is why the full range of issues today seems interminable." His words. I kind of like that sentence. I myself would put it this way. Culture, by its very nature, is hegemonic. It seeks to colonize. It seeks to envelop in its totality. The root of the word culture is Latin, cultus. It's about what is sacred to us, the cult of us. And what is sacred to us tends to be universalizing. The very nature of the sacred is that it is special. It cannot be broached. Culture, in one respect, is about that which is pure and that which is polluted. It is about the boundaries that are often transgressed and what we do about that. And part of the culture war, one way to see the culture war, is that each has an idea of what is transgressive, of what is a violation of the sacred, and the fears and resentments that go along with that. Every culture has its view of sin. It's an old-fashioned word, but it refers to that which is ultimately profane and can never be permitted, must never be allowed. Understanding those things that underwrite politics helps us understand why this persists the way it does, why it inflames the passions that we see. The universe of things that might be considered part of the culture war has grown considerably over the past 30 years, such that it seems now to envelop most of politics. In that situation, how does democracy even work? Because when the stakes are existential, compromise is impossible. Can you even have a stable democracy sans compromise? No, you cannot. Part of our problem is that we have politicized everything. And yet politics becomes a proxy for cultural positions that simply won't brook any kind of dissent or argument. You hear this all the time. The very idea of treating your opponents with civility is a betrayal. How can you be civil to people who threaten your very existence? It highlights the point that culture is hegemonic. You can compromise with politics and policy. But if politics and policy be but a proxy for culture, there's just no way. In Dr. Hunter's original book, he has a short chapter about the technologies of communications and discourse and the ways they've accentuated polarization. Because of these technologies, our public culture is more polarized than we as a people are. And the technology he was talking about when his book was published, note that this was 1991, before social media even existed as a concept. He was talking about something that's just going to sound really funny nowadays. It was direct mail. So take us the role of some of the extraordinary advances in social media and the ways in which these multiply the anonymity, the extremism of rhetoric, the absence of any kind of accountability in our public speech. They take what is already a shallow discourse, the trading of slogans and the like, and make it even more difficult to find any kind of depth. How do you compromise when that becomes the dominant form of discourse? There are ways in which serious and substantive democratic discourse is made difficult, if not impossible, by the democratization and proliferation of free speech, the ultimate enemy of any sane society. That may seem like a strange thing to say for someone siding with the liberal progressives against the radicalized right. But it's only strange to the socially retarded. Because on that front, one of the difficulties is that there is sometimes a very clear calculation made on the part of people involved in politics that conflict leads to attention. And media attention leads to political power. That's a cycle that's almost impossible to break out of. Democracy, as a social contract, is an agreement that we will not kill each other over our differences, but instead we'll talk through those differences. And part of what's troubling is that I'm beginning to see signs of the justification for violence on both sides. Obviously, on January 6th, we not only saw an act of violence, I mean, talk about a transgression, but one that the people who were involved in were capable of justifying. That's an extraordinary thing. If there be any parallel to be drawn, at the risk of hackneyed cliché, it's not unlike the American Civil War between the states, what will ultimately go down in history as Civil War I, anticipating a Civil War II. There was a culture war for 30 years prior to our Civil War. The Civil War was, without question, to the historical revisionists, about slavery and the status of black men and women, because in that revision, that rewriting of history, of course, the good guys won. At the cost of 4 out of 10 Southern males dying and 1 out of 10 Northern males dying. But think about what happened. Dred Scott was an attempt to impose a consensus by law. It took the Civil War and the 13th, 14th, and 15th fucking amendments to overturn Dred Scott. And yet, that was also imposition of solidarity by force majeure, divine right of force, encoded by law. The failures of Reconstruction and the emergence of Jim Crow and the Black Codes, and all of that was proof that politics could never solve culture. It couldn't ever solve the cultural tensions. And so what you end up with is a struggle for civil rights. The reason why we're continuing to see this press toward racial reckoning is because it's never been addressed culturally. In other words, racial justice failed by succeeding in the revised history of our Civil War, which had nothing to do with the reality of the Civil War as it was waged. They tell you the good guys won. Obviously, the bad guys won. The White League of the North is what empowered the Ku Klux Klan of the South. The international slave trade ended long before the Civil War, circa 1808, and so created this sense of complacency. Racial justice won then, but failed in its victory by ensuring an American Civil War on the North American continent, because everyone in America was saying, slavery? Oh, we've dealt with that. Yet the slave trade and the number of slaves grew astronomically over the next 500 years. Then the American Civil War between the states was fought, and we're told was won. Oh, we've dealt with that again. Now we can move on. It created complacency again. That's what happened after the Civil Rights Movement and the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s martyrdom. It was all a tremendous success at one level, but created complacency a third time, especially among whites. Oh, we've dealt with that. We don't need to deal with this anymore. When in fact ongoing discrimination is still happening. It represents, again, the attempt to generate a kind of cultural consensus through political means. And that, by all evidence, does not work. What would it look like to actually reckon with that racial issue culturally? Well, I'm going to sound really old-fashioned here, but I think that this work takes a long time and it's hard. I think you talk through the conflicts. Don't ignore them. Don't pretend they don't exist. And whatever you do, don't just simply impose your view on anyone else. You have to talk them through. It's the long, hard work of education. The whole point of civil society at a sociological level is to provide us mediating institutions to stand between the individual and the state, or the individual and the economy. They're at their best when they're doing just that. They are mediating. They are educating. I know that the argument is part of the old liberal consensus view, the old rules of public discourse, but the only alternatives are violence. And we are getting to that point. The book that Dr. Hunter followed culture wars with was titled Before the Shooting Begins, and subtitled Searching for Democracy in America's Culture War. And the argument he made therein was that culture wars always precede shooting wars. They don't necessarily lead to a shooting war, but you never have a shooting war without a culture war prior to it, because culture provides the justifications for violence. And that's now where we are. The climatological indications in and of themselves are pretty worrisome. Given that, should we even feel optimistic about the outlook for things in these United States in this era of constant culture war, with so much of it being fed by the internet? To that I sayest, listen. Not to hope, to give in to despair, is never an option. That's an ethical position I think one has to take. But I also don't think that you tell a patient that they have a bad cold, when in fact they be infected with the life-threatening disease of coronavirus. In this tangle between very powerful institutions and very powerful cultural logics, there are serious problems that are deeply rooted. The great democratic revolutions of Western Europe and North America were rooted in the intellectual and cultural revolution of Enlightenment. The Enlightenment underwrote those political transformations. If America's hybrid Enlightenment underwrote the birth of liberal democracy in these United States, what underwrites it now? What is going to underwrite liberal democracy in the 21st century? You might think that even to myself as a professional historical analyst, it's not going to be obvious. You might think that's the big puzzle I'm working through right now. But it bears on this issue of culture wars. Because if there's nothing that we share in common, if there be no hybrid enlightenment that we share, then what are the sources we can draw upon to come us together and find any kind of solidarity? There are no unifying national myths. Those that once occupied that place in American life are now subject to debate and the culture war. And the myths that do seem to exist are mainly technocratic and dystopian. So, we're in fucking trouble. But we should not end this analysis on that note. So, I'll, in a sense, end this phase of discussion with an inquiry then. Is there something unique about America that makes it especially prone to culture war? Or is this kind of par for the course? Well, part of what has made it especially acute in these United States is the proliferation of nonprofit special interest groups. You don't find that in Europe. You don't find it in England or United Germany. Those are more statist regimes and have much greater control over the nonprofit space. Whereas in these United States, you have the proliferation of special interest groups that take as sides. And a lot of our charitable money, which is a massive amount compared to other countries, gets channeled through these charitable organizations that exist with a take-no-prisoners policy, that define the enemy, that define a devil, that define transgressions in certain ways. They're all in battle. And it's, again, part of what I described earlier. It's just more expansive. The range of the culture war seems to be all-encompassing. I have this old-fashioned view that what we're supposed to do is to understand before we take action, and that wisdom depends upon understanding. That basically makes me a conservative today, but it also makes me a progressive by conservative standards. What we need, of course, is fascism. In this period of existential crisis, America cannot afford democracy. Democracy must be our goal, but you must have a fascist regime transition you to the point where the public can be educated enough in critical thinking that they can be re-empowered thereafter to vote again. This must be graduated. They could be given votes first at the county level, then ultimately the state level, and finally the federal level. A process like this will take generations. It will take a century in which mobilization can be done without democratic resource towards populating our solar system, towards relocating population in some degree to the planets bound to our sun, most immediately, for tentative probe colonies, for the establishment of footholds, ultimately beachheads. Ultimately, the technology will manifest where we can terraform many of the worlds and moons and provide a frontier for man where that colonization will supersede more immediate conflict in the sense we're trapped in today. This requires mobilization by force. This requires fascism with a human face. What will ultimately follow the pattern of mine own true homeland and heartland, the fasci democracy of Taiwan, what we call Minju Fajiji. That is why I am your Vulcan intervention. That is your only hope in making that happen. Without the son of Adolf Hitler, America has no hope. It will die in a welter of blood, treachery, and hate. By the way, Jameson Reese, are you there? Oh, just curious.
Yep.
Oh, do take care of the troll in the chat, please. You'll spot him immediately. He just keeps repeating himself. Disgusting. It's amazing. This is what we're faced with. This is, of course, the enemy. And they present themselves in as repulsive a matter as possible. It's simply amazing that these people even fucking exist. And there we are. Report it. And that should take care of that. So, how is it, Jameson, that all his stuff is still there? So much of it. There's like several layers that weren't hidden, or if you have to take care of that by one, it shouldn't take too long. Just going down the column, so to speak. There we are. We'll see what happens. He's taking care of it. Report it. Actually, report it. That will actually help with the issue. It's just reported as unwanted content or spam. Then try harassment or bullying. And, either way, that helps, just take care of it. And, it says choose one, like, there we are. This is harassing me. There we go. And report Giolo. There we are. And there we have that. And reported yet again. And, this is something that we shouldn't even have people hearing on the, who are listening to us, but it gives them an education. An education of what we have to contend with. You try to be reasonable, and it's proven impossible. This is the state of affairs which brings us into the apocalypse that everybody has been predicting through their anti-historical narrative for generations, since the Industrial Revolution and the dominance of the West over the world. This is the narrative of self-destruction they have wrought, to be realized in the battleground of North America. We see right here in the chat room the perfect example of this manner of anti-communication. The attempt only to harass and eliminate all reason from whatever discourse might have been possible. Okay, so in the time we have remaining, I'll go to solicitation. We will, of course, return to these issues, the results of the culture war, what we are contending with now in the next transmission. At that point, I'll talk about everything from our government to what's across the Pacific with Taiwan and Australia in the economy of the chip industry and how it's impacted our economic situation, how the cultures are dealing with it. This, of course, is so Jameson, do me a favor. You're there, right?
Yeah.
Here, let's get you on screen share. We're on the Skype call together. Let's turn on the screen share for a second before I go into solicitation. Okay, you can see this, right? The moving cursor?
No.
You can?
Okay, now I can.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's go over to Messenger. Let me see. Here we are. Facebook Messenger, maybe. Let's see if we can get back there. Let's take a short look at some of the people that were catching up to me through Peter Moon, friends of Peter Moon, and let's see what they had to say. Some of these guys just, blow my mind. This guy is Australian. Now, don't read his name out. No need to read his name. He's so far being kind, but you can see just how this person is. This person is in Australia. Hi, do we know each other? That's because what happened was he put in an approval, kind of like an upvote or a heart reaction onto Peter Moon's promotion of the Roswell Deception book on the Peter Moon timeline. So he's a follower of Peter Moon. So I said if I relate a friend request, what he said was a legitimate question, do we know each other? So I set up a form letter, so to speak, if anyone else asked me that. If I relate a friend request, it was most likely because you had clicked either an upvote or reaction on Peter Moon's timeline to the Roswell Deception, and I'm the co-author. I'm on this timeline, explained what went on behind it. And he said, now get this, we're definitely on the same page, brother. Keep up the good work. Do you know of Pine Gap? I'm from Australia. It's like the dumb, deep underground military base with much negative activities. The tables have turned, so the light is in charge, as we know. So I said, thank you, sir. I know of Pine Gap, but not too much about it. I'll be doing my best to address it a bit. Obviously that'll wait till next transmission. So one of the things I told him was, one of the things I can say for certain, of course there's more than a few, I said is that the Commonwealth of Australia for certain is militarily occupied by the United States in a manner that the Empire of Japan never was. This is basically what I'm saying here. And so he says, will do, brother. What's your thoughts on the alliance and trumpet? Go Trump! Good guys! Waving that American flag. This is the murdocracy. This is the murdocracy in Australia. Murdoch is, of course, Fox News. This is the mass media machine in Australia, is the Murdoch machine. This is how frightening it is that every white male in general in Australia shouts this stuff. And
well, you see, the thing is that the problem with the human race are stupid white people because they're the most destructive.
Yes.
And the thing about white men is that because they are in charge of everything, they don't have to be smart. So a majority of the human race is threatened by white males.
Stupid white males in power.
Yeah. So a majority of what we have to get rid of are stupid. We have to get rid of all stupid white males.
Yeah, if at all possible. So then he asks me, who are these images on your profile? This you? Are you hybrid? What brings that up? Are you aware who I am? By the way, when he says hybrid, I understand he means species as opposed to ethnos. So I said, I'm certainly hybrid by many standards. I don't know yourself, but thou art welcome to elucidate. So he says, inner earth. What are your origins? I'm curious. And so I said, a quarter vampiric in terms of speciation. My mother was half Japanese on her mother's line, half Chinese on her father's line. I said, there be a minor controversy about my father's genetic contribution. And he says, what's vampiric mean exactly? So I said, well, I wrote a book about it titled Vampirology, the vampire research paper. But basically it means my mother was half vampire from her Chinese father's line. So he says, interesting. What's your intentions of sharing vampirism? We'll look into it. Are you very psychic? You know, I seem to prove that when I slipped away from my wolf boyfriend today before the homeless guy went violent and started tearing up on Polk Street. And I got home to at least get a little power nap before tonight's transmission. I guess maybe I am after all, but I told him not really, and my intentions be educational. I don't think he got that. So he said, massive fan of Sky Books, very deep researcher, as my experiences in themselves are baffling. You know, what very interesting times we live in. And he says, reading at the moment, there we are, Forgotten Genesis by Radu Cinemar, translated by Peter Moon. And the Galactic Earth Council, Reintegration of the Earth, Kin and Starkin. There we are, Celestine Isha Star, but he thinks he's like from Inner Earth, which is like, well, you know, if I told him that was overrun by the Nazis, I'm sure he'd just faint. And then we got, again, don't read the name out, you know, the person is, you know, but, I mean, oh my God, look at this. This is like, I thought this is kind of like when Brendan Zoget first contacted myself. Honest to God, his writing, like so many kids who have like grown up in the, you know, in the world today, they have all this text messaging and they talk like idiots. And when Brendan Zoget first started contacting me, I thought he was a fucking retard. And it actually took talking to him for me to conclude something else. When Brian James is talking to me, I thought this is just some young guy. And of course, our man Jameson will understand. He says, are you an SSP survivor? By the way, just as a test, I had no idea what that was. Did you have...
What the hell is that?
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought. I didn't even bother to respond. I put a wow on it. He says, wait, what's this? You know, a picture of me in the bathtub. And I hearted that. Then he says, this is no Doug Dietrich. What's going on? So I put a ha-ha. Then he said, okay, Penny said you are Doug. So we're good. I was just in the middle of listening to your interview. So I put a thumbs up. Then he says, notice I haven't said a thing. Then the guy says, yeah, Doug, I just got a 30-day Facebook ban. So I put a teary eye. And then he says, I'll request you from my old profile. Don't read the name out. So I put a heart. Then he says, I'm pretty sure FB hates me for posting Vax Truth, which I put a wow. Obviously, this is already going, in a direction.
Yeah.
Says, a warning sign, right? Said, was hoping you and Penny would discuss more about SSP. Finally, I couldn't resist. I said, dude, that acronym doesn't even ring a bell. What does it stand for? Secret Space Program. I have a vested interest in the Germans in space. And I said, oh, that acronym. And I put the roll eyes. You know, I said, more accurately, it used to imply Space Shuttle Program. The term thou thyself are relating further above, being but a pop culture colloquialism. I have spracketh on the factual history per such at length myself in the past, you may remember, but I shall raise that suggestion with Penny. Honestly, as a pair, we will probably simply confuse the issue. And so he says, she says you disagree on some things. So I just put a ha. Then he says, I know less about the Japan side of the war, but I assert that Japan and Germany were not the villains. The villains are the allies. So I put a heart on that. Again, I thought this was a young guy because usually young people think like this. Then he said Italy was just jerks because of Mussolini. I just put a ha-ha on that. And I said, well, contrary to Allied propaganda, they did their part. Then he said, Kroger and Solar Warden continue to hunt down the Germans in space. They can't just let them go. Of course, I said,
what?
Yeah.
What the hell is Kroger and...
Thank you.
What?
This is what I said. I said, I'm not even...
Is this like a D&D? Is this like a Dungeons and Dragons skit?
Yeah, no shit. I said, this is why I thought the guy was young. I said, I'm not even familiar with those 12 opening terms in your sentence. So he says, that's what I see with what little information I can gather from listening to interviews with people like James Rink, which I put the wow sign. James Rink, for those of you who don't know, I wouldn't be surprised if none of you know him. He's just this poor little guy who is the toy of Lorien Ann Fenton. And I mean, he's like short and says that he's a super soldier and just, interviews people thanks to Lorien Ann Fenton as his handler. And so he says...
You'd have to be a super soldier to stand that wildebeest presence.
Yeah, thank you. He says Kroger and Solar Warden are corporations in space that are basically our USA secret space program. So I just said, James Rink is hardly a source to be quoted, Brian. And then he says, I'm not a big fan of him. I gave him a thumbs up on that. He says, but he's interviewed a lot of people. I said, he is a victim. I will give him that much. Then he says, so it's more his guests than himself, including Penny. And so I just said, Lord. And then he said a question mark. And I said, Neria Karason, how old are you? He says, 56.
Oh my God.
I said, Lord, sir, thou art older than I. I said, have you reviewed my interview via Nexus Magazine? He said, no, send link. And I just rolled my eyes again. I only wish it were that easy. He says, question mark, is it bad? I said, effectively so. It should be available via my website. So I gave him my website. Then he says, we'll check later. I'm going to go leaflet some churches. So I gave him a wow sign on that. And he said, www.vexlist.org. And so, that, by the way, is this, where's the evidence? Show me the evidence. You were warned. Documenting the most bizarre genocide in human history in which the victims volunteered to kill themselves. My ever-growing list of links, videos, and photos about COVID vaccine, test safety, mask hysteria, lockdowns, in no particular order. Oh, no, of course not. It's just...
Honestly, I'd rather kill myself than listen to any more of their bullshit.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Oh, my fucking God. Your mask is making you sick. Take it off. Oh, yeah, of course. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, my God. It was on my mask all this time. I thought I caught something, but it was the mask. Now that I'm taking it off...
I can tell you one thing, Douglas. I'm going to enjoy the third wave when it comes. I am waiting for it. And I assure you, you might not believe it. I mean, I'm sure you probably have a good idea it might be happening. I'm sure Peter Moon doesn't believe it and other people don't, but I assure you it's coming.
Yeah,
Wait till the fall.
It will be. No, wherever.
It's going to be so fun.
Yeah, well, Argentina was lifting its, restrictions, and then suddenly they got hit again. They had to shut down again. Anyhow, I told him...
Dude, I am super excited about the Indian, the one that involved in India coming. It's like Hastelic has heard my prayers.
Well, yeah,
I know I'm working with him. Well, I know it's working.
Well,
I swear to you.
He may be doing some good in the sense that Brazilians are now looking for someone to replace Bolsonaro. So, oh my God, there is some good that comes of this. The death of these populist politicians.
Even the devil can do good in this world.
Of course. There's no denying it. Anyhow, I told him to have fun, but you know what this reminds me of? I'm going to leaflet some churches. This reminds me of a bunch of neo-Nazi leaflets that I found that once said, bomb the churches! Talking about black churches and shit. And I was like, this is like that. I mean, this is like...
Let me guess. They put the leaflets. They were passing out the leaflets to black people outside the black churches.
It was.
Hey, folks, you gotta bomb the churches because they have black people inside. Dude,
it was almost at that level. I mean, honest to God, it was almost at that level. I'm not shitting you. It's like, but these are some of what I've gotten as additions. Through Penny and Peter.
Listen, I'm not a sensible and kind person. I don't hold my words very well. I'm working on the sensitivity thing, but if for these people being as old as they are, for them to be that stupid, it's really, we are really, dude. We're not going to reach a point where people are going to be colonizing space. We're going to reach a point where people are literally in the streets, just sitting on their own shit coming out of their ass and poking each other.
Well, I mean, you got to admit space is a nice hard vacuum to throw a lot of bodies into. You got to admit that.
All right, so I saw a video of someone who got decapitated in half.
Uh-huh.
And they're dying, and they're on their cell phone while they're dying, and I'm like, "Are you fucking shitting me?"
You're kidding. When you say decapitated in half, you mean half their head was missing?
No, I mean like they must have gotten hit by something while they were crossing the street, and it ripped them from the lower body in half.
Oh shit.
And their like intestines and stuff were spilled all over the place, and the dude's just like texting, and someone else is staring down at him with like a cell phone camera. Okay, yeah, I'd be staring down at him and taking a picture of his remains to put online too, because that's just death is amusing. But I mean, shit. I mean, the guy's last thing is going to be on his cell phone.
Well, you know, I could understand almost if he was talking to his relations and these are his last words, but you have to admit it's being on that cell phone in the first place that probably got him killed. He was probably on the cell phone while crossing the street and didn't see the car coming.
And of all the videos I've seen, I've only seen one video where someone got like mutilated and they were screaming, and I'm like, now that makes a hell of a lot more sense. Whereas like the other people, like they're being pulled out of wreckages and they're just like looking around like everything's okay. Maybe it's shock.
It's shock, and it's also denial.
Could be shock.
You don't want it. You don't want it to be true.
It could be the adrenaline of losing.
Yeah.
It could be the adrenaline in the moment that's preventing them from feeling the pain. But I mean, dude, I would not be in that situation because I'd kill myself before it happens. Fuck that.
No, I understand.
Not dying like that, man.
No, I understand what you're saying. I would hate to, be in the position of the person that you described, the horror of that. But of course, he probably was not looking down. I mean, that's probably, or if he did look down, it wasn't registering. It's amazing what the mind can block out. But
it ain't gonna block out that damn pain, that's for sure.
You'd be amazed. It gets blocked off at least transitionally. It might kick in later on. Well, what I'll do now is I'll go into the final solicitation. God bless you, my son. I love you dearly. Stay online, and if you have anything to cover with me in the a few moments after I end transmission, go ahead and do so. But in the meanwhile, let me remind everyone that Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And, of course, do bear in mind that you need to indicate myself as friends and family. Otherwise, that faggot that established PayPal named Peter Thiel, the fucking German who relocated to New Zealand, will take his blood cut, and you just don't need to be giving him any more money. Now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy online or of all life from the surface of the earth. Take it upon yourself to spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer a footnote on my bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com to enlighten yourself about the etymology of my biological father's name, the name what made the man, and take it upon yourself thereafter to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, convince others to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating themselves or indicating myself as friends and family, so that a pound of flesh is not extracted from their contributions and the integrity of their contributions remains uncompromised. For people are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma Ab Maza Reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com, where if you find it distasteful to indicate myself as friends and family, I don't understand why you would, because we're all friends, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, and we're all extended electronic family. But nevertheless, if you find yourself unable to assert that stance, however metaphorical, then use any other credit or debit card on earth other than PayPal and press the red button at douglasdietrich.com. Simply go us there And you can make your contribution without its integrity ever being compromised by a middleman taking their blood money. And thereafter, click on the yellow donate button anyway, the one you would use to donate via paypal.com. And you would do that so that you could access the homepage of showsdd.com, where you would thereafter register into the audio recorded and videographic archives that are stored through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord. And that way you can be granting yourself exclusive electronic access among the others who have contributed by rewarding yourself registration, and thereafter you can log in at your leisure to review those materials. And that, of course, is a reward in and of itself, or so it's hoped. Actually, it might add to your stress in life, but that shouldn't be too much of a concern if you're listening to me in the first place. At any rate, they're not on YouTube anymore. We're on the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed via your login